Be a win-win. As for Feng Zonglong, although he'd heard Liang Tianli talk about this before, he'd rarely seen it with his own eyes. Now, seeing the vast array of magical goods in Hope Town, he was a bit overwhelmed. As they browsed, they also asked stall owners about setting up shop. Setting up a stall is very straightforward. Just like the other stores in Hope Town, you only need to pay a 10% tax, and it's on profit, not revenue. No other extra fees. When you rent a stall, you sign a contract with Hope Town's business management office. They guarantee the safety of your transactions here. For big deals, the management office can act as a witness. For small ones, just pay on the spot and it's fine. Doing business in Hope Town is the most hassle-free experience I've had in any territory. Sure, many places don't charge random fees, but their markets are chaotic and you have to judge customers for yourself. In Hope Town, if anyone scams a merchant even once, they're blacklisted and banned from entering, so they can't scam again. If you want to set up a stall here, you're more than welcome. Competition? Not a problem at all. Even if we sell the same things, there are so many people in Hope Town that we can't keep up with demand. Even if you sell a bit less than others, it's still pretty good. One after another, the stall owners gave confident answers. In the end, their responses were all pretty much the same. Not everyone said Hope Town was perfect, but very few had anything bad to say. That said it all. Lord, what do you think? By now, Liang Tianli was very confident about a partnership between their two territories. The timing, the location, the people, it all lined up. Not choosing Hope Town would be unthinkable. Not bad. Feng Zonglong nodded in agreement. One person might lie, but a whole market wouldn't. Hope Town was definitely a good partner. Most importantly, Feng Zonglong was optimistic about Hope Town's future market. Plus, since they were both Blue Star territories, there was a natural sense of camaraderie. He just didn't feel as comfortable or happy working with local territories. So, shall we tour the territory again tomorrow, and if everything checks out, approach Hope Town's officials for a partnership? Liang Tianli suggested. Even though he was already sold on Hope Town, he still thought it was safer to observe a bit more. Even if he was eager to lighten his burden, he had to find a reliable partner. Okay, Feng Zonglong nodded. He trusted Liang Tianli and rarely vetoed his suggestions. By now, it was already late. Liang Tianli took out the map again and carefully searched for accommodations, soon finding the locations of inns and resorts. Brother Long, how about we stay at the resort? Liang Tianli asked. Money wasn't an issue for them. Given the circumstances, they might as well treat themselves. Feng Zonglong nodded without hesitation. The two of them headed straight for the resort. They'd thought it would be empty this late, but when they entered the main hotel, they saw plenty of people checking in. After a short wait in line, it was their turn. Will it be two guests checking in? We have twin rooms, king rooms, deluxe king rooms, junior suites, executive suites, and villas. Here's the price list. The receptionist pointed to the rate board. They glanced over and saw the prices. Twin room, 666 copper coins. King room, 888 copper coins. Deluxe king room, 1,888 copper coins. Junior suite, 18,888 copper coins. Executive suite, 28,888 copper coins. Villa, 38,888 copper coins. Both were shocked at the prices. How much money must Hope Town's resort make in a day? They realized this resort was definitely for the wealthy. 2 deluxe king rooms, Liang Tianli said, picking a mid-range option. Very well. May I see your ID numbers? The receptionist asked. They had those. After becoming Hope Town visitors, they'd been assigned tourist IDs. As the receptionist registered them, Liang Tianli asked, with so many people here, you still have deluxe king rooms available? The receptionist replied, these are the last 2. With that, she handed them their room cards. Your rooms are on the 3rd floor. Enjoy your stay. Thank you. They took the cards and left. Soon, they found their rooms. Liang Tianli followed Feng Zonglong into his room. The layout was basically modern, though many small items had a magical touch, obvious magical substitutes for technology. All in all, The environment was definitely worth the price. Then the two of them stepped out onto the balcony. Looking out, they could see the commercial district of Hope Town. The lights were brilliant, and the whole territory looked especially beautiful under the hazy night sky. Hope Town's urban planning was really impressive. With all those residential buildings, it almost felt like being back on Blue Star. Lord, Hope Town is really nice, isn't it? Yeah, but our territory is good too. Each has its own strengths. Liang Tianli thought of his own territory's barrenness, such a contrast to Hope Town's prosperity, but so what? He still loved his own territory the most. Yeah, both are good. Fang Zonglong nodded in agreement. He truly thought his own territory was pretty great too. A peaceful night's sleep. Both Liang Tianli and Fang Zonglong slept exceptionally well. Honestly, the money they spent was truly worth it. There must be something special about the bedding in this room. I slept way better than usual, Liang Tianli subconsciously commented to Fang Zonglong, analyzing the situation. And then, Fang Zonglong gave a simple grunt in response. I wonder what the 2 gold coin rooms are like? Liang Tianli thought of the 18,888 copper coin suite and felt he should find an opportunity to try it out sometime. If only he could buy the bedding here. Next time, Fang Zonglong said directly. All right. Liang Tianli responded, but then suddenly realized something and exclaimed in surprise, Lord, are you actually suggesting we come out together again next time? Unbelievable. Fang Zonglong. He was just socially anxious, not a hermit. As long as he brought Liang Tianli along to deal with others, he could just stay in the background. Thinking this, Fang Zonglong shot Liang Tianli a look. Liang Tianli instantly got the message from his lord and smiled helplessly. Well, that works too. After all, bringing the lord to Hope Town was much easier than running business errands alone. After enjoying a buffet breakfast at the hotel, the two finally set out to explore Hope Town. Conveniently, there was a small beast cart station right at the entrance of the resort. A number of customers were already waiting for beast cart services ahead of them. They noticed that quite a few people were hiring a whole cart just for their own group. Clearly, these must be nobles or merchants from other territories. People in this world really love to flaunt their status with money. But to the two of them, this was just a waste of money. If anyone knows how to make money, it's Hope Town. As they were thinking this, a beast cart already carrying other passengers stopped in front of them when they waved. They boarded a regular beast cart, which operated like a city bus along Hope Town's main roads, hop on, hop off, just 1 copper coin per ride. After paying 2 copper coins, the cart set off slowly. Liang Tianli took out a map and spread it out for Fang Zonglong to see. Brother Long, take a look. Where should we go next? Near the library. The map marked quite a few buildings in Hope Town. Some of them were marked with stars. Clearly, the starred locations were the main attractions. School, library, park, amusement park, sports arena, swimming pool. These were all clustered together, so they could visit them all in one go. And then, Fang Zonglong didn't object, leaving the planning to Liang Tianli. Seeing this, Liang Tianli felt confident. With their route decided, the two of them unconsciously started admiring the scenery along the way. Actually, the area they were in was already quite lively, a gathering point for people. But as they moved to the next ring road, they saw Hope Town's newly expanded district. The style was consistent, and though it was still quiet, they could already see many shops being renovated. In a few days, this area would surely be bustling. The resort was very close to the library, so it wasn't long before the beast cart stopped at the library entrance. After getting off, they watched the beast cart amble away. Brother Long, these beast carts are pretty nice. Why don't we buy a few for our territory? It would make getting around much easier, especially since our territory has expanded so much, Liang Tianli suggested. Go ahead and buy them, Fang Zonglong said directly. He barely went out a few times a month, but having a few on hand might be useful for others. Great. Liang Tianli visibly brightened. He'd been planning to bring back plenty of useful things to make life easier in their territory. He was already making a shopping list in his mind. At that moment, Liang Tianli suddenly remembered something he'd overheard from other visitors at the quest center yesterday. Anyone who comes to Hope Town never leaves empty-handed. No matter what, you'll always end up taking something back. Even if you don't, you'll end up spending money here. Hope Town is open to all territories. There's no way to lose out. Thinking back on those words now, he realized every single one was true. Snapping back to reality, he looked at the bustling library. It was packed with people coming and going, and it was already 4 stories tall. That meant Hope Town's buildings weren't just unlocked, they'd all been upgraded to the highest level a level 1 town could reach. Having followed Fong Zonglong for a long time, Liang Tianli was familiar with the costs of unlocking and upgrading buildings. He knew exactly how much gold and resources Hope Town must have spent to build and upgrade so many structures after leveling up. Yes, gold alone wasn't enough. He used to think his own territory was wealthy, but there was always a bigger fish. No wonder Hope Town ranked so high. As they approached the library, someone at the entrance handed them 2 flyers. "Hey brothers, want to check out our novel catalog? These are the hottest titles in our territory. For men, we've got fantasy, xianxia, martial arts, magic, urban. For women, there's historical romance, time travel, modern romance, sci-fi, xianxia, magic. All genres covered. They're for sale at our market stalls with booth numbers marked. Soon we'll have a shop across from the library with grand opening discounts and raffles. If you're interested, come by in 2 days. The flyer has all the details." The promoter, Liao Wenhao, recognized them as fellow outsiders and pitched even more enthusiastically. "Great, I'll definitely check it out later." "Did you just open today?" Liang Tianli asked curiously. If they'd opened yesterday, he would have seen them at the market. "Yeah, we just finished the shop rental process today. The store is being renovated across from the library. We'll open in 2 days with discounts and raffles. If you're interested, come by. The flyer has all the info," Liao Wenhao explained. "Which territory are you from?" Liang Tianli asked, realizing Liao Wenhao wasn't from Hope Town. "We're from Xinghua Village. Our territory specializes in publishing novels. Besides novels, we have classics, poetry, elementary and middle school textbooks." "A whole lot," Liao Wenhao replied. "Your territory is really talented," Liang Tianli said sincerely. These things were normal on Blue Star, but in this world, recreating them took real effort. "Our lord was a novelist on Blue Star, so we focused on this field and recruited lots of writers and people with good memories from other territories. We offer great benefits, and over time, we've built a solid business. We're pretty well known in our region. Now we're here in Hope Town to expand. Which territory are you from? Maybe we can work together, sell some books, see what your territory has to offer, maybe collaborate," Liao Wenhao said enthusiastically, clearly recognizing them as visitors. Liang Tianli had been listening with interest, but when he heard the last part, he fell silent. Their territory. Sure, there were people who liked to read, but there wasn't really a market. More importantly, their territory was full of socially anxious people, not suitable for outsiders. Otherwise, he'd be the one suffering. He cleared his throat and said, "Our territory isn't really suitable. No need to focus on us, and we're not open to outsiders anyway." "No worries. If you're willing to come out, that's fine too," Liao Wenhao replied, unconcerned. Their own territory wasn't open to outsiders either. Only the stronger territories, like Hope Town or Ningxian Town, dared to open up. But it didn't matter, Hope Town was open, and with so many territories and visitors passing through, they could do business here with less risk. And most importantly, books were an intellectual business, hard for others to copy. They could set up shop everywhere. "I'll let you get on with your day," Liao Wenhao said, moving on to the next group. When he saw locals, he handed out a different booklet, clearly the opening chapters of a popular novel. After all, most locals didn't know the appeal of novels. Inside the library, Liang Tianli and Fong Zonglong were still talking about Liao Wenhao. Xinghua Village is pretty unique. It feels like Hope Town is attracting all sorts of Blue Star territories. The human kingdom is huge, and Blue Star territories are scattered and low-key when they're just villages. Now that Hope Town's made a name for itself, everyone else is popping up too. It's Pretty great, Liang Tianli couldn't help but say. Just like their own territory, they only showed up because Hope Town did. As the old saying goes, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. That's why they preferred to keep a low profile. Fang Zonglong replied simply. Liang Tianli didn't say more. Their territory was pretty unique too. No one would ever guess their territory was actually a town. They turned their attention to the library's collection. Compared to their own territory's library, Hope Town's was much richer. Xinghua Village's novels were here too, but Hope Town hadn't yet developed a full-scale industry for it, or maybe just hadn't had time. But with Hope Town's pace of attracting businesses, it didn't need to develop everything itself. People from other villages and towns would bring their industries here. Because if you could succeed in Hope Town, you could succeed in most villages and towns. What interested them most were the various books on magic and spells. Beginner, intermediate, even advanced, covering all sorts of magical elements. As long as you had magical talent, you could learn step by step. It was much better than having nothing to learn. From these magic books, it was clear Hope Town put a lot of effort into nurturing talent, both in the library and the school. Especially the school, which was definitely cultivating sustainable talent for the territory. They didn't hesitate to buy a bunch of books in the library. In no time, they'd spent over 1,000 gold coins. Magic books in a magic world were truly expensive, but for them it was a fruitful haul. After leaving the library, they visited the nearby park, amusement park, sports arena, and swimming pool. All of these places were packed, especially the amusement park, where the lines were ridiculously long. Since they weren't here just for fun, they didn't bother lining up. After their tour, they hopped on another beast cart and headed straight for the Lord's Manor. The plaza in front of the manor was absolutely packed. Beast carts full of people kept arriving in a steady stream. Liang Tianli couldn't help but wonder how much money Hope Town was making from so many visitors. Raking in money hand over fist. That was the only way to describe it. He'd thought envy 100 times already. Soon, they saw the Vitality statue and the monument standing in the center of the plaza. Reading the deeds on the monument gave them a clearer understanding of Hope Town's strength. Their own territory had leveled up to a town in a short time, but they wouldn't dare to do it right after a territory war. But Hope Town had done it twice in a row. Then again, last time was a crisis. This time showed real strength. Hope Town had earned its place step by step. Maybe they had no choice but to fight. Their attention turned to the Vitality statue. What's our territory's special building? Liang Tianli looked at the statue with a hint of envy. Everyone could use it. Imagine how many recovery potions that would save. Most importantly, it was symbolic. He remembered that not every town he'd visited had a Vitality statue, only the really strong ones. All the city-level territories had one. Sometimes, things like this were a symbol, a sign of potential. I think it's the statue workshop? Fang Zonglong replied when Liang Tianli asked. Liang Tianli instantly got excited. When we get back, Brother Long, you've got to unlock it. We have so many blacksmiths. If they have that statue, they'll be even better. Fang Zonglong nodded. He definitely planned to build all the special structures. He'd just been in a rush today. Knowing their territory would have a statue too, Liang Tianli's mood improved a lot. Their territory had potential, just like Hope Town. Unknowingly, Hope Town had become a trendsetter for other territories. The two of them headed straight for the Lord's Manor. Inside, they found a receptionist. After Fang Zonglong revealed his identity, Liang Tianli said, "Our lord has a big business proposal for your mayor." The staff member handed them a number and led them to a waiting room. "This is number 11. Please wait in the lounge. We'll take you to see the mayor when it's your turn." "Sorry, but there are just too many lords visiting today. We have to see everyone one by one." Liang Tianli. Fang Zonglong. So, turns out they're not the only ones wanting to partner with Hope Town? Well, it makes sense. After looking around, they realized that the market in Hope Town was much bigger than they'd imagined. If they could think of something, it was only natural that others could too. With that thought, the two of them calmed themselves and entered the lounge. As soon as they walked in, they saw many familiar faces. But this familiarity wasn't because they knew each other personally, it was because they were all from the same country on Blue Star. Feng Zonglong quietly found a secluded corner to sit in, radiating an aura that warned strangers to keep their distance. Liang Tianli, on the other hand, greeted everyone warmly. Hello, everyone. I'm Liang Tianli, the mayor of Dashan Town, and that's our lord over there. At the mention of Dashan Town, quite a few people in the room turned their attention his way. After all, Dashan Town had shot straight into the top 3 territories on Blue Star and ranked within the top 4,000 on the Stan continent as soon as it was promoted. With such a leap in rankings, they clearly had some unique abilities. I'm Bei Wenkan, Lord of Yushi Village. Bei Wenkang, who happened to be nearby, immediately introduced himself. And this is Xiang Ziqian, Lord of Guangshui Village. We're all from neighboring territories. Before Liang Tianli arrived, Bei Wenkang had been chatting with Xiang Ziqian, so he naturally introduced her as well. Nice to meet you all, Liang Tianli said enthusiastically, then looked at the others. Qingqing Grassland Town, Shi Qingzhu. This is my mayor, Cheng Susu. Xinghua Village, Lord Tong Junlan. Tian Xiang Shang Village, Lord Yinbo. The other lords also introduced themselves in turn. It felt pretty good to run into fellow countrymen here. I just got a flyer from the library about Xinghua Village, and I didn't expect to meet you here, Liang Tianli said, smoothly starting a conversation. That's from our territory. Novels are our specialty. If you're interested, please support us. Tong Junlan quickly chimed in, pulling out a thick stack of flyers and handing them out. Our novels won't disappoint. Whatever you want to read, we've got it, with wild and creative plots. Best of all, most are complete, so you don't have to worry about getting left hanging. Nearby, Viscount Lancelot watched this scene, his eyes flickering with interest. Dashan Town and Qingqing Grassland Town were both territories he'd been keeping an eye on. After all, any town that could jump into the top 4,000 right after promotion was definitely not ordinary. He'd also heard of Xinghua Village, Guangshui Village, and Tian Xiangsheng Village. They all had their own unique traits. So when Tong Junlan handed him a flyer, he accepted it without hesitation. These are the first few chapters of one of our most popular works. Please have a look, my lord, Tong Junlan said, handing another copy directly to Viscount Lancelot. Glasgow Town, Lancelot. The Viscount introduced himself as he took the second flyer. Tong Junlan nodded and moved on to the next person. The next was none other than Earl Alcott of Benjala Town. Seeing Viscount Lancelot reading with interest, Alcott instinctively accepted the flyer as well. Benjala Town, Alcott, he said, then lowered his head to read. Tong Junlan finished handing out the flyers and returned to her seat. Everyone else's eyes were drawn to Viscount Lancelot and Earl Alcott. These two were local lords, and their noble bearing was unmistakable. They really did have that genuine aristocratic aura, making the rest of them feel like a bunch of nobodies by comparison. Seeing this, Bei Wenkang lowered his voice. These two territories are in our area. Glasgow Town has a good relationship with Hope Town. They're even building a road between them. Benjala Town is a level 2 territory, ranked a bit higher than Hope Town, but it'll probably be surpassed soon. I'm not sure why they're here to see Hope Town today, but it seems like they want to make friends. The others immediately understood. They'd been on Stan continent long enough to know how things worked. Basically, it was best for a region to have only one dominant territory. If there were several, competition would inevitably lead to conflict. They'd all experienced this to some extent. In the end, it all came down to who had the better skills. Among them, those who had reached the town stage were just getting started. There was still a long road ahead. Then I hope Hope Town wins, Liang Tianli blurted out. After seeing Hope Town, he could tell it was a rising star, not easy to suppress. Exactly. The fact that Benjala Town's lord is here waiting actually shows he's already bowing his head, Bei Wenkang said confidently. He'd already decided to stick close to Hope Town, so all his hopes were pinned there. You're in the same area as Hope Town. What's it like? Tong Junlan asked Bei Wenkang, glancing at the relatively quiet Xiang Ziqian. I just follow behind Hope Town. Honestly, not just Hope Town. Benjula Town and Glasgow Town are both ahead of us. There's no way we can compete, so we might as well follow Hope Town and pick up the scraps. Hope Town is great. Us small territories are doing just fine, Bei Wenkang replied. Xiang Ziqian shot Bei Wenkang a look, then said, my territory mainly focuses on farming. We're not aggressive, just being able to feed ourselves is good enough. This time, she'd come mainly to seek cooperation with Hope Town, turning her territory into Hope Town's production base. Instead of farming just for herself, she'd farm for Hope Town. That way, she could keep doing what she loved, make money, and enjoy the protection of a powerful territory. She thought it was a great deal. But there was no need to say all that in front of everyone. We're all from the same place, so let's keep in touch and see if we can help each other out, Bei Wenkang suggested. Of course, Liang Tianli replied without hesitation. If all goes well, our territory plans to open a shop here. What's your specialty? Bei Wenkang asked curiously. With such a high ranking, Dashan Town had to be special. We mainly deal in weapons and equipment, siege gear, defensive gear, personal arms, group gear, you name it. Once our shop opens, you'll have to come support us, Liang Tianli said with a grin. Look at that, customers coming right to his door. A territory's need for weapons and equipment was huge, the more, the better. Sure enough, as soon as they heard it was about weapons and equipment, the eyes of several lords in the room lit up. Even Viscount Lancelot and Earl Alcott, who were reading the novels, looked up. But Alcott quickly lowered his head again, engrossed in the story. He had to admit, the novel was pretty interesting. The protagonist was born into a noble family and was supposed to be the rightful heir. But on his 12th birthday, he failed to show any magical talent. His father then brought his mistress and illegitimate son into the house. The illegitimate brother had powerful magical talent and, after joining the family, took everything from the protagonist, including his fiancée. The protagonist strove for power but achieved nothing. Finally, he found a treasure that could change his fate, but was betrayed. Refusing to surrender, he blew himself up with the treasure rather than submit to his half-brother. It should have been a frustrating story, but then the tone shifted. The protagonist was reborn, returning to the time before his magical talent was tested. This time, thanks to the treasure, he had an extraordinary lightning affinity. The illegitimate brother still appeared, but the protagonist vowed to make him suffer a fate worse than death. The story stopped there, but Earl Alcott was completely hooked. He wanted to know how the protagonist would deal with his brother and rise to the top with his newfound talent. He'd never seen this kind of storytelling before. The language was simple, but the plot was gripping. Just as he was about to ask for more, he heard Liang Tianli speak up. Our territory can now mass-produce platinum weapons and purple-grade equipment. Platinum weapons and purple equipment. Earl Alcott's attention snapped to Liang Tianli. Dashan Town, huh? He glanced at their ranking. Dashan Town, 3759. That was a very impressive ranking. As a level 2 town, they really might surpass Benjula Town soon. At that moment, Earl Alcott felt the pressure on his shoulders increase. Our territory mainly produces fruits and vegetables, but with special effects. Some can increase magical affinity, others can boost different attributes. Shi Qingzhu from Qingqing Grassland Town introduced her territory. Our resources are pretty single, mainly minerals, Yin Bol from Tian Xiangsheng village added. His territory was surrounded by all kinds of mineral deposits. At first, he nearly starved, but luckily minerals were in high demand. He slowly built up his business, supplying nearby territories and establishing himself in the region. This time, he'd come to Hope Town hoping to find more buyers for his stockpiled minerals and to further develop his territory. But most importantly, he wanted Hope Town's cement. He planned to trade his limestone for cement. Actually, his territory had already figured out how to make cement, but he was worried he couldn't protect it. So he wanted to work with Hope Town to legitimize his cement business. He was convinced that cooperating with Hope Town would be a win-win. Each territory had its own specialty, and they could all trade and cooperate with each other. The more they chatted, the more they hit it off. Only Earl Alcott, secretly listening in, felt completely overwhelmed. Hope Town was already impressive, but these other territories were just as remarkable. Were all these new territories popping up on Stan Continent this freakishly strong? At this moment, Viscount Lancelot had also finished reading the first few chapters of the novel Rebirth, The Legendary Mage. Although he felt that some of the settings were a bit out of place overall, it was quite good, at least. He was eager to keep reading. Of course, while reading, he hadn't forgotten to listen in on Liang Tianli and the others' conversation. When he looked up, he immediately noticed the strange expression on Earl Alcott's face, the shock of discovering that Hope Town wasn't the only new territory like this, but that there were actually many more. In truth, Viscount Lancelot had already anticipated this situation. Not to mention other areas, just in their own region, there had been 4 new territories, well, now only 3, since Qinghe Village had lost in the recent territory war. Although it hadn't completely disappeared, it was as good as gone. Of the remaining 3, Hope Town was undoubtedly the leading territory. Yushi Village was learning from Hope Town and slowly developing, while Guangshui Village had its own way of surviving. Under Hope Town's protection, even if it never became one of the top territories, life there wouldn't be too bad. From this, it was clear. Among the new territories, the reliable ones were thriving and the unreliable ones, well, not so much. Especially after Hope Town's recent upgrade, even more new territories had sprung up like mushrooms after the rain, revealing many that had previously been hidden. Any territory that wasn't hiding probably had a certain level of confidence in its own strength. He'd noticed that these new territories all liked to keep a low profile. That was a phrase he'd learned from Hope Town. Basically, it meant laying low. So he thought, maybe among the territories that hadn't revealed themselves yet, there were even stronger ones. Fortunately, he'd never intended to compete for first place. In his view, leading his territory to grow steadily was already a good thing. With a slight smile, Viscount Lancelot shifted closer to Earl Alcott and said quietly, surprised, aren't you? Earl Alcott, hearing this, finally snapped out of his daze. He quickly composed himself and replied calmly, a little, I suppose. Just a little. That Dolly Town, they say they can already sell platinum weapons and blue gear. I bet he's already got diamond weapons and red gear in hand. Do you believe it? Viscount Lancelot pointed directly at Liang Tianli, who was speaking animatedly. Earl Alcott pressed his lips together. In the face of Platinum City, Silver City, and Gold City are nothing, Lancelot added. He was well aware of Benjala Town's development path. Benjala was aiming for steady progress, transitioning from Silver City to Gold City. Among small-town territories, it was a solid approach, especially with family backing. Development would never be bad, and it would easily become a leading force in the region. But then these new territories appeared. Now, the question was, what would this Earl choose to do? Still, the fact that Earl Alcott had come to Hope Town himself seeking cooperation showed he'd already bowed his head. Whether that was for the sake of his family or himself, though, was another matter. Lancelot was just testing the waters. He wanted to gauge, from Earl Alcott's attitude, how his family viewed Hope Town. Earl Alcott, hearing Lancelot's pointed remarks, paused and shot him a sidelong glance. Isn't that perfect? No one's competing with me for the low-end market. I think Gold City is just fine. Lancelot chuckled. As long as you're happy, my lord. Looks like you're ready to focus on development. Hopefully, we'll have a chance to work together in the future, Earl Alcott said directly. At this point, both men understood each other perfectly. Especially Lancelot. He now knew that Earl Alcott's visit to Hope Town was both a family order and his own decision. This noble earl had already set aside his pride and had no intention of competing with Hope Town anymore. That was for the best. Everyone could prosper together, driving regional development, instead of dragging the area into endless conflict. We'll have the chance, Lancelot replied. Earl Alcott smiled faintly, a trace of bitterness in his expression. In reality, he had no choice. Every territory in the region was clearly cooperating with Hope Town. He might be able to compete with Hope Town alone, but he couldn't compete with Hope Town backed by so many other territories. And then there was his family. Earl Alcott had already been under a lot of pressure, and now, with these new territories, he knew Benjala Town no longer had any natural advantage over Hope Town. Plus, his personality leaned more toward enjoying life. Forget it, he'd just focus on his own little world. Time waited for no one. Besides, according to some rumors, having powerful territories in his region might not be a bad thing. Both Lancelot and Alcott had gotten the answers they wanted and ended the conversation. Their attention shifted to Liang Tianli and the other new territory lords. Lancelot was the first to stand up and walk over to them. I'm Lancelot, Lord of Glasgow Town. My territory specializes in breeding magical beasts, both edible and usable ones. Many of Hope Town's beast-drawn carriages come from my territory, Lancelot said, getting straight to the point. He believed these territories would be interested in beast carriages. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of every lord present lit up. Transportation was crucial. In this world, the most reliable means of transport seemed to be beast-drawn carriages, especially for use within one's own territory, cost-effective and practical. This was especially true for newly upgraded territories like Dashan Town and Green Prairie Town, whose land area had just expanded several times over. They desperately needed beast carriages to get around. Viscount, come, let's talk. How many magical beasts can your territory supply right now? Is it enough for all of us? Liang Tianli asked enthusiastically. Of course. In fact, before our territories upgrade, not only me, but many of my residents expanded their operations. There's a huge batch ready to go. Lancelot replied without hesitation. He'd always planned ahead. He knew Hope Town's upgrade was only a matter of time, and that after upgrading, it would likely open up to other towns. That would be his territory's opportunity. And now, an even better opportunity had arrived. By connecting with these promising new territories, he'd get to enjoy all sorts of new things. Like the novel he'd just read, or various ores or vegetables and fruits that boosted magical attributes, or high-level weapons. With Lancelot dropping his airs, the group chatted happily. In no time, they'd exchanged contact information and planned to rent plenty of shops in the same district, determined to grow their businesses together. Watching Lancelot quickly integrate into the group, Earl Alcott couldn't help but twitch his lips. How had he never realized this Lancelot was such a remarkable person? While this side was chatting away, Zhou had just finished a meeting. Having just seen off a visiting lord, Bear walked in. There are still several lords waiting to see you, Bear said, handing Zhou a list of those waiting. ##. Glasgow Town, Viscount Lancelot. Benjala Town, Earl Alcott. Yushi Village, Bei Wenkang. Guangshui Village, Xiang Ziqian. Green Prairie Town, Shichiju, Chung Susu, Mayor. Xinghua Village, Tong Junlan. Dashan Town. Fangzhonglong, Liang Tianli, Mayor. ##. Zhou hadn't expected so many people to be waiting, and the number was only growing. She knew this was just the beginning. Other territory lords had already arrived in Hope Town. Even if they hadn't come to see her immediately, after touring the town, they'd most likely seek her out. If she had to meet with all of them herself, who knew how long it would take? Busy. Just too busy. I think we need to come up with a solution, Zhou said directly. If she handled every meeting herself, efficiency would be far too low. What do you have in mind, my lord? Bear asked. In his experience, it was normal for nobles to personally receive guests. Before, when there was no cooperation, the lord could avoid meetings, but now, with the territory needing outside support, it was different. These territory lords will still be received by me, but I don't want to discuss all the cooperation details myself. Instead, I'll make a simple record of what areas they want to cooperate in, and then have different departments handle the follow-up negotiations, Zhou explained. So far, the 4 territories I've met with mainly want cement, shops, or long-term resource exchanges. The first 2 can be handled by the urban construction and commercial management departments. As for long-term resource exchanges, We'll need dedicated personnel. At this point, Jobai knew she had to recruit some help. Do you have anyone in mind, my lord? Bayer immediately sensed Jobai already had candidates, and 2 names flashed through his mind. Yes, Jobai replied. Zhang Yongyan and Yun Jukai, they've both contributed a lot and are very talented negotiators. They prefer their freedom, Bayer pointed out. That's why we need a special arrangement. I think our territory needs an external relations department, responsible for business with other territories, Jobai said. This department can have flexible hours. As long as they're available when needed to negotiate with visiting representatives, that's enough. Once cooperation between territories was established, it would become long-term and stable business, which wouldn't require too much ongoing effort. Perfect for people like Zhang Yongyan and Yun Jukai, who valued their freedom. Agreed, Bayer nodded, recognizing their abilities. After Hope Town's upgrade, such a department was indeed necessary. Go find Zhang Yongyan and Yun Jukai, ask their opinion. If they're willing, we can set up the department today, with them as heads. They can pick their own team and start work immediately, Jobai instructed. Yes, Bayer replied. After Bayer left, Jobai also headed out, making her way straight to the first-floor lounge. At this point, only her personal appearance would show enough sincerity. So, just as Liang Tianli and the others were chatting happily, Jobai entered the lounge. The moment the door opened, everyone instinctively looked her way. Several of them thought a new lord had arrived and were eager to meet someone new. Until one person called OU. Out! Mayor! Those who'd heard about Hope Town instantly perked up. So she was the hidden leader of Hope Town. When it came to Hope Town, everyone present from Blue Star held it in the highest regard. Their own territories were developing well enough, but after seeing Hope Town, they all felt like their efforts paled in comparison. Hope Town's development was truly comprehensive. If you wanted a strong economy, they had it. If you wanted military strength, they had that too. To balance both, how could anyone not be impressed? Of course, when they arrived, they'd already tried to dig into Hope Town's history and found out that the Lord had never made a public appearance. When they learned this, they were green with envy. Back when they first started, they'd all forgotten to hide their identities. In the early days of building their territories, they'd run into all sorts of trouble. Having to construct their lands while also dealing with unreasonable, ambitious residents constantly trying to seize power. It was exhausting. Only after they'd gathered enough loyal followers and given their people stable lives did they finally manage to get things under control and firmly grasp their territories. Looking back now, hiding behind the scenes, sure, you still had to build, but at least you didn't have to deal with people. How much trouble would that have saved? So even though Zhou Bai still hadn't stepped forward publicly, everyone who needed to know already knew she was the Lord of Hope Town. Even without an official announcement, who didn't know that Zhou Bai alone held all the power in Hope Town? Because of this, the other territory leaders looked at Zhou Bai almost like she was an idol. Especially the female lords, they already felt pretty proud of themselves, but Zhou Bai? She was on a whole other level. The moment Zhou Bai walked in, she could feel their burning gazes on her. She smiled slightly. Sorry to keep you all waiting. No worries, no worries. Tong Junlan from Xinghua village, who was standing closest to Zhou Bai, beamed. We were just taking the opportunity to chat a bit more. What were you talking about? Zhou Bai asked, following the flow. She was here to join them, so she wanted to learn more about their territories. Understanding Zhou Bai's intentions, the others welcomed her warmly and quickly continued the conversation. We were discussing whether our territories could cooperate in some areas. For example, the beast-drawn wagons from Glasgow Town, we just reached a cooperation agreement with Viscount Lancelot. And the platinum weapons and blue-grade equipment from Dashan Town. Tiantian's Xiangshang village has all kinds of minerals, they've got plenty of limestone. Green Prairie Town has fruits and vegetables that can boost magical elements and attributes. Xinghua Village has all sorts of famous books, novels, and textbooks. One after another, they spoke, revealing quite a bit about what each territory had to offer. Listening to them, Zhou Bai felt energized. Her fellow countrymen were all so capable. Amazing! She wanted all of these things. Instantly, Zhou Bai became even more enthusiastic. Great, great! Are you all planning to open shops in Hope Town? Is there anything you need from us? I can give you 3 months free rent. Get them to come first. Once they're here, do everything possible to keep them. At that moment, everyone could feel Zhou Bai's warmth. When they heard free rent, their eyes lit up. Truthfully, they could all afford Hope Town's rent, but who wouldn't want to save money if they could? Most importantly, it was Zhou Bai's attitude. Her supportive approach left them with a great impression. They needed Hope Town, and Hope Town needed them. It was mutually beneficial. We were just discussing whether we could cluster our shops together. Do you have a suitable location? Liang Tianli was the first to react, turning to ask Zhou Bai. The busiest area is, of course, the first street off the main road from the south gate. If you want it, it's yours, Zhou Bai replied directly. The others were a bit surprised. I heard that street has the highest rent, and it's still in the process of attracting tenants. The reason for the bidding was that many territories kept raising their offers to secure a spot. It's fine. After 3 months, just pay me the market rate, Zhou Bai said without hesitation. Hope Town shops were valuable precisely because other territories were lining up for them. She believed their products wouldn't disappoint. She was more than willing to use this small benefit to win their goodwill. With the apocalypse looming, they needed to stick together. Sis, you're so generous. Chung Susu, the mayor of Green Prairie Town, couldn't help but give Zhou Bai a thumbs up. She genuinely felt that Zhou Bai's presence was very comforting. Sister Ursula had told her that she and Qingzhu had a strong natural aura, which was why the elves liked them so much. People with this kind of constitution were the best at sensing others' intentions. She could truly feel Zhou Bai's sincerity at that moment. Thinking this, Chung Susu glanced at Shi Qingzhu beside her. Shi Qingzhu happened to be looking back, and the two shared a knowing look. This trip was definitely worth it. The others were also delighted. After all, the benefits were real and tangible. Meanwhile, Viscount Lancelot and Earl Alcott, who were observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but feel that, to Zhou Bai, they were more like afterthoughts. Viscount Lancelot spoke up, Lord Mayor, does the same apply to us? Zhou Bai, of course, had noticed Lancelot and Alcott. She smiled, of course. Since you're here, I wouldn't play favorites. Glasgow Town had always been on the same side as Hope Town, so giving them a little benefit was nothing. As for Earl Alcott, since his family was willing to build a good relationship, no matter what he was thinking, he'd come here with goodwill. She was happy to deepen their ties. There was still a long road ahead for their territories. There was no point wasting time on internal strife. In that case, could Hope Town also build a cement road connecting to our Bankila town? Earl Alcott seized the opportunity to state his request directly. He didn't know why Zhou Bai hadn't met with them individually, but since they were all here, he was happy to get straight to the point. The existence of these new territories was a pleasant surprise for him. As for Hope Town, since he'd already decided to foster a good relationship, he would go straight for his goal. Earl Alcott's directness caught Zhou Bai off guard for a moment. So straightforward, and even showing weakness, how unexpected. Was his family really that powerful? Surprised, Zhou Bai didn't hesitate. Of course! At this point, Bai Wenkang and Xiang Ziqian also spoke up without hesitation. That's what we were hoping for as well. Strengthening ties with Hope Town would be a huge benefit for their territories. Especially for Bai Wenkang, he truly felt lucky. Every time, he managed to tag along and benefit from Hope Town's partnerships. This only reinforced his determination to stick close to Hope Town and reap the rewards. Seeing Bai Wenkang and Xiang Ziqian's earnest expressions, Zhou Bai nodded sincerely. You're more than welcome. With that, the territories in this region were basically all on friendly terms. In the future, their economies might become closely linked. When interests align, it's hard to be divided. Here, they could all thrive together. Maybe, when crisis struck, they could protect this corner of stability. Watching all this, Shi Qingzhu, Liang Tianli, and the others fell into thought. Should they also try to build better relationships with the territories in their own regions? Hope Town must have its reasons for doing this. Indeed, If cooperation was possible, why be at odds? With Zhou Bai's stance made clear, the atmosphere grew even livelier. Zhou Bai gradually started asking about their plans, and everyone was happy to cooperate. After chatting, Zhou Bai felt much more confident. Sometimes, there's no need to spell everything out. Just then, there was a knock at the lounge door. With Zhou Bai's permission, Bear entered with Zhang Yongnian and Yun Junkai. The moment she saw them, Zhou Bai knew her plan had worked. Now, someone could handle the details. Zhou Bai proceeded to introduce Zhang Yongnian and Yun Junkai. They're the heads of Hope Town's External Affairs Office. From now on, all cooperation with you will go through them. All procedures can be fast-tracked. If you need, they and other staff can personally visit your territories to discuss and coordinate, Zhou Bai said, making her attitude toward cooperation with Shi Qingzhu and the others clear. Hello, Zhang Yongnian and Yun Junkai immediately joined the group. In no time, everyone was chatting away. When it came to social skills, they were second to none. And cooperation? That was their specialty. Plus, most people here were fellow countrymen, so conversation flowed even more smoothly. For a while, the whole lounge was buzzing with lively discussion. One would mingle and network, while the other handled private chats, confirming preliminary agreements one by one. In no time at all, the territories had basically reached a consensus. Cooperation, cooperation, cooperation. Benjala Town, Yushi Village, and Guangshui Village all want to build roads connecting to Hope Town. They hope Hope Town can sell them cement and help plan the routes. They'll construct the roads according to our requirements. Guangshui Village also wants to become Hope Town's agricultural base. In other words, whatever Hope Town needs, they'll grow it, and we can buy from them at prices below the market rate. Dashan Town hopes we can sell their platinum weapons and blue-grade equipment on their behalf. After deducting costs, profits will be split 60-40, with Hope Town taking 60%. We'll need to provide suitable shops and staff, which will be counted as part of the costs. Kinkawan Town is willing to supply a small amount of fresh fruits and vegetables that can boost attributes, planning to take a premium, boutique route in Hope Town. Tiantian's Yangsheng Village has a large amount of ore, including a lot of limestone. They want to trade limestone for cement and become Hope Town's cement distributor. Xinghua Village wants to partner with us to set up a printing factory in Hope Town. They'll handle the creative side, and Hope Town will be responsible for printing, helping us kickstart the cultural and entertainment industry here. Zhang Yongnian and Yun Junkai spent most of the day compiling all the details into a report. Once the agreements were finalized, they handed them directly to Zhou Bai and gave a brief overview. Zhou Bai took the contracts they'd drafted and started reading through them. Basically, there were no major issues. For Hope Town, all of these were huge benefits. I never expected so many territories would want to sell their products in our territory. Honestly, given the strength of their own territories, they'd get better returns selling at home rather than here in Hope Town. Zhou Bai couldn't help but marvel at the windfall, feeling it was almost too good to be true. Especially Dashan Town and Kinkawan Town. These two territories were definitely not ordinary. First, they're after Hope Town's market. After all, Hope Town is open to so many territories, and there will be a constant stream of visitors in the future. For them, it's much easier than finding customers themselves. Second, it's about risk diversification. These products are valuable enough to attract the attention of powerful peer territories. If they get targeted, it could be a big headache. Selling through Hope Town not only makes money, but also shifts the spotlight, and by cooperating, they show others they have allies and aren't easy targets. In short, they're basically copying Hope Town's path. But unlike us, who had to struggle from scratch, they have better opportunities now and can make money with less hassle. Why not take the easy route? Zhang Yongnian shared his thoughts directly. Back then, there was no Hope Town for them to rely on. Everything was built up step by step. Especially with Hope Town's military support, he felt it was unmatched at the village level, and even among towns, it was among the best. So, getting these benefits now was well deserved. You could say Hope Town and these territories were helping each other succeed. So, Mayor, there's no need to overthink it. If they're willing to offer, we should accept. Yoon Junkai chimed in. Hearing their confident words, Zhou Bai smiled. Yes, why overthink it? After all, the plan was always to bring in specialty products from other territories. Thank you both. I'll probably need to trouble you again in the future, Zhou Bai said directly. Judging from the agreements, Zhang Yongyan and his team had pushed for the best possible terms, probably right up to the other side's limits. Their negotiation skills were truly top-notch. Better than hers. Choosing them was definitely the right call. No problem, contributing to the territory is what we should do, Zhang Yongyan replied with a smile. We also want to get out and see more. With official backing from the territory, things will be much easier for us. The territory needed them, and they needed the territory. In fact, after the territory leveled up, they tried visiting other town-level territories and immediately noticed the difference. Village-level territories were still fairly friendly, and the rewards for completing tasks were decent. But at the town level, there was much more social maneuvering. Not only did they try to skimp on task rewards, but some even tried to squeeze money out of them. Teams without strong backing could easily get bullied. Your freedom of movement is guaranteed, as long as you complete the tasks assigned by your department, Zhou Bai said directly. She then began drafting magical contracts based on their agreements. The deals were negotiated by Zhang Yongyan and his team, but the contracts still needed Zhou Bai's authoritative signature. Once the contracts were drawn up, Zhou Bai signed her name on each one. A flash of light signaled the activation of the magical scrolls. Zhou Bai handed the scrolls to Bayer at her side. Distribute these to the relevant department heads. Have them take the contracts for signing and discuss the cooperation details. Make this a top priority. Since they were going to cooperate, it was best to finalize things quickly. This would also lay the groundwork for future partnerships with other territories. Yes, Bayer nodded and left with the scrolls. We'll be off as well. We need to start recruiting, Zhang Yongyan said to Zhou Bai. They were basically being thrown in at the deep end, but fortunately, things had turned out well. After negotiating with so many parties, they'd gained a lot of experience. When more people came in the future, there would be a clear process to follow. After all, this first batch were the cream of the crop among Blue Star territories. You could even say they'd thought things through the most. Haha, as the old saying goes. Rising from my sickbed with a shock, I realize I am the great power I once feared. Hope Town was well on its way to becoming a major power. Just as Zhou Bai was about to agree, she suddenly noticed new notifications popping up on her control panel. Lord of Xinghe Village has arrived at Hope Town via the Mission Center. Lord of Huanla Village has arrived at Hope Town via the Mission Center. Lord of Maluda Town has arrived at Hope Town via the Mission Center. It wasn't unusual for these lords to visit Hope Town, but this time, they were heading straight for the lord's manor upon arrival. Fortunately, she'd recruited Zhang Yongyan and Yun Jukai. Looks like a few more lords have arrived. Would you two mind handling the reception? Zhou Bai asked, feeling a bit guilty. They'd just finished a big task, and now she was piling on more work. It did feel a bit unfair. But if she were being fair, she'd be the one running around right now. Zhang Yongyan and Yun Jukai, all right. Once you board the mayor's pirate ship, it's not so easy to get off. Well, at least this busy period shouldn't last too long. Besides, they could urgently recruit subordinates to help out. With that, the two of them finally left, but only to get back to work. After they left, Zhou Bai let out a sigh of relief. In the startup phase, you just have to hustle. Then Zhou Bai turned back to handling affairs on her lord's panel. After she'd finished a round of routine tasks, Bayer returned with the signed magical contracts. They've all signed, and they're still working out the details, Bayer reported. Are they still in the lord's manor? Zhou Bai asked. Yes, they're in different department offices, Bayer replied. Actually, except for Count Alcott, who's a bit unused to this negotiation style, everyone else is quite comfortable going back and forth between departments, hashing things out with the staff. When they're done, I'll treat them to a meal, Zhou Bai said. And while I'm at it, I'll share some information. Bayer paused. Are you planning to tell them about the possible upcoming special weather? Zhou Bai nodded. Yes, so they can be prepared. This news wasn't even much of a secret on the Stan continent anymore, plenty of people knew. But for territories operating alone, it was a different story. If they weren't prepared, when disaster struck, they'd be caught completely off guard. Once they knew, it would be up to them to figure out how to acquire special materials. "My lord, you really have a good heart," Bear said admiringly. He hadn't admired many people in his life, but the Lord was one of them. With her, you could always see the best of humanity. Jobai paused, then said, "It's not just about being kind. I want to build goodwill. We just started cooperating, after all. I want these territories to see that working with Hope Town has its perks. Besides, maybe if I share something today, they'll share news with us in the future." She did have a good heart, but not excessively so. She just wanted to help others when it didn't hurt her own interests, especially since these were her fellow countrymen. If they grew stronger, Blue Star territories as a whole would be stronger. She also had a hunch: the more Blue Star territories survived, the better things would be in the future. And she always trusted her instincts. Bear looked at Jobai's earnest expression and smiled without saying a word. What she said was true, but her kindness was real, too. It was precisely because of these two qualities that Hope Town kept getting better and better, and its residents felt more and more at home. Having a lord like her was truly their good fortune. At the same time, in the offices of various departments on the second and third floors, groups of people were earnestly discussing the finer points of their collaborations. Urban Construction Management Office. These are the planned routes based on the map. Take a look and see if there are any issues. Bai Jiamu handed 3 different blueprints to the lords of Benjala Town, Yushi Village, and Guangshui Village. Earl Alcott paused as he looked at the blueprint in his hand. On the map, the various magical beast gathering points along the route from Hope Town to Benjala Town were clearly marked, even specifying what types of beasts could be found. In addition, some wild resource points were also indicated. As the Lord of Benjala Town, Earl Alcott realized he didn't know nearly as much as the Hope Town folks did. "You sure have a thorough grasp of all these beast locations and resource points," Earl Alcott snorted. Bai Jiamu smiled and replied, "Our territory's professionals are quite active. They're always out and about, so they get to know the area well. All this information was provided by them, and we paid them a little for it. After all, the more we know, the safer it is for our residents to travel between our territories. Now, this information is coming in handy." Seeing Bai Jiamu's smile, Earl Alcott nodded. "Let's go with this route then. If we're set on this route, I'll work out the cost of building a cement road with you, my lord. This includes material and labor costs." As Bai Jiamu spoke, he quickly calculated the total cost. "My lord, does this price work for you? This is an estimate based on Hope Town's own labor costs. It might be cheaper in Benjala Town." "No problem, let's do it." Earl Alcott glanced at the 3-digit gold coin price. Though it seemed a bit expensive, it was a one-time investment, and he could accept it. "Great. Once your people deliver the payment, we'll hand over the cement, the road-building methods, and all the precautions. Please sign here, my lord." Bai Jiamu filled in a few numbers on a document and handed it to Earl Alcott. Earl Alcott signed without hesitation. After signing, he suddenly realized that Hope Town's staff really were much more capable than his own. He'd have to tighten things up back home. No wonder Benjala Town had fallen behind Hope Town so quickly. It was all about the talent gap. As for Bai Wenkang from Yushi Village and Xiang Ziqian from Guangshui Village, they didn't even ask any questions, just signed right away, showing complete trust. Earl Alcott couldn't help but glance at the two of them. Their attitude of clinging to Hope Town's coattails was obvious. If they'd known what he was thinking, they'd probably just say, "Sometimes, being able to latch onto a strong ally is a skill in itself." Meanwhile, Song Wenli was negotiating a cement distribution contract with Yin Bol, the lord of Tian Xiangsheng Village. "You just need to pick up cement from the factory regularly," Song Wenli said bluntly. To be honest, limestone wasn't strictly necessary for their cement plant, but it was useful for other purposes. Anyway, according to the mayor, Hope Town should stockpile any important materials it could, and limestone was one of them. I mean, what if? Just hypothetically, the amount of cement I sell in my territory exceeds the quota Hope Town gives me. Bol probed cautiously. Song Winley instantly understood. He'd already figured out how to make cement himself. Fortunately, their mayor had anticipated this. Without hesitation, Song Winley replied, "Besides you and me, who else knows how much cement you've actually taken from our territory?" The mayor was already prepared for other territories to sell cement on their own. If they wanted to use Hope Town's name to sell it, why not? Hope Town already had plenty of debts. What's one more? Bol immediately caught her meaning and smiled. I get it. Selling goods under Hope Town's name was also a way to protect his own territory. Hope Town, so generous. Maybe he could let a few friendly territories know. As long as a new product appeared in Hope Town, they could sell it under Hope Town's brand. Just give Hope Town a small cut. That was much better than sneaking around. Bol's mind was already working overtime on the possibilities. Business Management Office. We've already locked down the shops along this main street. You can pick up to 3, Locke said, laying out the shops along the South Gate's main avenue for Dashan Town and Grassland Town. Just now, Benjala Town, Glasgow Town, and Tian Xiangshang Village each picked 2, while Yushi Village and Guangshui Village picked 1 each. The first 3 months were rent-free, but after that, the rent wasn't cheap. Locke was eager to get more shops leased out. 3. Liang Tianli and Shi Qingzhu answered without hesitation. Money wasn't their problem, they needed market access. Most importantly, they had confidence in their products. Once launched, they'd quickly dominate the market. Perfect. We'll put you together with Tian Xiangsheng Village, Yushi Village, and Guangshui Village on the first main street. The first 6 shops are prime locations. Locke was instantly enthusiastic. He'd found a strong and stable tenant for the golden spots. Great. The first main street had plenty of foot traffic. Very promising. Now, just pay a deposit and sign a contract with us to guarantee the quality of your goods. Don't worry, the guarantee is mutual, Locke explained in detail. The two quickly signed. All right, these shops are now allocated to you. You can start contacting people for renovations right away, Locke said. After receiving the contracts, both were impressed by Hope Town's efficiency. Such high efficiency, Liang Tianli couldn't help but sigh. You should learn from them, Shi Qingzhu joked. Though our territory isn't really suited for this. It's not suitable for us. Why not? I'm the only staff member in the entire Lord's Manor, Liang Tianli said helplessly. Shi Qingzhu immediately thought of Fang Zonglong, who'd quietly stayed in the corner the whole time. Well, maybe that was normal for them? Still, must be tough for you. Shi Qingzhu said sincerely. Her own territory wasn't huge, but at least she had a few friends helping out. Liang Tianli paused. With only a handful of real residents, managing the territory wasn't actually that hard. But there was no need to say that. As for the newly leased shops, well, he'd just hand them over to Hope Town's people later and sign a 60/40ths commercial agreement. Oh, and he needed someone to inspect the goods. With that, Liang Tianli headed straight for the blacksmith shop. Blacksmith shop. Harrison's eyes lit up when he saw the platinum weapons Liang Tianli brought out. After inspecting them, his expression changed. These were definitely made by my kin. Harrison said firmly, eyes blazing. If you were just hiring, at most you could get a mid-level blacksmith. How did you manage to produce platinum weapons? Even he could only make platinum weapons thanks to easy access to materials. Yet Dashan Town had so many, and in such variety, something was up. Liang Tianli hadn't expected the blacksmith to be so sharp. Seeing that Harrison was a dwarf, he knew there was no hiding the truth. Our territory has 2 special buildings. One lets us hire dwarves, and the other can upgrade materials. As long as we add the right ingredients, some materials can be enhanced. We've just been lucky with materials, Liang Tianli explained honestly. Harrison nodded. That makes sense. But if you'd like to work directly with us on materials, how about partnering with Hope Town? Liang Tianli hesitated. I'll have to discuss that with my lord. Sure, I'll wait for your answer, Harrison replied. Liang Tianli could tell, Hope Town probably wasn't short on platinum weapons either. They were hiding their strength pretty well. But for Hopetown's leader, that was only natural. Everyone had their trump cards. His own territory was quietly hiding theirs too. Soon, Liang Tianli found Feng Zonglong and explained everything. "My lord, what do you think?" Liang Tianli asked. "Let's do it," Feng Zongling replied without hesitation. Since they'd chosen Hopetown as their distributor, there was no need to complicate things with another territory. All right, Liang Tianli agreed. He then took his lord to the blacksmith shop to discuss the material deal with Harrison, and after that, went to the tailor shop to negotiate another deal with Diana. After signing all the contracts, Liang Tianli felt a bit dazed. "My lord, who says local residents can't negotiate business?" Liang Tianli thought both Harrison and Diana had driven a hard bargain. "You won't have to handle negotiations yourself anymore." For once, Feng Zonglong spoke more than usual. Liang Tianli perked up. Right? He was finally free, now he could just focus on managing the territory. And most of that was automated anyway. Education Management Office. "We'll take these textbooks," Jean Leking said, placing an order without hesitation after reviewing Xinghua Village's list. Hopetown had its own textbooks, but compared to Xinghua Village's, the difference was clear. If the other party's materials were better, why not use them? Besides, the education budget still had plenty of funds left. "We're happy to provide all subject textbooks to Hopetown schools for free. There's just one thing, can we say in our publicity that your schools are using our textbooks?" Tong Junlon asked directly. Their academic textbooks didn't sell well, most territories weren't interested in novel things, though fiction sold better. But she believed that once academic textbooks gained a reputation, they'd become a major source of income. After all, people might not spend much on novels, but they'd spend anything for their children's education. Academic textbooks had a huge market. Once they became known, the money would roll in. Jean Leking considered this. They were using these textbooks now, but that didn't mean they always would. As Hopetown grew and added junior high, high school, and even university. Sensing his hesitation, Tong Junlon quickly added, "Xinghua Village will always customize textbooks for Hopetown. Every year, you'll get to review them and make any requests you like. We'll even work on junior high, high school, and university textbooks for you. Plus, if we use Hopetown's name, we're willing to share the profits. 10%, no, 20%. Jean Leking paused, wondering if he should consult the mayor. Though the mayor had given him full authority, this was a big deal. "How about we draft an agreement together first, then you can check with your mayor?" Tong Junlon suggested. Clearly, she had Jean Leking figured out. All right, he agreed. The two then began haggling over the details. When it came to this, Jean Leking was sharp, he wouldn't give an inch on key points. After much back and forth, they finally settled on an agreement. Looking at Jean Leking's innocent smile, Tong Junlon couldn't help but complain inwardly. Such a natural schemer. But with everything so clearly spelled out, the agreement should go smoothly. And so, the various departments carried out their business perfectly. Afterward, all the lords and mayors were invited by Zhou Bai. Seated in the large private dining room, looking at the array of dishes with special effects, everyone's opinion of Hopetown rose another notch. Truly impressive. Of course, before the banquet officially began, people like Tong Junlon approached Zhou Bai with their agreements. For deals already hammered out by the departments, Zhou Bai would glance over them, and if there were no issues, sign them on the spot. He trusted his staff's abilities. Everyone got what they wanted, and the atmosphere at the table was relaxed. As they enjoyed the unique delicacies, everyone indulged themselves. Especially Liang Tianli, Shi Qingzhu, and the others. Their territories had some good food, but due to ingredient limitations, it had been a long time since they'd tasted anything so delicious. Now this was living. In contrast, Earl Alcott and Viscount Lancelot maintained their noble composure, eating slowly and elegantly. Around the table, everyone was a different scene. As Zhou Bai watched everyone eat heartily, he was pondering how to broach the right topic. In the end, it was the perceptive Liang Tianli who noticed and asked directly, "Mayor, is there something you want to say to us?" He'd been so hesitant, it had to be something big. At that, Everyone's attention turned to Zhou Bai. Especially Viscount Lancelot and Beiwa King, who'd worked with Zhou Bai before. They immediately sensed something was up. Right. When had Zhou Bai ever hosted a meal during previous collaborations? Suddenly inviting everyone to dinner, something was definitely going on. Is it bad news? Beiwa King blurted out. Go ahead, we'll be ready. Zhou Bai hadn't expected Beiwa King to be so perceptive. He said, what do you all think about special weather events? Hasn't it been a long time since we had one? When we first arrived, the weather gave us a hard time. But once we were prepared, it stopped coming. Now you mention it, don't tell me it's coming back unpredictably. Is there a pattern to these events? Like, they come for a while, then stop? Is it time for another round? Everyone was drawn in by the topic. Earl Alcott's expression shifted slightly. He'd just received word from his family to prepare, but hadn't expected Hope Town to find out so quickly. Or maybe someone else was moving fast. He'd been hoping to use this news to curry favor. Zhou Bai watched everyone speculate, then said, I just got the news myself. The special weather events didn't stop because of any pattern, but because they were building up to something bigger. This time, the special weather is expected to last much longer, possibly continuously, and no one knows when it will end. The room fell silent. Then an uproar. Damn, that's brutal, straight into disaster mode? Territory wars are exhausting enough, and now we get natural disasters too? This world is doomed. Apocalypse. It really lives up to the name, no matter what world you're in. I was just starting to think things were getting easier, and now fate slaps me in the face. Liang Tianli and the others spoke one after another, faces blank. Reality had hit them hard. Viscount Lancelot, hearing this, felt a sinking feeling. It really wasn't good news. He glanced at Earl Alcott, who didn't look surprised, just calm. Earl Alcott noticed the look and said, many large territories have already started preparing. They've quietly bought up a lot of materials. If you want to survive and keep gathering resources outside, you need to prepare early. Only a few big territories knew about this before. Even I only heard from my family a couple of days ago. He was making it clear to Zhou Bai and the others that he hadn't known much earlier, and Zhou Bai wasn't hiding anything. He'd shared the news as soon as he knew. Zhou Bai was surprised by Earl Alcott's support. The others understood, too. Because they understood, they couldn't sit still. Thanks for the meal, we need to go prepare. Me too. Thank you, we owe you for this. In an instant, most of the group excused themselves. They needed to go back and plan with their people. Especially since the big territories had already bought up supplies, prices for special materials would only go up. They had to calculate their own needs quickly. Soon, the private room was nearly empty. Only Viscount Lancelot, Earl Alcott, Zhou Bai, and Bear remained. Thank you for sharing such valuable information, Viscount Lancelot said to Zhou Bai. He had no powerful backers, so this was the first he'd heard of it. He'd just upgraded to a town, spending a lot of gold. Even if he'd known earlier, he'd still have upgraded. Against disasters, a town-level territory was much more resilient. No need to thank me, we're allies, after all, Zhou Bai replied. He was grateful for a good neighbor like Glasgow Town. Viscount Lancelot smiled. Well, then, I'll head back. Goodbye, Zhou Bai said. After Viscount Lancelot left, Earl Alcott finally asked, who told you this news? Baron Charlotte. Within Hope Town's social circle, Earl Alcott could only think of Charlotte's family as having this kind of information. Yes, Zhou Bai nodded. Earl Alcott paused. Looks like Baron Charlotte's family really values Hope Town. They value the cement, Zhou Bai said frankly. Otherwise, his little town wouldn't have caught their eye. True. In the future, cement, with its physical defensive properties, will be highly sought after by many territories, Earl Alcott said. With the coming special weather, I hope you can hold steady. Predatory territories will only ramp up their raids, and more will join in. For Hope Town to survive, you'll have to prove your strength. If you show any weakness, not only will hidden enemies strike, even your allies may bare their fangs. Earl Alcott warned kindly. I will, Zhou Bai replied resolutely. Hope Town had always walked the path of struggle, never letting up. Thank you, Zhou Bai added. Earl Alcott's words were heartfelt. "No need, I just hope our presence can help stabilize this region," Earl Alcott said, thinking of the current state of the continent. Having a neighbor like Hope Town wasn't so bad. "Let's work together," Joe Bai said. The harder things got, the more they needed to join forces. "All right." Earl Alcott looked at Joe Bai deeply and agreed. There was something special about Hope Town and its mayor, a certain charisma. It just made people want to trust her. When Joe Bai received news of the upcoming special weather, he didn't just inform Liang Tianli and the others, he also made a point to send people to warn Ning Mountain Town and other Blue Star territories that had previously cooperated with Hope Town. Over the next 2 days, Joe Bai ensured that every territory coming to Hope Town for business was notified of the news. Without exception, all the territories that heard the warning began making preparations. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Better safe than sorry. No one believed Hope Town would deceive them about something like this. The territories that received the heads-up developed a bit of goodwill toward Hope Town. After all, if they'd gotten such news themselves, they probably wouldn't have shared it so freely, they'd have quietly prepared on their own. They didn't have Hope Town's confidence. Who knows if a good deed might backfire? To avoid trouble, it's often best to keep things to yourself. Meanwhile, Hope Town continued its business recruitment drive in an orderly fashion. After all, building up the territory had cost over 10,000 gold coins. They had to earn that money back as soon as possible. Besides, even if the special weather hit, Hope Town still needed to develop. Otherwise, how would they have the strength to deal with lurking enemies and harsh environments? Thanks to Hope Town's rapid development, shops from other territories opened up one after another, much faster than Joe Bai had expected. Perhaps it was precisely because of the special weather that other territories needed a platform like Hope Town even more. As a result, shops from Dashan Town, Green Prairie Town, Glasgow Town, Benjala Town, Xinghua Village, Guangshui Village, and others were renovated and stocked in record time. The once empty shops, vacant after Hope Town recent upgrade, were quickly filled thanks to the influx of merchants from other territories, especially the shops in the Southgate area, which were soon bustling and lively again. Today happened to be the grand opening for several shops in the Southgate district, with a joint promotional event. So, as soon as residents from various territories arrived in Hope Town, they were greeted by staff handing out flyers at the Mission Center entrance. Grand opening of Southgate shops today. Store-wide 10% off. Everything 10% off. Plus, free gifts with every purchase. Spend 99 copper coins or more to enter the prize draw. Come take a look, don't miss out. The lively shouts made all the visitors to Hope Town unconsciously excited. They say Hope Town is always bustling, looks like it's true. Some people said it was just a scam to lure folks over, but seeing it today, they were clearly overthinking it. They're just jealous. Just look at Hope Town's ranking. You know this territory is the real deal. Definitely jealous. Even though it's only been 2 days, Hope Town's products have already made their way into many small towns and are selling like crazy. That's why so many merchant caravans are flocking here. It's clear Hope Town is only going to get more prosperous. So, why did you come to Hope Town? For the food, of course. I tried Hope Town's food back in my own territory and was blown away. The vendor told me that was just one of many dishes. I came for the novel's Hope Town sells, Rebirth. The legendary mage is amazing. I've never read anything like it before. Not just Rebirth. The legendary mage, there are so many great stories. I'm here for the weapons. I heard Hope Town has high-quality platinum weapons and blue-grade gear. I came for the textbooks. They say Hope Town School uses Xinghua Bookstore's textbooks. I can't send my kid to school here, but at least I can buy some books to take home. Why not just buy these things in your own territory? Too many people fighting over them, and you have to pay extra. Might as well come straight to Hope Town. I want to buy everything. They say Hope Town has all sorts of specialty products from different villages and towns. I can just pick whatever I want, so satisfying. I'm just here to look around. I heard Hope Town is the flagship of the new territories, a showcase of what's possible. I want to see how it's so far ahead, like it's on steroids. Visitors came to Hope Town for all sorts of reasons, but their faces were all filled with the same curiosity. As soon as they left the mission center, they were stunned by the sea of people outside. They'd guessed it would be crowded, but nothing prepared them for just how packed it was. Everywhere they looked, people filled the streets. "I wanted to try the food, but can we even squeeze in?" someone muttered. At that moment, several people approached the new wave of visitors, greeting them enthusiastically. "Need a guide?" "A guide? There are signs everywhere. What do we need you for?" "I can take you to less crowded places to enjoy the food. The main stores here are always packed, but there are plenty of branch shops in other parts of the territory." "How much for the guide?" "Not much, just 1 silver coin per group. The bigger the group, the less per person." "You want a group of 20, 10, or 5? The visitors quickly did the math in their heads. "A 5-person group, 200 copper coins. 10-person group, 100 copper coins. 20-person group, 50 copper coins. 20-person group, 5-person group, 10-person group." Different people made different choices. "All right, 5-person group over here, 10-person group over there." In no time, the visitors were divided up by the guides and loaded onto various beast-drawn carts. They were surprised by the carts. What a service! Worth every coin. Thanks to the guides, the crowds were dispersed into different areas, and the whole territory became even more lively. It was at this moment that Surik arrived in Hope Town. After all, Hope Town was his next target. He had to check it out for himself, especially since Hope Town had solved the Cell village problem. He really disliked that Wolf guy, but he had to admit Wolf was capable and had a lot of good stuff from the marquee. Who'd have thought Wolf would lose everything to Hope Town, not just his territory, but even his life? Better safe than sorry. Surik decided to visit while Hope Town was busy and crowded, so his presence wouldn't stand out and give Hope Town time to prepare. "Lord, this Hope Town is really lively," said Adel, Surik's subordinate, in awe. He thought his own territory was prosperous, but Hope Town exceeded all expectations. "Lively is good. I love territories like this," Surik replied with a smile. Adel shivered at his lord's smile. "Can't mess with this guy." He quietly shut up, not wanting to get on his lord's bad side. "Let's go take a look," Surik said, heading straight for the food street. After Hope Town's expansion, they'd set aside extra space for the commercial district, so visitors could stroll along the main street. With more shops, the food street was bigger and busier, but thanks to crowd control, it wasn't shoulder to shoulder. "Free samples, my lord. Everything on the street can be tasted for free. We could just eat our way through and not spend a coin," Adel whispered to Surik. His lord was notoriously stingy. He'd definitely approve. If it weren't for the free food, Surik wouldn't have come in person. "Yeah," Surik nodded without hesitation. So the two of them ate their way down the street, sampling everything for free. By the time they were stuffed, they hadn't spent a single coin. "My lord, can Hope Town really not lose money doing this? We ate our fill for free," Adel exclaimed. "Not bad," Surik said with a smile. These shops were pretty likable. Once this place was his, though, he'd put a stop to free samples, at least charge a copper coin, and all the money would go to him. He'd already planned it out in his mind. "Hey, looks like there's a prize draw up ahead. Lots of people lining up, must be something good." "My lord, want to check it out?" Adel asked excitedly. "Let's go." Surik hurried over. I won. I got second prize. I want the silver bow." It had cost several gold coins at the blacksmith's, and I only spent 999 copper coins. Haha, awesome. I won too. I got an excellence prize, 1 silver coin. I actually made a profit. I won an excellence prize too. The odds of winning are really high. Excellence prizes are common, but first and grand prizes are tough. No one's gotten them yet. Let's go buy more 999 copper coin stuff. These are things we'd buy anyway. Adel's eyes went straight to the prize board. Grand prize, electric scooter X1. Original price 10 gold coins. First prize, motorized bicycle X3. Original price 5 gold coins. Second prize, 10 silver weapons, 10 orange gear. Third prize, 1 gold coin. Excellence prize, 1 silver coin. Consolation prize, 233 copper coins. Thank you for participating. My lord, the grand prize is worth 10 gold coins. As long as you don't get the consolation or thank you prize, you make several times your money back. Adel was excited. Now this is a deal with huge profits. Surik couldn't help but smile. He could tell just by listening, everyone was winning, so the odds must be good. But he'd better test it himself. You go buy something for 999 copper coins and try the draw. On it. Adel, full of confidence, hurried off. The prize draw was a joint event by several shops. Spend 999 copper coins at any of them for a chance to draw. Adel quickly bought something and went to the prize booth. He reached into a big box, stirred it around, and pulled out a slip of paper. He unfolded it and saw 3 words. Excellence prize. My lord, I won. Excellence prize. Guaranteed profit. Adel cheered. He got his purchase for free and made money. Surik was satisfied. My turn. He bought something for 999 copper coins and went to draw. He pulled out a slip, feeling confident. Thank you for participating. This can't be. Surik stared in disbelief. How could he lose? How could he possibly lose? Adel clutched his own winning slip, quietly stepping away. Again. Surik bought another 999 copper coin item. Another draw again. Thank you for participating. No way. Again. No way. Again. Over and over, Surik kept drawing, thank you for participating. Even the staff running the draw started to feel sorry for him. What rotten luck. Luckily, other people were winning, or people might have suspected the draw was rigged. The crowd was shocked and started watching. Let the unlucky guy draw first. What if his bad luck rubs off on us? Soon, only Surik's repeated draws could be heard. Not wanting to lose money, Surik calculated his spending and bought 10 gold coins worth of goods for 100 draws. But he kept getting the same result. By the time he was numb, finally, something different. Congratulations, consolation prize, 233, the staffer grinned. Maybe your luck is turning. Surik forced a smile and kept drawing, but his face fell again when he checked the next slip. In the end, after 100 draws, he only got a few consolation prizes. A huge loss. How could Surik lose so badly? He had to keep going. Another 10 gold coins, 100 more draws. Adel was stunned. His lord had lost it. He wanted to tell him to stop. With luck like this, the more you draw, the more you lose. While Adel was in a daze, another 100 draws went by. Surik even tried grabbing handfuls of slips at a time, as suggested by the staff, to improve his odds. But the results were the same. Wow, almost all. Thank you for participating. That's some luck. Is the draw rigged? No, lots of people have won. Sure, thank you is common, but not this common. Just really bad luck. Yeah. He's spent over 20 gold coins, 200 draws. How long will he keep going? No idea. Even the staffer felt sorry for Surik. Maybe you should stop. If you want the electric scooter, you can just buy one at the carpentry workshop for 10 gold coins. No, I'm drawing. Surik gritted his teeth. He'd lost face here. He had to win it back here. He bought another 20 gold coins worth of goods and started drawing in bulk. Finally, after who knows how many rounds, he started getting some second, third, and excellence prizes and more consolation prizes. At last, after spending hundreds of gold coins, Surik finally drew the grand prize. Congratulations! You've won the only grand prize, an electric scooter. Let's all give him a hand, the staffer announced, relieved. Otherwise, he was afraid someone would report them for fraud. Surik was invited on stage for a grand prize ceremony. This is Hope Town's latest electric scooter. Just keep your balance, and you can ride smoothly anywhere, the staffer explained, showing off the prize. How does it work? Surik asked, curious and pleased to be in the spotlight. Let me show you. The young man lifted the kickstand, grabbed the handle, and twisted it. Twist this to go, press the brake to stop. Surik's eyes lit up as the wheels spun. Interesting. He was about to leave with his prize when the staffer called out, "Wait, You also won a second prize silver weapon, a third prize of 6 gold coins, 12 excellence prizes of 1 silver coin each, and 23,333 copper coins in consolation prizes. Surik paused, couldn't leave money behind. But thinking about how he'd spent over 300 gold coins for this, he felt a pang. A huge loss. A real disaster. Why 23,333 copper coins? That's 33 extra, Surik asked, sharp as ever. Isn't more better? The staffer said, deciding not to explain the meaning. Surik gave him a long look, took his prizes, and left. He was sure it wasn't anything good. After Surik left, the staffer shouted, "Grand prize has been won. First prize still up for grabs. Come try your luck." "I'm in. I've been waiting. Now the odds should be better, right? That guy drew over 3,000 times and mostly got thank you. Damn, why didn't I think of that? I'm off to buy something and draw." "Me too." "Huh, the unlucky guy's gone, let the lucky ones have a turn." What's unlucky guy mean? Means someone with terrible luck. By the way, what's with the 233 in the consolation prize? It means LOL, big laugh. Feels a bit mocking, especially for that big spender just now. Surik, not far away, heard this and his face darkened. 23333 equals schadenfreude, huh? My lord, congrats on winning the grand prize. That electric scooter looks awesome. One of a kind, Adel said, tactfully ignoring how many draws it took. Surik's mood improved a bit, at least he got the grand prize. And the scooter really was a good thing. "Let's take it for a spin," Surik said. Just then, an electric scooter zoomed by on the road, drawing gasps from the crowd. What was that? So fast. That's the new electric scooter from the carpentry workshop, of course it's fast. How does it move? There's a magic stone inside for power. Magic stones can make things move? Not by themselves, but there's more to it. As long as it moves, who cares? Is it easy to ride? Of course. How much does it cost? People's eyes turned to Surik and his scooter. Hey, how much did you pay for that? Wow, you really splurged. Must feel great to ride that. Surik. Could he say he spent over 300 gold coins on draws? 10 gold coins. Surik finally said. You can buy one at the carpentry workshop for 10 gold coins. He remembered the draw poster said the original price was 10 gold coins. Oh, thanks. I'll check it out. Did you pay full price? I heard lots of shops are 10% off today, and the scooter's a new product, 12% off. If you overpaid, get your money back. Someone helpfully explained. Surik's face stiffened. He muttered, "Got it," and walked away with Adel. But after a few steps, he heard voices behind him. He didn't get ripped off. He won it in the prize draw. Wow, lucky. Got a 10 gold coin scooter for just 999 copper coins. Not quite. He spent over 300 gold coins and drew over 3,000 times before winning. Damn, is the draw rigged? No, just really bad luck. After he left, someone else won first prize on their first try. Maybe helped by clearing out all the thank you slips. What luck. The voices faded, but Surik had heard it all. Adel glanced nervously at his lord, sighing inwardly. What a rough start. As for Surik, staring at his account, down over 300 gold coins. Hope Town, you're really something. Lord, where are we heading next? Watching Surik let out a furious laugh, Adel's heart was filled with anxiety. But they couldn't just stand there in a daze, so he spoke up to change the subject. Deep down, he couldn't help but admire the merchants of Hope Town for managing to trick their own penny-pinching lord into spending money. After all, not many people could get a single extra coin out of their stingy lord. But he thought, sooner or later, there would be a battle between their territory and Hope Town. Whatever they lost now, they'd take back then. His lord would surely be able to console himself. All he needed to do was make sure the lord didn't take his anger out on him right now. Surik snapped back to his senses at Adel's words, put away the eye-catching electric vehicle in front of him, and chuckled. This Hope Town is quite interesting. Let's stroll around and take a look. Yes, my lord, Adel replied, quietly standing behind Surik. But despite saying they'd just wander, Surik headed straight for the southern gate. Clearly, he was aiming for Hope Town's military camp. To judge the strength of a territory, you couldn't just look at its economic prosperity, you had to consider its military power as well. They'd already seen Hope Town's prosperity, so naturally, they wanted to check out its military strength. Hope Town announced 2 days ago that they're recruiting another 2,000 soldiers. They're still in training, and the final selection will be decided in a month, Adel whispered in Surek's ear. It was their first time in Hope Town, true, but that didn't mean he hadn't gathered information about the place. Ever since they'd received orders from above to deal with Hope Town, he'd started collecting intel, even back when it was just a village-level territory. Unlike that idiot from Phaser Village who, despite being weak, still tried to take a gamble. Everyone knew what Wolf was thinking. He'd lost face to Hope Town and wanted to make up for it, which was why he kept dragging things out. But he hadn't expected Hope Town to have such backbone. No one knew exactly how Hope Town had managed to wipe them out so thoroughly, but it was clear that this place was nothing like the weak territories they'd dealt with before. This battle would be tough. Surek paused at Adel's words. Have they changed classes yet? Probably not. I heard they recruited over 3,000 for training, Adel replied. But whether they've changed classes or not doesn't make a huge difference to Hope Town's strength. After all, even if they're not soldiers, they're still professionals. There shouldn't be much fluctuation. He knew what his lord was worried about, Hope Town hiding some trump cards. Of course they were hiding something. The only question was whether this was one of them. But even if it was, the gap shouldn't be too big. And then, Surek nodded, clearly in agreement. The two of them walked on quietly. People bustled around them, but it didn't affect their mood. When in Rome, after all, you couldn't expect everyone else to clear out. More importantly, they could overhear bits of information from the people around them. Hope Town's layout is really interesting. After walking a few streets and looking around, Surek quickly understood the town's design. 5 rings forming a cycle, this arrangement was quite reasonable. Residents' daily lives and the shop's business were closely linked. Even without tourists, business wouldn't be bad. For the residents, life here must be incredibly convenient. He'd always heard that Hope Town treated its people well, and now he saw it was true. They'd actually put it into practice. No wonder so many people wanted to move here. The more that came, the better it would all be his in the end. Surek said confidently. The Lord of Hope Town is quite the moneymaker too. These shops are only for rent, not for sale, which means a steady stream of income, Adel said with a hint of admiration. That's why Hope Town is so rich, Surek said, his whole body itching with anticipation. Gold coins. Gold coins. His greatest love in life. Sooner or later, they'd all be his. Adel smiled inwardly at his lord's reaction. The richer Hope Town was, the more his lord coveted it, and the harder he'd fight for it. Thinking this, Adel felt it was crucial to fully understand Hope Town's true strength. As he was thinking, they were already nearing the city gate. The gate was bustling with people, no less lively than the core area around the Lord's manor. Especially the beast-drawn carts, coming and going constantly. After all, the South Gate was the main entrance for other territory. Visiting Hope Town. All the factories were concentrated in this area, so anyone buying goods in bulk had to come through here. And beyond the gate, the first commercial street was just as prosperous. The reason? The shops here were selling like hotcakes. Those shops up ahead are the most famous ones in the nearby towns these days, Adel said, pointing to the customers lining up outside. The first shop, actually 3 in total, is backed by Dashin Town. They sell platinum weapons and blue-grade equipment for all professions. Not only is the selection huge, but the quality is better than elsewhere, though the price is higher too. If you buy in bulk, you can negotiate a wholesale price. As soon as they opened, merchant and mercenary groups lined up to buy. Although the shop belongs to Dashin Town, it's currently run by Hope Town. The staff are all arranged by them. Dashin just supplies the goods. The second shop, also 3 units, is backed by Green Prairie Town. They sell all kinds of fruits and vegetables, each with unique properties. Even unprocessed, they can boost attributes or elemental affinity. Lots of merchants and mercenaries are eyeing them, hoping to get a high-level or saint-level alchemist to process them into something worth a fortune. The prices are steep, but still within reach for many. The only problem is the limited quantity, so there are purchase limits and sometimes even bidding. The third shop is 2 units combined, backed by a village called Strive Forward or something like that. They specialize in ores, not the best quality, but a huge variety. Ores are essential for making weapons, so there's always a crowd. This territory apparently traded some special ore with Hope Town for the right to distribute cement. They can't sell cement directly, but they have some on hand to barter with other territories. The 4th, 5th, and 6th shops are each single units, backed by Yushi Village, Guangshui Village, and Xinghua Village. The first 2 are just small local territories attached to Hope Town, selling similar goods to the other shops, plus a few local specialties. They're doing decent business thanks to the other stores. The last one specializes in publishing. They even opened a printing plant in Hope Town. They sell novels and textbooks. One of their best sellers is a novel you've read, my lord, Rebirth, the legendary mage. Besides these, there are other shops involving places like Bangla Town, Glasgow Town, and more. Hope Town has signed direct contracts with over 500 territories, nearly 400 villages, and over 100 towns. They all rent shop space here to sell their specialty products. People say you can find the widest selection, best service, and tastiest food in Hope Town. Adel spoke in detail, his tone growing more solemn. Hope Town had really gathered a lot of territories under its wing. For now, it was just economic ties, but if profits deepened, these territories might support Hope Town in the future. That would become a truly formidable force. Hope Town was playing a long game. No wonder the Marquis insisted I deal with Hope Town as soon as possible. If we give them any more time, they'll be even harder to handle, Surik said, fully recognizing Hope Town's strength. They're already tough to handle. All those platinum weapons and blue-grade gear are in Hope Town's hands. When they attacked Phaser Village, even their regular troops had gold weapons and red gear. Who knows if they'll upgrade further? Adel said honestly. Judging by Hope Town's current situation, they clearly had the resources. But Surik just grinned slyly. Perfect. I'll ask the Count for more gold coins and equip my army just as well. Let's see who's afraid of whom. Great idea. The Count values your loyalty, my lord. He'll definitely give you the funds. Our soldiers are better trained, and with our secret weapons, we'll sweep Hope Town aside, Adel said in a low, excited voice. Surik nodded. By then, everything Hope Town owned would be his. He actually liked Hope Town's model. Once he took over, he'd run things the same way. Then the money would just keep rolling in. All his. Thinking this, Surik added, make a list of all these territories. Once we've dealt with Hope Town, not a single one of them will escape. These new territories all have good stuff, and each is different. I'll make a careful list, ranking them by importance and gathering all their info. When the time comes, you'll be able to scoop them all up, my lord. Adel was also tempted by the treasures these territories held. Once the territory made money, he'd profit too. Good. Surik nodded in satisfaction. He then took a look at the shops outside. As for lining up, he had no interest. After checking things out, he headed straight for the military camp across the street. Since the new barracks had opened, the old ones here had been closed off. Standing at the entrance, Surik and Adel couldn't see anything inside. No idea what they're doing in there, but the barracks have been upgraded to intermediate level. Yesterday, they even added a large training hall, not just for military drills, but customizable scenarios too. They've really invested heavily, Adel said quickly. Their own territory had a large training hall too. They'd built their strength on military might. Their soldiers were said to rival beastmen in strength. That was a bit of an exaggeration, but it proved their power. A month isn't enough time for them to grow much, Surik said confidently, trusting in his own soldiers' strength. Many of them were already high-level professionals. Hope Town still had a long way to go. Yes, you're absolutely right, my lord. Let's check out the other barracks, Surik said. All right. Adel hailed a passing beast cart, and the two of them headed for Hope Town's new military camp. The new barracks were open to the public. Besides soldiers, there were many professionals training inside. Seeing this, Surik paused. Do you know how many professionals Hope Town has? Now that he thought about it, he rarely saw ordinary residents here. Was Hope Town's ratio of professionals unusually high? The Marquis mentioned this. Hope Town has a lot of dual-class magic and martial professionals. Basically, all the people brought over from the new territories have magical talent, Adel said, his expression growing serious. This has been confirmed not just in Hope Town, but in other new territories too. That's how they've risen so quickly. The only good news is that their numbers are still small. I suppose they were brought to the Stan continent because of their talents. Who's behind the scenes? Surik asked instinctively. How would I know? The Marquis would never share something that important with us, Adel replied. They only knew that the Marquis himself answered to someone even higher. At their level, they were just the Marquis's pawns, far from qualified to know more. We'll get our chance, Surik said, his eyes full of ambition. At least he knew more than the other supported lords, which meant the Marquis valued him more. Once his territory upgraded to a city and played a bigger role, he'd find out the truth. That day will come, Adel said confidently. Just then, they saw groups of soldiers running laps in the training field, each at their own pace. Is this Hope Town's training method for new recruits? Running laps? Surik asked in surprise. They say it's to test endurance. It's a daily requirement, Adel replied. That's nothing, Surik said dismissively. Endurance was nothing compared to overwhelming attack power. Of course. Hope Town can't compare to our territory, Adel agreed. Let's go, Surik said. They'd finished their inspection. Time to leave and come back another day to check on Hope Town's progress. Yes, my lord. The two of them left together. But what they didn't know was that their every move had been observed by Hope Town. As soon as they left, the name of their territory was added to Hope Town's list of suspicious enemies. Surik Town's lord, Surik, and the town mayor Adel? You're saying these two are highly suspicious. Jobai looked at the new list Bayer had submitted, surprised. In response, Bayer listed several pieces of evidence to support his claim. After arriving at Hope Town, aside from eating free food, they only visited 3 places: the commercial street, the first military camp, and the second military camp. They were clearly probing the situation in Hope Town with a purpose. Furthermore, Surik Town itself is notorious for being an aggressive territory. They've won every territorial war, annexed every territory they've fought, and Surik has a habit: whenever he conquers a new territory that's better than his own, he'll adopt the new territory's building structures. Most lords who visit Hope Town will seriously tour the place, either to learn or just to stroll around. None have been as purposeful as these two. Plus, they've been whispering together the whole time, even casting a silencing spell so no one could overhear their conversation. Taking all these factors into account, the probability that they're working for Marquis Boyer is extremely high, at least much higher than the other territories we've been monitoring. After hearing this, Jobai fell into deep thought. Previously, whenever there was a list of suspects, Bayer had never said so much. He'd just submit the names. Now, with this much detail, it was clear he was quite certain. Are there any missions related to Surik Town? Send a team over to investigate. As she spoke, Jobai opened the mission center's task list, searching for a while but finding no missions posted by Surik Town. Surik Town doesn't accept missions from the mission center. They only allow their own teams to go out and don't permit teams from other territories to enter, Bayer replied quickly. He'd already looked into Surik Town before coming. Clearly, Surik only felt in control if teams could only approach via land, under their watchful eyes. They're very cautious. This is closely tied to the nature of their territory. Jobai understood what Bayer meant. She pulled out her map of the Stan continent and soon located Surik Town. To her surprise, Surik Town wasn't actually that far from Hope Town. Previously, it was mentioned that Hope Town was a border territory in the southeastern part of Vitari City, one of the 4 great cities in the north of the human kingdom. Zurich town, on the other hand, was in the southwestern part of Vitari City. Instinctively, Jobai started to see a conspiracy. If Zurich town continued to develop, then the entire southern region under Vitari City's jurisdiction would fall under the influence of Lovisa City. The northeast had Delicious City, a major city. The northwest had Hastings City, which was practically adjacent to Vitari City. If these two cities' powers were also connected to the forces behind Lovisa City, Vitari City would be in danger. The entire region could end up under the control of those behind Lovisa City. This was a massive game of chess. Though it was just her speculation for now, Jobai felt it made a lot of sense. Lovisa City definitely had a purpose in supporting aggressive territories. Their core aim was to seize power and profit. If this was true, then Hopetown's sudden rise had indeed torn a hole in their plans for the region. This also explained why Lovisa City kept targeting Hopetown over and over. Aside from coveting Hopetown's resources, they simply couldn't allow such an unpredictable variable to appear in their carefully laid plans. So after Faisal Village was dealt with, Zurich Town showed up. Who could say that after Zurich Town, another town wouldn't pop up in the future? In fact, if necessary, Lovisa City might even step in directly one day. Jobai wondered if there might be a breakthrough point in all this. If Zurich could find a backer, so could she. Vitari City couldn't possibly be unaware of what was going on. If she reported this, could she get some help? She didn't need much, just enough to buy Hopetown more time to develop. Her thoughts drifted, but Jobai didn't forget the matter at hand. She said directly, "I'll send you Zurich Town's location. Dispatch a few teams to investigate. If we send teams from Hopetown, it'll probably alert them," Bayer said immediately. "No problem." Have the teams take missions or do business in territories near Zurich Town, and then visit Zurich Town as a side trip. Also, make sure they're not using Hopetown's name, Jobai instructed. Besides that, send teams to Lovisa City, Hastings City, and Delicious City as well. Better to prepare in advance. She'd thought that growing stronger would make things easier, but reality had shown her that there was no such thing as easiest, only harder. As long as Hopetown wasn't a top-tier territory, it would always be caught in power struggles and could never stand apart. Understood. Bayer had seen Jo by studying the map and guessed she had other plans. Now that the orders were given, he just had to carry them out. After all, when the time came, the Lord would explain everything. Jobai then handed Bayer the map of the entire region. Staring at the map, Bayer's eyes widened. "My lord, this..." "I'm giving you this regional map so you can coordinate things," Jobai said casually. She never intended to keep the map to herself. Of course, if word got out that she had a map of the entire Stan continent, she'd attract too much attention. For her own safety, she had to keep a low profile. Giving them the regional map was also so that, once their teams finished scouting the area, she could present it as if it had been compiled then. That way, students in the territory could also learn some geography, so they'd have a better idea of the world when they went out to train in the future. Thinking this, Jobai added, "Share it with anyone you trust, but make sure they don't spread it around." She trusted Bayer to handle it well. Understood. Once he got her meaning, Bayer accepted the map. With this map, integrating their information network would be much easier. Bayer was already considering who to share it with. At the very least, Zheng Yongyan and Yoon Junkai from the newly established External Affairs Office had to get it. Speaking of which, after the External Affairs Office was set up, not only did they sign cooperation agreements with other territories, but they also began receiving a steady stream of intelligence from them. Especially Yoon Junkai, Bayer hadn't realized just how much information Yoon Junsai's mercenary team had gathered until now. Originally, they probably planned to present it at the right time, but after being pulled into the External Affairs Office, they handed it all over as part of their new duties. Suddenly, their contribution score shot up. Especially the members of Yoon Junsai's free mercenary team, their individual contribution scores increased significantly. As Hopetown grew, its population increased, and contribution score became a badge of honor for residents. The higher your contribution, the prouder you were. After all, it was a kind of medal in its own right. Moreover, contribution points could be exchanged for goods in the official territory shop at a 1:1 rate with copper coins. Although the points were deducted after exchange, it still saved residents a lot of money. You could also judge the ability of Yoon Junsai's team members by their contribution scores, and he directly recruited some of them as staff for the management office. In just 2 days, the External Affairs Office was running smoothly. Now, the thousands of shop rental contracts in the territory were all thanks to their efforts. Without them, those territories would have eventually come to Hope Town anyway, but it would have taken longer and been less efficient. Because of the example set by these shops, more territories rushed in, afraid they'd miss their chance if they were too slow. With more shops came more visitors, not just residents from those territories, but also travelers drawn by Hope Town's growing reputation. In short, opening up to the outside world had brought tremendous benefits to Hope Town. If they could maintain stability, they might really achieve a leap forward in a short time. In other words, from a small town to a city. In fact, Hope Town was just one step away from upgrading from a level 1 to a level 2 town. Given another month, they would surely reach and even surpass the requirements. Thinking of this, Bayer felt a surge of excitement. In the past, moving too fast would have attracted too much attention and too many covetous eyes. But after learning from the Lord that special weather would soon return, lasting even longer, and that the Stan continent was turbulent beneath its calm surface, he understood. Crisis was also an opportunity for Hope Town to grow strong. No normal territory would waste resources fighting a promising territory, only to benefit others. Hope Town had already pulled off a beautiful turnaround against Faisal Village. Now, they just had to wait for the next territorial war in a little over 20 days. If, this time, a powerful, aggressive territory like Surik Town targeted Hope Town again, and Hope Town managed to hold out, then Hope Town could finally rest easy. So, this next month was the most critical period for Hope Town. However, Bayer couldn't help but think of Surik Town and the forces behind Lovisa City. No matter how much Hope Town developed, they couldn't avoid them. There was still a long way to go. Study now, one step at a time. Bayer reminded himself once again. After leaving, he immediately began making arrangements. Meanwhile, back in the office, Zhoubai once again spread out the map, organizing all the information the territory had gathered about the various territories so far. Know yourself and your enemy, and you'll never lose 100 battles. Since she was already a player in this game, she had to do her best to gain more leverage. She'd been consciously gathering information lately. While not all the details were clear, she now understood much of the tangled relationships between the major territories. After all, none of this was top secret in the human kingdom. Plus, the recent events with Surik Town and Lovisa City had given her inspiration. Maybe she could glimpse the true power structure of the human kingdom from the conflicts between these major territories. Piece by piece, Zhoubai filled in the map with information. After several hours, a new network of relationships between the major territories was beginning to take shape in her hands. Finally, Zhoubai's gaze landed on the royal capital, Saint Sebastian. She couldn't help but sigh softly. Even if the royal capital was a mere shadow of its former self, it was still no pushover. It remained the center of the human kingdom and the true mastermind behind all the powers in the land. The reason Zhoubai couldn't help but sigh like this was because she realized that the capital, Saint Sebastian City, was manipulating the different regions far more than she'd imagined. Last time, she'd only gotten a rough idea of her own territory situation. But now, after looking into the other regions, her suspicions were confirmed. The capital was deliberately supporting Serta. Certain territories to keep the 4 great cities in check. Of the 4 great cities, the one with the closest ties to the capital was Sterling City in the west, thanks to a marriage alliance. However, Sterling City also maintained good relations with several other territories, making it appear, at least on the surface, like a fence-sitter. That's why, near Sterling City, there was another territory, Hurtado City, whose lord was a member of the royal family. Currently, Sterling City and Hurtado City had a relatively close relationship. Bridge City, located in the south, could be considered the economic center of the entire Stan continent. That's because the Edson family, who ruled Bridge City, were all shrewd business people, with their industries spread throughout the continent. Yes, not just in the human kingdoms, but also among other races, Bridge City had a hand in everything. Their family members were itinerant merchants by tradition, and thanks to this unique status, their business naturally spanned the whole continent. Over the years, their business had formed an extensive network, and they constantly recruited new itinerant merchants. In fact, about 60% of all those who took up the itinerant merchant profession were under their banner. Not far from Bridge City was Clifton City, a territory supported by the capital and also ruled by a royal family member. Its development model was almost identical to Bridge City's, and it too was constantly recruiting itinerant merchants, about 35% of whom were under their control. As for the remaining 5%, those were split among other races and a few wandering independent merchants. It was obvious. Clifton City existed to counterbalance Bridge City. Then there was Parkhurst City in the east, the weakest of the four great cities, but also the most low-key. This large city was close to the sea and specialized in seafood products, supplying the entire human kingdom. When it came to exporting to other races' kingdoms, they relied on Bridge City's itinerant merchants. Near Parkhurst was Travis City, which followed a similar path, but used Clifton City's merchants as their channel. Its lord was also a royal. Lastly, there was Vitali City in the north. As previously analyzed, it was already surrounded on all sides, constantly being squeezed by aggressive neighboring territories. Hastings City, too, was a territory ruled by a royal. In short, regardless of whether the four great cities had good or bad relations with the capital, the territories competing with them were all aligned with the royal family. Geographically, these territories formed a protective barrier around the capital. Anyone wanting to challenge the capital would first have to get through them. Clearly, the capital was wary of the four great cities. In fact, up to now, the capital's influence had the upper hand. After all, once the four great cities advanced to level 3 cities, like the capital, they no longer had to participate in territory wars. Though they continued to develop, their growth had slowed, and they were even losing momentum to the vibrant neighboring territories. Hurtado City, Clifton City, Travis City, and Hastings City were all still level 2 cities, still participating in monthly territory wars. They won more than they lost, and their resources and power kept accumulating. It could be said that they'd long since reached the threshold to become level 3 cities, but for some reason, they just hadn't advanced. Meanwhile, the capital, which benefited from their support, was steadily expanding in scale and population. Given all this, Jobai couldn't help but wonder, were these aggressive neighboring territories actually controlled by the capital? After all, the capital had lost its dominant position in history. Now, by using these aggressive territories to strengthen itself and regain its former glory, it was only natural. But wasn't it all a bit too obvious? Wasn't it a little too blatant? Just as Jobai's thoughts were getting tangled, there was a knock at the door. Lady Philia is here. Hearing this, Jobai paused and set these thoughts aside for now. After all, these power struggles were still a little distant from her current situation, not exactly urgent. What she needed to do now was gather more information, avoid getting dragged into others' power plays too soon and ending up as cannon fodder, and, at the same time, focus on developing her own territory's strength. With that in mind, Jobai's mood quickly calmed down. Before long, she arrived at the farmlands. When Jobai got there, Philia was playing in the pond. Every now and then, when she flicked her tail, she'd send the fish and shrimp in the pond flying, then open her mouth wide and gulp them all down. Jobai. This girl is basically having an all-you-can-eat buffet. Jobai, you're here. Philia immediately sensed Jobai's presence. She turned her head, and in a flash, leapt out of the pond, sending a huge splash of water flying toward Jobai. Jobai quickly conjured a protective shield in front of herself, blocking the water. Watching the scene, Jobai couldn't help but pause in surprise. Without realizing it, magic had already become a part of their daily lives, almost second nature. With a soft laugh, Jobai walked over to Philia. "Are you hungry?" "No, just bored and feeling snacky," Philia pouted. "Then let's grill some fish," Jobai suggested. "Like the first time we met?" Philia's eyes lit up. "That's right," Jobai said, looking around for a good spot. "Let's go to my territory then," Philia invited excitedly. "I'm always the one coming to play with you, but you've never come to visit me." Jobai, "Well, it's not like I could just go to your territory before." She didn't have wings after all. "I'll take you." Philia lifted her chin proudly. "Hop on, I'll carry you." Jobai almost choked in surprise. This proud lady Philia was actually willing to let her ride on her back? Maybe Jobai's expression was just too obvious, because Philia noticed right away. With a little huff, she said, "It's uncomfortable to carry you with my claws, so riding on my back is the only way. You're my guest. If you're coming to my home, I have to treat you properly." "Your claws are fine, really," Jobai replied. "Stop being so polite, just get on," Philia insisted. Seeing Philia's determination, Jobai climbed onto her back. "Hold on tight." As soon as she finished speaking, Philia soared into the sky, her body rapidly growing larger. Jobai felt herself becoming smaller and smaller on Philia's back, until it felt like she was lying on a giant bed. Feeling the coolness of the dragon's scales beneath her, Jobai suddenly thought, "I've really made something of myself." In no time at all, Jobai followed Philia to her cave by the Dream Sea. As they landed, Jobai noticed many people out on the sea collecting shells. When they saw Philia's arrival, they all looked up in unison. Caught off guard, many of them caught sight of Jobai riding on Philia's back. There's someone on the dragon's back." "No way, are you sure you're not seeing things?" "No mistake, I saw it too. There really is someone. Didn't expect a dragon would let someone ride it. Has that person tamed a dragon?" This reminds me of that novel from Hope Town, Dragon Rider. It's about a human who tames a dragon and becomes unstoppable on the Stan continent. This person really gives off that vibe. Dragons aren't that easy to tame. Maybe they're just playing together. Being able to play with dragons and be accepted by them is already impressive. And have you heard? This time, a dragon actually helped a human territory. A place called Hope Town. Hope Town is really famous these days. How could it not be? They have so many good things, and it's open to all villages and towns. Tons of visitors. It's not just Hope Town anymore. Lots of other towns and villages have opened shops there, selling all sorts of goods. The selection is huge. I've got to visit Hope Town if I get the chance. In an instant, the crowd was abuzz with discussion. After all, what they were witnessing was just too shocking. Seeing dragons on the Dreamsea coast was nothing new, but seeing someone riding on a dragon's back was a rare sight indeed. And as they talked, the topic naturally shifted to Hope Town. From this, it was clear just how popular Hope Town had become. While everyone was busy gossiping, Jobai stepped into Philia's cave and was immediately blinded by the dazzling golden light. She'd heard before that dragons loved gold, but seeing so many gold coins in person was still overwhelming. Noticing Jobai's gaze, Philia said proudly, "Pretty nice cave, huh? It's really shiny and valuable." Jobai paused, then managed to get out those 3 words. Philia was clearly pleased by the compliment and grinned. "What kind of seafood do you like? I'll go catch some for you to grill." "Anything's fine," Jobai replied. "Wait here then," Philia said, and with that, she shot out of the cave and dove straight into the sea, the splash echoing loudly. Jobai shook her head helplessly and started looking around the cave for a good spot. Once she found one, she began digging through the gold coins. She hadn't expected there to be even more coins than she'd imagined. By the time she was done, she'd dug out a whole pit. Looking at the pit, and then at the gold coins, Jobai had only one thought left in her mind. So rich! With a mix of envy and admiration, she set up a grill in the pit, did a bit of prep, and soon had a little barbecue area ready. She put in the charcoal, lit the fire, and started prepping some beast meat and vegetables she'd brought along. She'd had the idea of barbecuing on the fly, but she'd actually prepared for this ages ago, just waiting for the right moment to enjoy it while out leveling up. Who would have thought it'd come in handy here? After a simple marinade, Jobai placed the meat and veggies on the grill. As the charcoal burned, the aroma slowly began to spread. Jobai leaned back, feeling quite content as she gazed out at the deep blue sea. She had to admit, looking at such a wide-open view really did make her mood lighten up. The scenery in this world was truly beautiful. Just as Jobai was enjoying herself, Philia burst out of the sea and flew back into the cave. She immediately created a pool on the ground with water magic, tossed in all the seafood she'd caught, and then eagerly sat down beside Jobai, drooling at the skewers on the grill. "Haven't you eaten this a bunch of times already? Still drooling? You're hopeless," Jobai teased helplessly. "Wasn't this dragon a bit too unrestrained?" "Can't help it, I just can't resist," Philia said, not the least bit embarrassed. "Besides, I noticed your townsfolk seem to like my drool." "That's just a misunderstanding." Jobai chuckled, remembering how people had tried to sell Philia's drool, only to be told by the locals it was useless. The look on their faces, TSK TSK. That's what you get for relying on old assumptions. What did they misunderstand? In our old world, dragon drool was considered dragon musk and worth a fortune. Jobai explained simply. "Are the dragons in your world strong?" "As strong as me." Philia's eyes lit up with interest. "In our world, dragons are just legends. No one's ever seen one," Jobai replied. "How could such a powerful race become just a legend?" "They must be sleeping somewhere." Philia huffed indignantly. "No matter what, dragons were the mightiest beings." "Maybe," Jobai said. Her old world felt so distant now. She wondered if she'd ever get the chance to go back. Lost in thought, Jobai's expression grew a bit dazed. "Jobai, what are you thinking about?" Philia noticed her distraction and asked. Jobai snapped back and shook her head. "Nothing, just remembering some things." "It's not important." She handed Philia a skewer. "Eat up." Then she started prepping the seafood Philia had brought. She wasn't really craving meat, but she was definitely in the mood for seafood. Come to think of it, there were a lot of new seafood restaurants in Hope Town lately, but the lines were always so long she never had time to go. In the end, doing it herself was the best way to eat well. With that thought, Jobai's hands moved even faster. She could control fire, so everything cooked up in no time. This time, Jobai didn't hold back and dug in alongside Philia. Philia had intended to savor her food slowly, but seeing Jobai eat, she unconsciously sped up too. When she realized Jobai was eating just as quickly, she couldn't help but protest. "Jobai, slow down. Enjoy the food." "Why don't you enjoy it?" "My mouth's just bigger." "So should we split it evenly?" "No." "Then let's just keep things as they are, okay, Lady Philia?" Jobai looked at her with a half-smile. Philia thought about insisting, but seeing Jobai like this, she suddenly felt a bit timid. She could be forceful with others, but with Jobai, she was afraid of making her mad. In the end, she just grumbled, "Fine." After all, they both helped out, and she was eating more anyway. So the two of them grilled and ate together, and before long, they'd polished off all the seafood Philia had caught. Afterwards, Philia still wasn't quite satisfied. "Should we grill some more?" "No need." As usual, Jobai handed Philia some food she'd prepared in advance. Seeing all that food, Philia suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Jobai prepared so much for her every day, and here she'd been fussing over who got more. "Thank you," Philia said awkwardly. Actually, she'd asked her elders about her relationship with Jobai. They all said Jobai was a good person, at least for now. If her elders approved, then it was fine to be friends. And if they were friends, she couldn't treat Jobai like an aunt, even if she wasn't that strong. "You're welcome. You earned it." Jobai smiled. To be honest, Philia was just a big kid at heart. She said whatever was on her mind, which actually made her easy to get along with. As long as she didn't mean any harm, Jobai could treat her openly. Hearing this, Philia felt even more embarrassed. She'd just helped out on a whim, and Jobai had given her thousands of gold coins. And now she got to eat Hope Town's delicious food every day. Given their appetites, that was no small sum. Joe Bai was just so generous. After a pause, Philia asked, Joe Bai, is there anything you need my help with lately? Joe Bai looked at her in surprise and shook her head. Everything's going well in the territory. Nothing much to do. Then if I don't come find you, what do you do? Philia asked curiously. Fight monsters and level up, Joe Bai replied. Huh. I go kill magical beasts to get experience and level up. To upgrade to a level 2 town, the Lord has to reach level 25. Joe Bai explained. Philia's eyes lit up. Hee, want me to take you? Huh. Joe Bai was a little caught off guard. I'll take you leveling. With my level, most magical beasts can't touch me. I'll show you all kinds of monsters, and you can grill their meat for me. I feel like I wasted all the ones I ate before. Now I can try them again and remember their new flavors, so I'll know which ones taste best. Philia said smugly. She still remembered, the higher the monster's level, the tastier the meat. And if it was cooked well, even better. That way, Joe Bai could level up and Philia could eat delicious food. Perfect. Joe Bai was tempted by the idea. With Philia's protection, things would be much easier. She'd probably level up faster too. She wanted to level up, Philia wanted good food, win-win. Alright. Joe Bai agreed without hesitation. As for the territory, things were running smoothly, and there were plenty of staff. Her absence wouldn't be a problem. Even if something came up, she could deal with it when she got back. Philia was delighted when Joe Bai agreed. Let's go, Philia said, clearly inviting Joe Bai onto her back. She'd already ridden once, so a second time was no big deal. Joe Bai quickly hopped on Philia's back. She patted Philia and said, Philia, take me back to Hope Town first. I need to make some arrangements. Do we need to go down? No, I'll just have the magic pigeon deliver some letters for me, Joe Bai replied. If she went back in person, she might not be able to sneak away again. At least Bear would definitely have a lot to say, so better to strike first. Who knew how many days this trip would take? Actually, Joe Bai herself was itching to go. Since coming to this world, she'd rarely left Hope Town for the sake of its development, and never really had the chance to see the world. Now, with Philia by her side, maybe she could finally have some real fun. Okay. Philia responded and quickly flew out of the cave. A strong gust of wind whipped Joe Bai's hair into a mess. By the time she realized what was happening, the wind was gone. Philia had set up a protective shield around her, just like before. So that wind just now was on purpose? This dragon. Joe Bai shook her head helplessly, but couldn't help a faint smile. Meanwhile, neither Philia nor Joe Bai knew that back in the dragon cave, quite a few dragons were waiting for Philia to return. Everyone knew Philia always brought delicious food back these days. At first, only Philia's family got to eat, but the food was so tasty that more and more dragons joined in the scramble. How much you could eat depended on your own skills. They'd all gotten used to it by now. By this time, Philia should be back, right? A bunch of dragons were waiting anxiously. Why isn't she back yet? Why isn't she back yet? But Philia had already forgotten all about the waiting dragons at home, and in the blink of an eye, she'd flown Joe Bai back to Hope Town. From the sky, Joe Bai looked down at her territory, watching the bustling streets below, satisfaction shining in her eyes. Everything was so orderly and neat, it really was beautiful. This was the land she'd built with her own hands. Next, Joe Bai handed 3 letters she'd written in advance to the magic pigeon she'd summoned from her beast scroll. Once the pigeon flew off, she patted Philia's back and, full of spirit, said, Philia, let's go. Go. Now it was finally her turn to be carefree. Philia didn't know what go meant, but she was swept up in Joe Bai's excitement and echoed her. With that, they soared even higher into the sky. Meanwhile, the magic pigeon flapped its little wings, searching Hope Town for Bear. The appearance of a little magic pigeon caught the attention of many visitors. Whose magic pigeon is that? See the white ribbon? That belongs to our mayor. Your mayor still uses pigeons to send messages? I saw that pigeon fly down from the sky. No way, you must be seeing things. Under the watchful eyes of tourists and residents, The magic pigeon followed the scent and found Bear. Bear was in the middle of a meeting with Zhang Yongnian and the others. Seeing the magic pigeon suddenly appear, he had a bad feeling. Soon, the pigeon spat out a letter from its little storage bag. Seeing this, Bear's mouth twitched. This magic pigeon, the first to follow the Lord, was living the good life, even had a mini storage bag. Bear took the letter and read, "Bear, I'm going out with Philia to fight monsters and level up. No idea when I'll be back. The territory is in your hands." Bear, is something up with the mayor? Zhang Yongnian and the others asked curiously, surprised to see Bear summoned this way. Bear took a deep breath and said, "The mayor's gone out for training and left the territory's affairs to all of us. No way he'd handle it alone. No one's getting out of this." Zhang Yongnian and the others. Soon after, Zhou Zhengping and Ding Qiro also received letters from Zhou Bai. ##Dad. I'm going out to play. Don't worry about me. ##. ##Mom. I'm going out to play. Don't worry about me. Take care of my little pigeon. ##. Zhou Zhengping. Ding Qiro. After a while, Zhou Zhengping went back to training the new recruits, and Ding Qiro buried herself in the accounts. Once upon a time, they used to say the same things to their daughter. What goes around comes around. The days of carefree fun really never come back once they're gone. But seeing their daughter finally able to relax and have some fun after working so hard, they were happy for her. Both of them couldn't help but smile. On Zhou Bai's side, following Philia and her companion, it truly felt like the sky was the limit. Sitting on the dragon's back, gazing down at the mountains and rivers below, Zhou Bai was utterly mesmerized by the view. It was only at this moment that she truly felt she had arrived in another world. This world was so vast, even after flying for so long on the dragon's back, they were still only within the northern region. Of course, as Philia flew, the map in Zhou Bai's hand kept updating. A map even more complete than the one Philia had given her appeared. Was this a bug or what? If she traveled all around the entire Stan continent, wouldn't she end up with the most up-to-date map? The sky is beautiful, isn't it? Philia said to Zhou Bai excitedly. My favorite thing is soaring through the sky. Do you fly around every day? I used to fly around every day a long time ago. But before my last slumber, my elders wouldn't let me wander anymore, Philia replied. Why not? They just said the outside world is dangerous now, and told me to stay in my territory and not run around. If I ever encounter danger, I should head straight for the dragon's lair, Philia said casually. But this offhand remark made Zhou Bai's heart skip a beat. The outside world is dangerous. What could make even dragons feel threatened? Was this the same crisis she'd heard about before? And Philia's territory was in the ocean, so did that mean the land was even more dangerous than the sea? What could be on land that was more dangerous than the ocean? In fact, the first thing Zhou Bai thought of was magic beasts. But how could magic beasts threaten to wipe out a territory? Different levels of territory corresponded to different levels of magic beasts, which greatly reduced the threat of high-level beasts to lower-level territories. But what if the beasts stopped distinguishing between territory levels? For small territories, that would be catastrophic. Could this be related to what Baron Charlotte and the others had mentioned, their families forbidding them from establishing new territories outside? Zhou Bai's heart couldn't help but race. She took a deep breath and continued, When did you go into hibernation? A long time ago. Normally, I'd sleep for many years at a time, but I was woken up by you humans. Then I happened to come across something interesting, so I decided to delay my sleep for a bit, hee. Philia finished with a mischievous grin. Zhou Bai couldn't help but laugh, her heavy mood lightened by Philia's antics. Looks like she's planning to stick around for quite a while. If the world stays peaceful, it wouldn't matter if she did. But if things turn turbulent, that's what worries her. For some reason, Zhou Bai's mood grew heavier. Especially since the special weather was about to arrive, and with 2 bugs stacking up, she really felt like a storm was brewing. It was just a gut feeling. At that moment, Philia keenly sensed Zhou Bai's unease. Thinking back, it seemed to have been triggered by her earlier words. After considering for a moment, Philia said, It's okay. I'll take you to ask my elders why they think the continent is dangerous. She'd never cared much about this before, but after meeting Jobai, a human, she felt she understood humanity on a deeper level. Other humans didn't matter to her, but Jobai did. And Jobai's Hopetown. Though she wasn't close to the other humans there, she loved seeing their awestruck faces when they saw her, loved watching them gather and whisper about her, loved the lively bustle of Hopetown, and especially loved the town's rich and varied food. If a territory like that were destroyed, she'd be sad. So she hoped Jobai could protect her territory well. Jobai hadn't expected Philia to be so perceptive. Hearing her offer, she instinctively refused. You shouldn't reveal your dragon clan's gathering place to others so easily. Jobai felt Philia trusted her a little too quickly. She hoped Philia wouldn't be so easily tricked in the future. Philia just laughed. Don't worry. I won't bring anyone else, and even if I bring you, I won't let you know where the dragon's lair is. No matter how much she trusted Jobai, Philia would never reveal the lair's location. That was top secret. As soon as Philia finished speaking, Jobai felt a wave of magical energy surround her, and suddenly she couldn't sense anything outside, not even her map was updating anymore. Seeing this, Jobai simply lay down on Philia's back and closed her eyes to rest. She didn't know how much time had passed, but when she could finally see her surroundings again, she was greeted by towering stone pillars, one after another, like mountains rising high, each with caves of various sizes at different heights. It was a scene beyond the imagination of modern technology. Standing in this stone forest, Jobai felt especially small, the difference between an ant and an elephant. She now understood the meaning of the word insignificant on a whole new level. Following Philia, Jobai entered her family's cave. She hardly dared to move. Even though she couldn't see them, she could feel countless eyes watching her from the shadows, clearly curious about this human who had entered the dragon's lair. This feeling didn't fade until she entered the cave. Only then did Jobai's tense body relax, only to immediately find herself face to face with 5 dragon heads of various sizes. Jobai froze. Were these Philia's family? Stiffly, she raised her hand and waved, "Hi." Philia, on the other hand, was excited to bring a friend home. She immediately introduced Jobai. "This is my grandpa Suyeso. This is my father, Iskandon. This is my mother, Miller. This is my younger brother, Creevy. And this is my little sister, Alita. Aren't they all big and mighty?" That was the highest compliment among dragons. The bigger and stronger, the better. Yeah, very big, very mighty. With so many enormous dragon heads staring at her, Jobai's words came out a bit stilted. Especially the largest one, the pressure from it was overwhelming. She could feel its gaze sizing her up, as if judging her worth. Soon, the 2 little dragons, Alita and Creevy, broke the tension by crowding up to Philia. "Big sis, did you bring anything yummy? We've been waiting forever. You never come home." Their voices were tinged with grievance. They'd gotten used to Philia bringing them treats, and today they'd been waiting all day. Philia coughed lightly. "Of course I brought something. How could I forget?" She couldn't exactly say she'd only come back because she remembered Jobai's gifts, right? With that, Philia placed the food on a huge stone table, filling it to the brim, neatly divided into 2 sections. Without another word, the 5 dragon heads dug into one half. At the same time, the other half of the food began to float mysteriously in the air, as if wrapped in something, and drifted away. Jobai was stunned by the sight. What was going on? "Oh, those are for the other dragons. They really want to try the food from your Hopetown too. There's not enough to fill us up anyway, so it's first come, first served." Philia explained cheerfully. Jobai almost believed her. Until she saw the bubbles carrying the food float away, and then gold coins began to rain down, all of which Philia collected. Suddenly, Jobai understood. So it was the power of wealth. But once she'd given the food to Philia, how she handled it was her business. Jobai didn't mind, and simply stood aside, quietly observing Philia's cave. Looking at the stone table, Jobai guessed this was their dining area, not their living quarters. If it were their home, it would surely be glittering with gold. How fast could 6 dragons eat? Well, while Zhoubai was still in a daze, the food on the table had already been replaced several times, and soon the table was bare. Tomorrow, we want more. Lots more. Alita said contentedly, turning to Philia with her request. Philia agreed readily, sure. Then she pointed at Zhoubai. She's the human who provides us with food. She's my good friend. Philia hesitated over the last 3 words, but quickly decided to say them without hesitation. A good friend. That's what she was. She recognized it. Hearing this, Philia's family didn't seem surprised. Ever since Philia met Zhoubai, she'd been mentioning her all the time. They'd worried Philia might be tricked, but she'd proven herself lucky. Her first human friend turned out to be reliable. And thanks to the delicious food, they all had a good impression of Zhoubai. Especially the 2 little ones, who looked Zhoubai up and down before finally blurting out, "Hello." "Hello," Zhoubai replied, her gaze softening as she looked at the 2 little dragons, who were just a bit smaller than Philia. Their voices were so cute and soft, a huge contrast to their size. Honestly, they were pretty adorable. The 2 little dragons grew shy under Zhoubai's gaze, their eyes starting away. At this point, Philia got straight to the point and turned to her grandfather, Suyeso. "Grandpa, I was out playing with Zhoubai, and I accidentally mentioned what you said about not leaving our territory because it's dangerous outside. Zhoubai got worried, so I wanted to ask you, what's so dangerous out there?" Philia was very direct. Clearly, this was how their family usually communicated. Most importantly, she didn't think there was anything wrong with asking. After hearing Philia's words, Suyeso turned his gaze to Zhoubai. "What do you think? If you're worried, does that mean you know something?" Suyeso asked, his deep voice echoing in the cave. Zhoubai snapped back to attention and replied, "First, I think the existence of magic beasts is a huge hidden danger. Right now, each territory only faces beasts of a corresponding level, but what if that protection disappears one day? Second, the special weather that's been gone for almost 2 months seems to be coming back. Third, I've heard that many powerful territories are preparing for some unknown crisis, and I've been wondering what that crisis could be." Zhoubai didn't intend to hide what she knew. She understood that if you wanted information from others, you had to be open yourself. Suyeso was surprised. Zhoubai knew more than he'd expected. It was clear she was a capable person. She and the other new territories had only been in this world for a little over 3 months, yet they were already making a big impact. Maybe their sacrifice back then really had brought a glimmer of hope to this world. There was a hint of sadness in Suyeso's eyes. Looking at Zhoubai, he finally said just one thing. "Before the special weather arrives, upgrade your territory as much as possible." Such a simple sentence, yet it contained a wealth of information. After careful thought, Zhoubai immediately understood. Maybe all 3 of her concerns would arrive at the same time? Indeed, when these 3 situations are put together, there's more or less a connection between them. A wave of unusual weather is coming, and magical beasts are ignoring level restrictions. This is nothing short of a massive crisis for territories big and small. In that instant, Zhoubai felt an unprecedented sense of danger well up from deep within. She had thought that such crises would only come in the distant future, but never expected them to arrive so soon. Or perhaps, this unusual weather marks the true beginning of this world. After all, what the Stan continent calls unusual weather is known as natural disasters back on Blue Star. At this moment, Zhoubai felt a strong sense of urgency. Territory upgrade. Right now, for Hope Town to advance from a level 1 to a level 2 town, all that's missing are enough residents and her own level. She had to hurry and level up. "Thank you," Zhoubai said, bowing deeply to Suyeso. This information was just too important for her. Suyeso looked at Zhoubai, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his wise eyes. Zhoubai's composure had exceeded his expectations. She remained calm in the face of crisis. "Do you have anything else you want to ask?" Suyeso suddenly seemed to think of something, piquing Zhoubai's curiosity. Zhoubai was momentarily stunned. Didn't he say he'd only answer one question? But Zhoubai wasn't about to let this rare opportunity slip by. She had so many secrets about this world buried in her heart, and now that she finally had a chance to get answers, she had to seize it. I want to know, does our arrival in this world have anything to do with this crisis? Bai asked her first question, her heart pounding as she spoke. She knew this was definitely a sensitive topic, and wasn't sure if this dragon lord would be willing to answer. Yes, Yeso replied, but only with that single word. Yet that one word was enough for Bai. Can we ever go back? Bai asked her second question. I don't know. I wasn't the one who summoned you here, Yeso replied simply. But the reason you were summoned is because your world is facing the same crisis. As Bai listened, she thought of the words that had appeared during the Doomsday Game loading screen that everyone on Earth had seen. So it really was a global catastrophe. And those who left Blue Star were just a portion of humanity. Why them? She suspected it had something to do with their magical aptitude. Studying herself, Bai asked her third question, is this crisis easy to overcome? Yeso replied bluntly, what do you think? Bai instantly understood, it wouldn't be easy. If it were, why would they need to summon people from another world? But compared to the territories of this world, they were far too weak. What could they possibly do? She didn't know. But what she did know was that only by working hard to improve herself and her territory would she have a chance to survive. So, are there two factions secretly struggling for control of this continent? Bai asked her fourth question. Maybe. Yeso's expression dimmed a little as he spoke. Even now, he didn't know if sacrificing so many lives to win this sliver of hope had been worth it. Bai understood, some things he was willing to tell her, some things he couldn't, or maybe it just wasn't the right time. Indeed, at her territory's current level, she wasn't in a position to influence anything yet. But she was already satisfied to have gotten these answers. Thank you, Bai said again, sincerely. Even though she didn't know what would become of Hope Town, whether it would fall in the crisis or hold out, she would fight with all her might until the very end. You're not bad yourself, Yeso said directly. Most people, upon hearing such news, would lose their composure. But Bai managed to regain her calm in the shortest time, and even showed a hint of determination in her eyes. That alone made her better than most. Sometimes, a person's mindset is more important than their abilities. Seeing Bai like this, he understood why Philia would consider her a friend. People with the right mindset have their own principles. Philia was as lucky as he had once been to meet a good person. Bai was a little surprised by Yeso's praise, but it felt good to be recognized. Philia, standing to the side, was even more exuberant in her reaction. Of course Bai is amazing. Yeso looked at his granddaughter and chuckled inwardly. Then he said, go on, go wherever you need to. Silly girl. Philia immediately asked, can I take Bai to tour the entire Stan continent? She'd been planning this for a while, but now just wanted her grandfather's formal approval. She'd retrace her old routes, her memory was excellent. Yeso thought for a moment, glanced at the surprised Bai, and then nodded. You can, but take care of yourself. Okay. Philia beamed with joy at the official permission, then turned to Bai. Come on, I'll take you flying. And then we'll level you up properly. You could even advance to a saint-level profession. She'd already figured out that Bai was about to face trouble she'd have to solve herself. In that case, the best thing was to help Bai level up as much as possible. She'd trained Bai well, just like her own parents had trained her. Bai bowed to Yeso and the others to take her leave, then climbed onto Philia's back. When she returned to her territory, she'd have to prepare a proper thank you gift. Philia simply called out, we're off, and took Bai soaring out of the cave. Watching them leave, Philia's father, Iskandar, who had been mostly silent, turned to Yeso and said, Father, you seem to appreciate this human. Maybe it's because Philia thinks highly of her, and also because she's from another world, Yeso sighed. Didn't you say the crisis is coming soon? If Philia stays with her, she might get caught up in it. We could have stayed out of it otherwise, Iskandar said bluntly. He was just worried about his daughter. If she lost such a friend, she'd be heartbroken. His own father had never forgotten his human friend, after all, though that human had indeed been worthy of respect. In this world, who can truly stay out of things? Who knows what the world will be like after other races are destroyed? Who can guarantee it'll be better than now? Who can guarantee our dragon clan will enjoy lasting peace? Suyeso sighed. I hope they can win this struggle. Since people from another world have been summoned, there must be a reason. Letting Philia help her grow isn't much of a risk. Suyeso had convinced himself and Iskandar as well. Iskandar said no more. Come to think of it, this person is quite special. I've heard that among all the otherworldly territories, only Hope Town drew the Hall of Heroes and can summon undead, Suyeso said offhandedly. He'd heard this from Philia. The ocean was the dragon's domain, but there was one exception, the undead kingdom at the center of the sea. The undead were trapped on that eye, unable to come and go freely. That was the work of a certain someone, to prevent the undead from interfering. But now, Hope Town could summon undead, tearing open a passage at the border of the undead kingdom. So, Hope Town wasn't just special among otherworldly territories, but also among those on the Stan continent. He wondered if the recent activity in the undead kingdom had anything to do with Hope Town. If Hope Town could gain the support of the undead kingdom, they might really be able to withstand this crisis. After all, this crisis wasn't without a time limit. If there was a variable in this gamble, the final outcome might shift and not follow the predetermined path. He hoped Jobai would become one of those variables. So he tacitly approved of Philia's actions with her. Iskandar paused, then said, that is special. The undead kingdom has been quite active lately. I wonder if it's related to Hope Town. What kind of activity? Suyeso was curious. There are undead at the edge of the coast using undead creatures to collect shells. Philia's territory is also working with the humans to gather shells, and all these shells end up at Hope Town. Hope Town has developed a new building material that increases territory defenses. Right now, only Hope Town is supplying it, so the shells from the undead kingdom must be going there too. Though the dragons kept to themselves, they still kept up with major developments on the Stan continent. Especially since this involved his daughter, he'd naturally investigated thoroughly. Suyeso was hearing this for the first time, and his eyes lit up. A building material that boosts territory defenses, and it's related to their shells. That's why I think the Undead Kingdom's activity is connected to Hope Town, Iskandar said. Does Philia's territory still have plenty of shells? If not, transfer some from elsewhere and let her sell more to them, Suyeso instructed. All right, Iskandar agreed. After all, the money would go to his child, and it would make his father happy, why not? Suyeso, cheered by the news, said to Iskandar, gather more information on these otherworldly territories. I want to hear about them. He hadn't bothered before, thinking there was no hope, but now things seemed a little different. He wanted to see for himself. Understood. Iskandar glanced at his father's now bright eyes and agreed. Jobai, of course, had no idea what was happening after she left. All she knew was that, not long after leaving the dragon's lair with Philia, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. Soaring above the vast ocean, she couldn't help but be captivated by the scenery below. The sea is beautiful, isn't it? I thought you'd like to see it, so I'm flying a bit lower, Philia said quickly. Thank you, you really are such a big cutie, Jobai said with a smile. She'd meant to say little cutie, but Philia's size really didn't fit that description, so she changed her words. Nonsense, you're the cute one, Philia replied shyly. Jobai chuckled softly. Although her burden felt heavier after hearing Philia's grandfather's words, she knew she couldn't let it affect her mood too much. No matter what happens, she had to face it positively. As long as she did her best, she'd have no regrets, whatever the outcome. Now, soaring among the clouds, she felt her heart open up as well. She didn't know how long they'd been flying when a powerful aura caught her attention. Looking ahead, she saw a massive island in the center of the ocean, radiating a dense magical energy. Though it was heavy and somber, there was also something familiar about it. Is that the Undead Kingdom? Jobai quickly recognized it. The aura was very similar to Bayer and Heidi's. That made the island's identity obvious. Yes, that's the Undead Kingdom, Philia replied, tilting her head to look, then suddenly exclaimed, Huh? What is it? I see a bunch of undead creatures collecting shells on the shore, Philia said in surprise. Jobai looked down, though she couldn't see clearly, and said instinctively, "Get a bit closer, let me have a look." Philia did as asked, bringing them closer to the undead kingdom. Jobai soon saw the scene below. A group of skeletons and skeletal beasts were using magic to gather shells from the seabed, then placing them on a magic circle nearby. After a swirl of black energy, the shells vanished, clearly transported into the undead kingdom. What do the undead want with all those shells? Philia muttered. Jobai paused. This probably had a lot to do with her. It's probably related to me. Huh? Philia was confused. They're collecting these shells to trade with our territory, Jobai explained. Philia looked surprised and a little aggrieved. Didn't you say you didn't need them? Why won't you work with me, but you'll work with the undead kingdom? Jobai quickly reassured her, because even if I work with you, your shells will end up at Hope Town anyway. The result is the same, and it helps me build good relations with Baron Charlotte and the others. There's nothing bad about it. All right then. Philia reluctantly accepted the explanation. At that moment, watching the busy undead, Jobai suddenly remembered something. During unusual weather, the undead could move about freely. Undead weren't affected by the special weather. So maybe the reason the undead were trapped in the undead kingdom was someone's scheme to keep them from interfering with the plan. Jobai's eyes flashed. If that was the case, then if Hope Town could summon more undead, even when the unusual weather came, the overall impact on the territory would be lessened. At the very least, they'd have a vanguard to gather special materials. Jobai made a mental note of this, then said to Philia, "Philia, let's go. Take me to level up." She needed to raise her level so she could focus on upgrading the territory. If possible, she wanted to find a way to raise Hope Town to level 3 before the unusual weather arrived. All right, Philia agreed readily. In her mind, she was already recalling the training she'd undergone herself. Now it was Jobai's turn. And at this moment, Jobai had no idea that Philia had already prepared a whole series of challenges for her. Before long, Philia landed with Jobai at a new location. The moment they touched down, Jobai found herself surrounded by a vast expanse of snow. Where are we? We're at the northernmost point of the human kingdom. This is one of the resource points, Ice Silk Valley. Hurry up and start your trial, Philia said, and in the next instant, she suppressed her own aura. As soon as the dragon aura disappeared, the magical beasts in Ice Silk Valley appeared instantly. From the nearest cave, a hissing sound echoed out, accompanied by a flurry of rapid footsteps. Footsteps? Jobai's attention was immediately drawn to the cave entrance. In no time, strands of icy silk twisted together slithered out from the darkness, heading straight for Jobai. She instinctively raised her defenses. The icy silk recoiled as soon as it struck the shield in front of her. Then, the owners of the silk revealed themselves. One after another, large white spiders crawled out of the cave. Each spider was about twice the size of a human. The sight made Jobai's skin crawl. Small spiders are already a common fear for girls, especially the quick-moving ones. But this was on a whole different level. These spiders were twice as big as a person. Still, no matter how grossed out she felt, she had to face them. Before charging in, Jobai quickly appraised the group of white spiders. Magical beast, white demon spider. Level. Description: fast attack speed, high attack power, strong single target damage. Social magical beasts gain buffs when fighting in groups. Attributes. Seeing the stats marked with asterisks, Jobai immediately became alert. She was currently level 23. If these white demon spiders were all higher level than her, she could be in real danger if she wasn't careful. Quickly, Jobai formulated a battle plan in her mind based on their characteristics. A platinum-grade armor-piercing sword appeared in her hand, capable of reducing an enemy's defense by 2,000 points for 15 seconds. If these were mid-tier magical beasts, that meant their defense would be cut by more than half, enough time to take one down in those 15 seconds. Against groups of magical beasts, the armor-piercing sword was especially effective. She immediately boosted her own defenses, then charged straight into the swarm of white demon spiders. After her partnership with Dash in Town, she'd replaced all her gear, equipping a full set of platinum weapons and blue-grade armor. Of course, she'd also bought diamond weapons and red-grade gear, but those stayed in her inventory for now. After all, using gear above her level would only make things harder for her. The higher-level weapons and armor were just for emergencies. Once inside the swarm, Zhou Bai quickly became entangled in battle with the white demon spiders. Their main attack method was spitting silk, trying to bind her up. Zhou Bai knew this and gave them no chance to succeed, weaving nimbly among the spiders. Her petite frame became her greatest advantage. The spiders couldn't pinpoint her location, getting confused and even tangling their own silk around their companions. Taking advantage of the chaos, Zhou Bai struck one of the spiders, slashing its defense, then engulfed it in a blazing fire spell. A massive flame instantly consumed the spider, its agonized screech echoing as the heat overwhelmed it. The other spiders tried to help, but it was useless. They could only attack Zhou Bai even more ferociously. Zhou Bai, however, remained calm, dodging when she needed to, only attacking when the opportunity was right. While Zhou Bai fought, Philia watched closely. She was a little surprised by Zhou Bai's new fighting style. Philia's own approach had always been overwhelming force. This was her first time seeing such skillful tactics. Although Zhou Bai was forced to rely on technique due to her lack of raw power, that in itself was another kind of strength. At that moment, Philia felt Zhou Bai was practically glowing. With that, Philia stopped watching and started helping from the sidelines. A powerful attack swept through a cluster of white demon spiders, leaving them all barely clinging to life. Zhou Bai, caught up in the fight, happily took advantage of Philia's help, flashing her a grateful smile before finishing off the weakened spiders. Free loot, who wouldn't take it? And at a time like this, leveling up was the top priority. With Philia's assistance, it didn't take long for Zhou Bai to wipe out all the white demon spiders in the resource point. After finishing off the last one, Zhou Bai collapsed to the ground, gulped down a recovery potion, and immediately felt much better. Philia watched from the side and curled her lip. "You're still too weak." Zhou Bai just smiled. "Yeah, too weak. That's why I need you to help me more." Philia answered without hesitation, of course. "Let's go. On to the next one." After that, Philia took Zhou Bai all around the northern region, visiting every suitable resource point. Zhou Bai would always go in first. If she could find the magical beast's weaknesses and defeat them, Philia would step in to help her finish off the rest. By the time they'd cleared the northern region, Zhou Bai had reached level 25. Then they moved on to the west, south, east, and central regions. Philia led Zhou Bai through each one in turn. Ice Flame Demon Lions, Twin-Winged Demon Lions, Crimson Soul Demon Lions, Wind Demon Tigers, 9 Nether Demon Tigers, Gale Demon Wolves, Golden Silk Demon Wolves, Blood-Eyed Demon Wolves, Wasteland Demon Leopards, Cold Spring Demon Leopards, Rampaging Demon Bears, Flame Demon Bears, Steel Earth Demon Bears, Bloodthirsty Demon Apes, Thunder Demon Birds, Golden Ridge Demon Vultures, Black Gold Demon Serpents, Bloodthirsty Demon Bats. Zhou Bai encountered countless magical beasts she'd never seen before and survived many dangerous moments. Her potential as a swordswoman was fully awakened. And at last, she reached a pivotal moment in her career. The trial to advance from intermediate to advanced class. This was a test no one could help her with. She had to face it alone to truly become an advanced professional. So, Philia brought her to a resource point in the Beastman territory. Rumble. The sounds at the resource point were absolutely deafening. Whether it was the roars of magical beasts or the tremors from their footsteps, it was clear these were no ordinary creatures. Magical beast, sky-shrouding demon elephant. Level. Description. Social magical beast. Immense strength, massive body, exerts powerful dominance over other magical beasts. The overlord among magical beasts. Attributes. Seeing the sky-shrouding demon elephant, Zhou Bai instinctively shrank back. On Blue Star, elephants were already like moving mountains, let alone magical world elephants. Standing before this sky-shrouding demon elephant, she'd be squashed with a single step. Philia, you're overestimating me. Zhou couldn't help but give a wry smile. It wasn't that she lacked courage, it's just that she was here to train, not to die. This is to awaken your skills. Get through this, and once you become an advanced professional, you'll be much stronger, Philia said directly. Don't worry, I'm here. Nothing will happen to you. Besides, she had other plans in mind. Seeing Philia's insistence, Zhou hesitated, then charged toward the herd of sky-shrouding demon elephants. No matter what, she'd give it her all. The elephants, sensing the unfamiliar presence, one of which was quite strong, didn't dare act rashly. Suddenly, a human appeared out of nowhere. They studied her for a moment, still aware of a powerful being nearby, and, faintly, the aura even felt familiar. So, instead of attacking immediately, they huddled together, trumpeting for a while, and finally sent out a relatively small sky-shrouding demon elephant from the back. It was a newborn calf. Just right to spar with this human. Zhou, ready to risk her life, was stunned to see the demon elephant calf step forward for a one-on-one battle. The calf, full of youthful energy, charged at Zhou, trunk swinging. The ground trembled with every step. Zhou didn't care why the adults weren't moving, she just drew her weapon and engaged the calf. Clang! As they passed each other, Zhou stabbed her platinum armor-piercing sword at the calf, but all she heard was a metallic scraping sound. Clearly, the calf wasn't hurt at all. Instead, her sword's durability instantly dropped by 10%. The gap in strength was just too great. Just what level was this demon elephant calf? As Zhou wondered, the calf suddenly delivered a swift spinning kick. Even though Zhou managed to raise her shield in time, it shattered under the blow, sending her flying. Without thinking, she scrambled up and attacked again. Even an elephant must have a weakness. If she could find it, she could win. So began a fierce duel of strength. In pure physical power, Zhou was no match for the calf. But with her various weapons and gear, she managed to even the odds, and their attacks grew faster and faster. Finally, in the heat of battle, Zhou discovered its weaknesses. First, elephants have relatively poor eyesight, move fast enough, and their attacks can easily miss by a hair. The reason they can still track you is because they can sense auras and locate by sound. So, if you mask your presence and silence your movements while moving quickly, the demon elephant will lose track of you. Second, their ears are sensitive to sound. Sharp, high-pitched noises can make them uncomfortable or even frightened. Third, their huge size makes them less agile in tight spaces. Combine these three, and the calf would be easy to handle. With a plan in mind, Zhou got to work. First, she concealed her aura and muffled her sounds, then used her speed boots to zip around the calf. Soon, the calf sensed Zhou disappearance, but still felt her nearby. Growing uneasy, it began to charge around wildly. Zhou occasionally made noises nearby to lure it, keeping it within a certain area. Then she gathered earth elements from the air, slowly building a wall of earth and stone around the calf, making the enclosure extra sturdy. By the time the calf realized what was happening, it was already trapped. It began to panic, ramming the walls. At that moment, Zhou unleashed a series of piercing, shrill sounds. Wah! The calf trumpeted skyward, clearly calling for its parents. Zhou. She'd been so caught up in the fight, she almost forgot. If you bully the kid, the parents will come. Sure enough, as the calf cried out, Zhou heard rumbling behind her. The earth and stone walls were instantly smashed apart. The adult sky-shrouding demon elephants, seeing their calf bullied, charged at Zhou. One thought filled her mind: run. She sprinted ahead, elephants thundering after her. Several times, Zhou felt their massive feet nearly crush her into paste. She could only muster all her strength to escape. After countless brushes with death, she finally heard a system notification. Congratulations, host. After 100 extreme dodges, you have acquired the Ghost Step skill. Congratulations, host. You have reached level 30 and become an advanced professional. Current unlocked classes: Swordsman, Mage, Summoner. Class advancement in progress. Congratulations, host. You are now an advanced swordsman, advanced mage, and advanced summoner. At last, she'd advanced. The moment Jobai realized she'd leveled up, she ran even faster. But the change in her aura didn't escape the sky-shrouding demon elephants. They instantly went berserk. They were determined to teach this human who bullied their calf a lesson. Rage. With their berserk skill activated, their attack speed doubled. Each one was a high-level magical beast. Doubling their speed was no joke. Even using her new Ghost Step skill, Jobai felt an immense pressure bearing down on her. She braced herself, activating every defensive item she had, ready to take a hit, when suddenly a dragon's roar echoed, followed by the ground shaking violently. When the dust settled, Jobai was stunned by what she saw. A whole herd of sky-shrouding demon elephants had been sent flying by Philia. Jobai instantly felt triumphant. She's got someone powerful backing her too. Or rather, she's got someone awesome behind her. After the sky-shrouding demon elephants got up, the first thing they noticed was Philia standing beside Jobai. The rationality they'd lost earlier instantly returned. None of them dared to make any rash moves, but they all quietly shielded the young of their kind behind them. Seeing this, Jobai reined in the smug look on her face. These magical beasts were just too human-like. Jobai, do you want to take them in? Philia asked. Jobai was stunned. Huh? She hadn't even had time to react. The sky-shrouding demon elephants are among the rare, highly intelligent magical beasts. On top of that, they're extremely powerful. No race would dare provoke them lightly. If your territory had these demon elephants, it would be much safer, Philia analyzed seriously. She was genuinely considering Jobai's interests. The dragon clan couldn't directly interfere in matters on land, but she could help indirectly. If she found Jobai some powerful helpers, Jobai and her territory would be much safer. Jobai hadn't expected to hear this from Philia. For a moment, she felt a lump in her throat, but she quickly composed herself. Thank you, but with my current rank, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to keep them under control. She was being honest. Trying to control creatures far beyond your own strength might work for a while, but not forever. No one could say when these demon elephants might lose control, and then they might even turn on her. You just advanced to a high-level summoner, right? If you form a contract with them, you'll be able to summon them anytime, anywhere. And, because of the contract, if you advance to a saint-level summoner in the future, they can also advance thanks to you, Philia explained without hesitation. They're high-level magical beasts, and it's much harder for magical beasts to advance than for other races. They definitely wouldn't betray you easily. Her explanation completely dispelled Jobai's doubts. Jobai paused, then glanced sideways at the demon elephants. But what about them? They might not be willing. Why would these sky-shrouding demon elephants want a contract with a human? Philia turned to the demon elephants and said flatly, surrender or die. Choose. Jobai. Sky-shrouding demon elephants. Did they really have a choice? The next moment, they all started wailing, then dropped to their knees before Jobai. Those who know when to yield are wise. They didn't want to die. Philia looked at them, chin raised, and said to Jobai, see? Problem solved. Jobai let out a deep sigh at the scene. She then pulled a contract scroll from her backpack. She'd been carrying it ever since she became a summoner, but had never used it. First, she'd kept her extra class a secret. She'd noticed that very few people in her territory could develop a third class. Second, she'd never encountered a magical beast she felt was truly worth contracting. When she was alone in the wild, she'd tried summoning skills, but since they were beginner level, she only summoned low-level beasts, not much help in battle, mostly just for practice. She never expected that today, she'd get the chance to contract high-level magical beasts. Jobai glanced at Philia, pausing for a moment. So this is the benefit of having a powerful ally? The contract scroll worked easily, binding the sky-shrouding demon elephants to her one by one. Now that they were contracted, she took them with her. In the blink of an eye, this resource point was empty. Philia, satisfied, said, not bad. Your strength has improved, and now you have more battle companions. You'll only get stronger from here. Now, there were even fewer people who could bully Zhou Bai. Thank you, Zhou Bai said sincerely. Without Philia, she never could have gotten this windfall. No problem, let's keep going, Philia said generously. All the ones I'm picking for you are high-level magical beasts. Can you handle it? Yes, Zhou Bai replied. With such an opportunity, she had to seize it. Besides, she could feel her body's potential hadn't reached its limit yet. She'd focus on raising her strength first and hone her skills through real combat later. For the next while, Zhou Bai followed Philia around the various resource points of the Beastman Kingdom. It was obvious that the magical beasts in the Beastman Kingdom weren't easy to deal with, and they all seemed quite intelligent. So in the Beastman Kingdom, Zhou Bai mainly trained her combat skills and, along the way, contracted a bunch of high-level magical beasts. After leaving the Beastman Kingdom, Philia took Zhou Bai back to the Human Kingdom, where they started sweeping through high-level magical beast resource points. It was almost like a rampage. As long as Zhou Bai mastered the kill techniques, Philia would step in afterward, letting Zhou Bai reap the rewards. Her experience points soared. Day by day, time passed. By the third day, Zhou Bai had traveled to nearly every corner of the Stan continent, except for the Elven Kingdom. Her map was updated as she went. She'd also roughly marked the locations of most of the top territories on the leaderboard. All she could say was, the higher her level, the more her overall physical abilities improved. As for the Elven Kingdom, which she hadn't visited yet, Zhou Bai was already aware of it. When she finally went there, it would probably be time to advance to Saint level. By now, Zhou Bai was finally starting to catch her breath. Philia's trial guidance was so clear, every destination was certain, every step methodical, with no hesitation. The progression of difficulty was just right. She had a feeling this was probably the same route Philia herself had once taken for her own trial. No wonder so many of the magical beasts they encountered had such tough bodies. As she was thinking, suddenly a shadow darted out beside her, instantly dispatching the magical beast near her. Seeing Philia's towering figure, Zhou Bai felt a surge of security. Without hesitation, she raised her sword and finished off the rest of the beasts. After this wave, Zhou Bai's level reached 40. Looking at her level, Zhou Bai felt a little dizzy. In just a few days, she was almost a saint-level professional. It felt like a dream. Once we go to the last place, you'll be able to go back, Philia said, satisfied with Zhou Bai's progress. She was doing well. We're going to the Elven Kingdom? Zhou Bai asked bluntly. How did you know? Philia was surprised. Anyone with eyes can see it. It's the only place we haven't been, Zhou Bai said with a smile, then climbed onto Philia's back on her own. You're so smart. Philia praised her without hesitation. She hadn't thought of that back then. Zhou Bai said helplessly, let's go. All right, let's go. Philia replied energetically, soaring into the sky with Zhou Bai. Before long, Zhou Bai saw on the map that she and Philia had arrived above the Elven Kingdom. Zhou Bai looked down and saw an endless expanse of green. With white mist swirling above, for a moment, Zhou Bai felt as if she was gazing upon a paradise on earth. The Elven Kingdom truly lives up to its name. Is it really okay for you to fly this low? Zhou Bai stared in disbelief as Philia flew lower and lower. After all, this was the territory of the Elven Kingdom. Wasn't this basically provoking them? Hee, it's fine, Philia replied with absolute confidence. Zhou Bai couldn't understand where Philia's confidence came from, but since she couldn't leave Philia's side, she could only follow along as Philia flew recklessly over one of the Elven Kingdom's domains. Finally, after who knows how long, two elves flew out from the territory and immediately locked onto Philia. May we ask what business you have here? The two elves, one male and one female, each had a dazzling white bow slung over their shoulders. But even more striking than their weapons were their looks. At first glance, Zhou Bai was stunned by their beauty. The elves' looks were truly something else. I brought someone here for training. If you can help my friend advance to Saint-level mage, we'll leave. Otherwise, I'll come bother you every day, Philia declared righteously. Zhou Bai, who had been lost in the elves' beauty, was instantly shocked by this statement. Wasn't this a blatant threat? Wasn't she just pouring oil on the fire? Sure enough, the two elves' fair faces immediately showed a hint of anger. How arrogant. This dragon was way too arrogant. Just as the two elves were about to draw their bows and teach Philia a lesson, Philia pulled out some weapons and equipment given to her by her ancestors and lined them up in midair. You can't get rid of me. Philia continued to boast. Jobai. She's really a troublemaker. Still, timid as she was, Jobai instinctively layered herself with extra protection. All the diamond gear she'd been reluctant to use before was now being piled onto herself one piece after another. Philia was doing this for her sake, so Jobai couldn't possibly betray her. All she could do was make sure she wouldn't drag Philia down if a fight broke out. Her little actions didn't escape the elves' notice. Watching this small human pile on so much protection, the elves couldn't help but twitch their lips. These two, a human and a dragon, were cut from the same cloth. If they fought, it was unlikely the other side would suffer much. More likely, the elves themselves would end up infuriated. But if they didn't fight and just let a human use them for training, that would be way too humiliating. While both sides were at a stalemate, another elf arrived. As this elf appeared, Jobai was enveloped by a fresh floral fragrance, as if she were standing in the middle of spring. This elf must be of high rank. Sure enough, Philia became much more cautious upon seeing her, though she still held her head high, unwilling to back down. I didn't expect you to have grown so much, Philia, after all these years, the newcomer said gently, with a hint of teasing. Clearly, she knew Philia. Philia tilted her head, thought for a moment, then said, Ulis. Yes, it's me, Ulis replied with a smile. It's been so long. You've grown up, and you're even more beautiful and stronger now. Not bad at all. Philia looked Ulis up and down, speaking with genuine affection. Ulis couldn't help but laugh at Philia's straightforwardness. Lady Ulis, this dragon brought a human to our territory and is provoking us, demanding we help this human advance to saint level. Bettina, one of the elves behind, complained. She hadn't expected Lady Ulis to react so calmly. Normally, anyone who dared act up in their territory would be taught a lesson and driven out by Lady Ulis. Ulis glanced at Bettina, her expression still gentle, but carrying a powerful pressure. Bettina immediately fell silent, bowing her head in apology. I'm sorry, Lady Ulis. I was out of line. Philia is still a dragon cub. I don't believe you can't see that. And their request isn't malicious. Your attitude will only bring enemies to our territory. Don't think that just because we elves are strong, we can disregard everyone else, Ulis said calmly, but every word made Bettina bow lower. She realized she really had gotten a bit carried away. I'm sorry. This time, Bettina's apology was much more sincere. She bowed not only to Ulis, but also to Philia and Jobai. Seeing the previously arrogant elf apologize, Philia lifted her chin even higher, about to say something. But Jobai, quick to notice, jumped in first. It's all right. I was the one being rude, wandering around your territory. It's understandable you'd think we were here to provoke you. Philia just has a straightforward personality. I should be the one to apologize. Jobai apologized on her own behalf, subtly excluding Philia. She didn't think Philia needed to lower her head for her sake. Philia wasn't one to bow, but Jobai could. In fact, she should have tried to persuade Philia earlier, instead of assuming Philia's strength would keep them out of trouble. Philia was surprised by Jobai's apology, looking a bit unhappy, but when she felt Jobai pat her back, she swallowed her words. To Ulis and her group, this scene was shocking. Philia had just been so brash, not taking them seriously at all, but now she was listening to a human. Only now did Ulis and the others take a proper look at Jobai. Especially Bettina and Alan, whose expressions softened after Jobai's words. Their apology had been forced by Ulis's pressure and their own minor mistake. But just because they realized their own fault didn't mean they thought Philia and Jobai were blameless. Now that Jobai had apologized too, they felt much better. Little one, you're quite polite, Ulis said to Jobai with a gentle smile. For some reason, Jobai felt there was a hint of sarcasm in those words. Such a gentle lady, but clearly not to be underestimated. Still, Jobai decided to take it as a compliment and nodded. Thank you for the praise. Yuli's. Philia's favorability toward Yuli shot up. After all, Yuli's had praised her good friend. She quickly added, now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, can you help me with Jobai's trial? As soon as she advances, we'll leave. Philia looked at Yuli's expectantly. Her own trial had been overseen by Yuli's, so having Yuli's help Jobai too felt perfect. Yuli's paused, a bit at a loss for how to deal with such a straightforward cub. She turned to Jobai. What do you think? I do want to advance, and I'm willing to endure any hardship, Jobai answered honestly. If she could become a saint-level professional, she'd be at the top of this world, and her territory would benefit as well. At a time like this, pride meant nothing. She'd take any opportunity she could get. Real benefits were what mattered. Yuli's eyes flickered as she saw the determination in Jobai's gaze. You're from a new territory, right? Which one? Jobai was surprised by the question, but nodded. I'm from Hopetown. Hopetown? Bettina and Alan exchanged glances at the name, their expressions odd. Jobai quickly asked, what, have you heard of it? Bettina and Alan looked to Yuli's, waiting for her response. We have heard of Hopetown. The goods there are quite good and popular, Yuli's replied after a pause. Jobai was surprised. Although Hopetown's products had spread to many territories and become quite popular, she hadn't expected them to reach the Elven Kingdom. Which territory had managed that? She couldn't help but ask, which human territory do you cooperate with? Yuli's was amused by Jobai's sharpness, but just smiled without answering. Jobai smiled back. I forgot to mention, I'm the mayor of Hopetown. At this, Yuli's looked genuinely surprised. You're also the Lord of Hopetown, aren't you? Jobai, yes, but that's my hidden identity. At this point, Jobai didn't feel the need to hide it anymore. After all, anyone who could guess had already guessed. Revealing it now wouldn't cause any major waves for her or her territory. The residents of Hopetown were already used to their own way of doing things. Who the Lord was didn't really affect the town's stability. But the fact that Yuli's brought it up made Jobai realize that the connection between this elven territory and the human territories was deeper than she'd thought. It was even possible this territory was also a new one from Blue Star. Previously, there had been little interaction between the human and elven kingdoms, so only the new territories could have broken that barrier. Hopetown's special building summoned undead. Many new territories summoned dwarves or beastmen, and most summoned humans. But it was possible a few had summoned elves, they just kept it well hidden. Ever since Hopetown's recent upgrade, Jobai had realized one thing: Blue Star's territories were full of hidden talents. Yuli smiled at Jobai's straightforward answer. Your Hopetown is quite impressive. Thank you, Jobai replied. You're eager to advance for the sake of your territory's development? Yuli's asked meaningfully. Jobai paused, wondering if the elves also knew about the crisis on the Stan continent, as the dragons did. Yes, special weather is coming, and probably danger too. I need to prepare, Jobai said, hinting at her real meaning. Sure enough, Yuli's eyes flashed. She said directly, I agree to train you, but I hope you'll agree to one condition. What condition? Jobai asked. Hopetown must open its doors to all territories in the Elven Kingdom, Yuli's replied. Jobai was stunned. Are you sure this isn't a perk for Hopetown? In fact, the human kingdom's quest centers could be open to other races' territories, but since other races didn't want to cooperate, it was assumed to be human only. But if she could open up to other races, everyone knew the benefits would be huge and her territory could become famous overnight. So this was clearly a huge perk for Hopetown. Of course she'd agree. She quickly added, I agree. I'll open it up as soon as I get back. This was just too good to be true. Once again, Jobai felt like she was truly the chosen one. Who else had managed to latch onto so many powerful allies in succession? No one. Yuli's. Then it's settled. She'd only suggested this to give the Elven Kingdom another way out in light of the coming crisis. But seeing Jobai's ecstatic reaction, she felt like maybe she'd gotten the short end of the stick. Still, Thinking of the prophecy and the current situation, Hopetown really did seem like a promising ally. One more territory, one more path. And with Hopetown's current strength, it posed no threat to the Elven Kingdom. As for Jobai, seeing Yuli's reaction, she felt reassured. She thought, the Elven Kingdom definitely knows about the Stan continent crisis. Even such a powerful race is preparing. Just how big is this crisis? She blurted out her question. Yuli's met her curious gaze and replied, it's huge. It concerns the life and death of every race on the continent. She glanced at Philia. Except for the dragons and the undead. Why are those two races excluded? Jobai pressed, realizing Yuli's knew more than the dragons had revealed. They are the chosen ones, blessed by the gods. If they succeed, Yuli said simply, then fell silent, clearly unwilling to say more. Blessed by the gods? Gods? Jobai couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Are there really gods in this world? She'd never heard of them. This world felt more like high-tech than divine. She'd always thought Stan Continent was a blend of technology and magic, but now gods were involved? This world's secrets ran too deep. When would she finally uncover them all? Burying these thoughts, Jobai continued, when do we start my advancement training? No matter what, she had only one thought now. Advance, advance, advance. Hopetown. During the days when Jobai was away, Hopetown's development sped up with each passing day. Originally, there were just over 500 businesses directly affiliated with the territory and cooperating with Hopetown. But as time went on, that number quickly shot up to more than 1,000, and it was still climbing. This rapid expansion of businesses brought with it a surge in visitors, and with that came economic prosperity. Between territories, between visitors and territories, and among the visitors themselves, everyone was connecting and trading through the Hopetown platform, each getting what they needed. Every resident who came to Hopetown was amazed by what they saw. Isn't Hopetown's prosperity about to surpass some Tier 1 cities? After finishing his business, Baron Charlotte came to Hopetown again with Baron Harrington. He hadn't expected that in just a few days, Hopetown's development would be so dramatic. Although his words were a bit exaggerated, they were enough to show just how extraordinary Hopetown had become. At the very least, he could confidently say that, in terms of daily income alone, Hopetown could definitely rival an average Tier 1 city. There weren't too many Tier 1 cities, but there were enough that some of them were only developing at an average pace. Those average ones couldn't compare to Hopetown. Baron Harrington nodded in agreement. That's right. But the way Hopetown has developed is a rare stroke of luck, something that can't be replicated. It's all about the right time, place, and people. And luck, above all, played a crucial role. You can't help but envy it, Baron Charlotte sighed. The problem was, he didn't have any such opportunities now. Baron Harrington didn't want to dwell on the topic. He changed the subject directly. It seems Jobai isn't in the territory. I haven't seen her these past few days. Do you know where she went? I asked Bayer, but he doesn't know either. He said she went out for some training, Baron Charlotte replied, frowning. She's only a mid-level professional. Where could she go? If she's gone far, it's too dangerous. She wouldn't risk herself at a time like this, would she? By now, Hopetown was already one of the best-developed territories among the towns, with top-tier growth potential. For Jobai, the person in charge, to leave at such a time was practically handing others an opportunity. Baron Harrington's eyes flickered. Then he said, if she dared to go out, she must have something to rely on. You've probably heard she's on good terms with a dragon. From Dreamsea? Baron Charlotte asked. Yes. Recently, several territories have spotted dragons at resource points in the wild. I don't think that's a coincidence, Baron Harrington said. Clearly, he suspected that the dragon was taking Jobai out for training. That's some incredible luck, Baron Charlotte said, not doubting Harrington's guess at all, and a bit envious. It's all about personal connections, Baron Harrington replied. Indeed. Baron Charlotte nodded. Since she's not back yet, should we? Let's stay in Hopetown for a few more days. I have a feeling that when she returns, there'll be something new to see, Baron Harrington said decisively. All right, how about we go to the amusement park? Baron Charlotte suggested eagerly. Honestly, a lot of the rides there were pretty childish, but for some reason, they were just so much fun and really helped relieve stress. It was relaxing, and for them, this was exactly what they liked. Sure, Baron Harrington agreed. The two of them headed straight for the amusement park. They weren't the only visitors like this in the territory. Everyone who came to Hope Town had their reasons. Besides the tourists, the most noteworthy thing about Hope Town lately was the influx of new residents from all directions. After arriving by land, they didn't hesitate to become residents of Hope Town, buying homes and settling down. After all, anyone who had spent time in Hope Town knew how reliable it was for its residents. With such a good reputation, more and more people wanted to move in. And these new residents generally had some capital. They chose Hope Town for a better life, not just to survive. So after arriving, they kept investing in their families. Thanks to these new residents, the number of vacant apartments in Hope Town was steadily decreasing. Correspondingly, the flow of money into Hope Town was also increasing. This money needs to be deposited, please keep it safe. An employee hurriedly handed over a stack of sorted gold coins to the finance office. The person in charge, Ding Chiro, felt as if she could hear the jingling of gold coins as she accepted the money. Recently, Hope Town's income had been skyrocketing so fast that even someone as used to handling money as she was couldn't help but feel her heart race. The numbers were getting bigger by the day. But she knew that if her daughter were here, she'd be thrilled. As Ding Chiro was thinking this, she happened to see Bear passing by and couldn't help but call out to him. Any news from Joe Bai? It had been days without a word, and Ding Chiro was genuinely worried. Bear shook his head. No news. But don't worry, since she left with Lady Philia, the mayor will be fine. I know, but I just can't help feeling uneasy, Ding Chiro said helplessly. This world wasn't as safe as Blue Star. Bear understood how she felt, but he'd already said what he could. Ding Chiro quickly adjusted her mood and changed the subject. It seems like a lot of new residents have moved into Hope Town lately. I've noticed a lot of houses have been sold. The large sums of money she'd received in the past 2 days were all from these new residents. Yes, a lot of people have come. The population has already exceeded 50,000. Ding Chiro was a bit shocked at that number. Isn't that the population of a Tier 2 town? Yes, Bear replied, frowning. And the population is still growing. With the mayor gone, I'm not sure if we should keep accepting new residents. If we do, we might hit 80,000 soon. At that point, it wouldn't just be a Tier 2 town, but a Tier 3 town. Ding Chiro couldn't help but worry. Will that affect the territory's operations? Bear shook his head. We're constantly hiring new staff. Each department works together, and we have enough soldiers to maintain order. The territory is running smoothly. The basic framework was already in place. Before, it seemed like there were too many departments, but as the territory developed, it was clear the Lord had great foresight. If there weren't enough managers, Hope Town's system wouldn't be able to handle the population boom. But this time, Hope Town held strong. When the Lord returns, he can proudly say they lived up to expectations. Thank you for your hard work, Ding Chiro said quickly. It was only after joining the finance office that she realized how much effort Bear, the chief steward, had put in. It was a good thing he was undead, otherwise, his body might not have held up. No need to thank me. I enjoy it, Bear said frankly. He'd truly found a sense of belonging in Hope Town's development. He really felt that this was a meaningful life, not a wasted one. He was deeply grateful to Zhou Bai for giving him this opportunity. He knew that in any other territory, he would never have had such a chance. If you ever need anything, just let me know, especially when it comes to money, Ding Chiro said generously. There's actually something I'd like your opinion on, Bear said immediately. Go ahead. It's about the Hall of Heroes. The Lord asked you to summon skilled talent for the territory every day, right? Bear asked. Yes. Is there a problem? Should I stop summoning? Ding Chiro hesitated. Zhou Bai had told her not to miss out on any talent. No, I'd actually like you to summon more, specifically for the Hall of Heroes. Originally, we were going to wait for the mayor to return before making a decision, but I'm worried it'll be too late by then. If the finances allow, I suggest we recruit them all, Bayer said directly. The Lord mentioned that special weather is coming. All the territories are gathering special materials and prices are rising. We stocked up based on the original population, but now, with so many new residents, we need to increase our reserves. But if we buy at current prices, it'll be costly. If we recruit the remaining combat-type undead, they can go out and collect special materials when the special weather arrives, and Hope Town might profit from it. Besides that, the presence of undead would boost Hope Town's combat power during special weather, catching others off guard. After all, so far, only Hope Town could summon undead. This was Hope Town's golden finger, and it had to be used well. Dingchiro didn't hesitate at all. Understood. I'll summon them all. Bayer hadn't expected her to agree so readily. Xiaobai told me herself that you're the person she trusts most in the territory. Since you say so, I'll trust you just as much as I trust her, Dingchiro said seriously to Bayer. Bayer was even more moved. A true man will die for one who truly appreciates him. That saying perfectly described how he felt right now. Then I'll leave it to you, Bayer said with a smile. MHM. Dingchiro nodded and returned to her office. Bayer also went back to his office and got busy. He hoped that when their lord returned, she'd see the surprise they'd prepared for her. But what Bayer didn't know was that Jobai was already on her way back, and she was bringing him a huge surprise of her own. How does it feel? Being a saint-level professional now, isn't it great? On the way back, Philia couldn't help but ask Jobai with a proud grin. And why shouldn't she be proud? She had helped Jobai advance from an intermediate professional to a saint-level one. Her combat power had soared, and she'd become a true powerhouse. Yeah, thank you, Jobai replied weakly. These past 2 days had felt like years to her. No, actually, it really had been like years. Who would have thought that the gentle-looking Iulis could be so ruthless when it came to training? Not only were all her opponents saint-level professionals, but she was also constantly trapped in time magic, repeating the same battles over and over. Every day, she was teetering on the edge of life and death. In reality, only 2 days had passed, but inside the time magic, she had no idea how many days it had really been. Of course, the results of this training were astonishing. Not only had she advanced to saint level, but her previously shaky foundations were now rock solid. Now, she was a saint-level professional in every sense of the word. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that opportunities like this were rare even for elves. She didn't know why they were willing to give it to her. In any case, she'd accepted this favor. If she got the chance, she'd definitely repay it. Are you all right? Philia asked, a little worried after hearing Jobai's tone. After all, so much time had passed, and Jobai still didn't seem to have recovered, even potions hadn't helped. I'm fine. I just need a bit more time to recover, Jobai reassured her. After all, she'd basically forced her growth. The fact that she was only mentally exhausted was already a blessing. If you feel unwell, you have to tell me, Philia said. I'm really fine. You protected me so well, thank you, truly, Jobai said sincerely. It seemed that ever since she met Philia, she'd been taking advantage of her. She really owed her more and more. It's nothing, we're friends, aren't we? Philia's smile grew even wider at Jobai's words. She loved hearing things like this. She could listen to it all day. Then she couldn't help but add, now that you're a saint-level professional, do you want to contract a few saint-level magic beasts? That would make your territory even stronger. Maybe it could even be upgraded to a city. Jobai shook her head. Next time. We've already spent several days on this trip. I can't afford any more delays. After advancing to saint level, her sensitivity to the elements in the air had grown much stronger. She could feel that the special weather was getting closer and closer. All right, let's save it for next time, Philia said excitedly. She'd had so much fun on this trip with Jobai, and she was already looking forward to the next one. Jobai knew Philia's personality, so she agreed readily. Should I take you home now? Philia asked. Yes, let's go home, Jobai nodded. At this moment, she was starting to feel a bit homesick herself. But thinking of all she'd gained from this trip, she was so excited she could hardly wait to get back and get to work. Meanwhile, as Philia and Zhou hurried back, the Elven Kingdom was holding a discussion about Zhou and Hope Town. Why did Lady Iulis give such a precious opportunity to a human? After Philia and Zhou left, Bettina couldn't help but voice her doubts. Probably for a sliver of hope, Iulis replied directly. Humans do have some unique ideas. Since we've already made contact with one, why not a second? These new territories really are different from the old human ones. Though their contact had been brief, Iulis just had a feeling. And elves had always trusted their instincts. Besides, they'd be working with Zhou Bai, the Lord of Hope Town. In the future, why not do her a favor? But are we really going to open up to a human territory? Who knows what schemes they might have? There's not a single good human, Bettina pressed, her voice full of disdain. After all, when humans ruled the continent, their treatment of other races had been disgusting. All elves had suffered at the hands of humans. Thinking back on that history, she almost wished humanity would be wiped out. In fact, if the humans hadn't tried to wipe out the elves, maybe they wouldn't have rebelled at all. You can't judge everyone by a few, Iulis said calmly. Once you meet the people of Hope Town, you'll understand. If anyone dares to act recklessly in our kingdom, we won't be polite, we'll deal with them directly. With Iulis' reassurance, Bettina was instantly pleased. All right, let's keep everyone working on weapons and equipment. Yes, Bettina and Alan's expressions grew serious. After all, this was a matter of life and death for them. Finally, Zhou Bai could clearly see on the map that she was getting closer and closer to Hope Town. Though she'd only been gone a few days, she already missed it dearly. Hope Town had unconsciously become her home, her sense of belonging. We're almost home. Philia, do you want to hang out in Hope Town for a bit? Zhou Bai asked. Just pack me some good food to take back. I won't bother you these next few days, Philia said after a moment's thought. After following Zhou Bai to the dragon's lair and then the Elven Kingdom, and hearing things from her grandfather and Iulis, she'd learned a lot. The dragons could stay out of things, but Zhou Bai was human, she couldn't. And this was a matter of life and death. Philia didn't want to distract Zhou Bai too much. Just thinking that Zhou Bai and Hope Town might one day disappear from the continent made her feel sad. So it was better to let Zhou Bai focus on making Hope Town stronger, so she'd have a better chance of surviving what was to come. Zhou Bai was touched by Philia's thoughtfulness. Really, Philia was so considerate. It's fine, just keep coming for food, one day at a time. Who knows, if my territory can't hold out, you might not get any more, Zhou Bai joked. Philia hesitated, but Zhou Bai did have a point. All right, just make sure you have something ready for me. But don't waste too much time on it. Okay, Zhou Bai agreed. As they spoke, they appeared above Hope Town. We're here, Philia said, and in the next moment, she brought Zhou Bai down to the plantation base. Where there had once been an empty field, a manor had sprung up, with one particularly large building catching Philia's eye. It was so big, it was almost shocking. Philia remembered mentioning to Zhou Bai before that she'd like a place of her own. Was this special building for her? She asked shyly, is that for me? Zhou Bai followed her gaze and immediately saw the newly built manor. Yes, it's for you. Want to go take a look? Zhou Bai asked. Sure. Philia replied crisply. Zhou Bai led Philia inside. Philia's house had 3 floors. The first floor was connected to Zhou Bai's reception hall, so if Philia wanted, she could eat with Zhou Bai. The second floor was a lounge, specially made for Philia, with an oversized cat nest sofa, and it was connected to Zhou Bai's bedroom. The third floor was a bedroom, accessible only from the second floor, a private space just for Philia. After the tour, Philia's face was full of excitement. I love it, I really love it. It was simple, but the large furniture showed how much thought Zhou Bai had put into it. How could Philia not like it? If you like it, come stay often, Zhou Bai said. Don't worry about it. Philia had helped her so much. How could she not even have time to host her? If she did, she'd have to scold herself for being ungrateful. Okay, Philia agreed without hesitation. She figured eating, drinking, and sleeping here sounded pretty good. Besides, she wouldn't get in Zhou Bai's way. So Philia decided to stay and play in the manor. Seeing this, Jobai said, "I'll have the chef come and make you whatever you want to eat. Just tell them, all right?" Okay, Philia agreed, shrinking down a bit to fit perfectly into the dragon nest prepared for her. It was so comfortable to nap in. After settling Philia in, Jobai headed toward the Lord's manor. Bear and his group soon got word that Jobai had returned. As soon as they saw her, they received orders to convene a meeting. "Yes, I'll arrange it," Bear replied. But as he looked at Jobai, he couldn't help but feel a pressure he'd never sensed before. This kind of pressure usually came from the strong. After sending people to gather everyone, Bear looked at Jobai curiously. "Lord Mayor, your level." Jobai smiled. "Take a guess." "Bear." After a moment's thought, Bear said, "Saint-level professional?" He was just stating the most likely possibility. If it was just advanced level, the Lord wouldn't be acting like this. But advancing to Saint level in just a few days? That was almost unbelievable. Was the Lord's foundation stable? Bear wondered, but when Jobai saw he'd guessed correctly, she simply nodded. "Yes, I've advanced to Saint level." Bear felt his heart skip a beat. "Really, Saint level? That was like a triple jump. What about your foundation, my lord?" "Don't worry, it's solid. I've fully mastered my power. So I've decided to upgrade the territory right away," Jobai continued. "I want to reach level 3 town before the special weather arrives." Bear was stunned by her last words. He frowned subconsciously. Upgrading to a level 3 town so quickly meant Hope Town would face 2 territory wars in a short time. Wasn't this a bit too hasty? The Lord didn't seem like someone who chased quick results. So maybe she'd learned something important on her trip? Suppressing his questions, Bear said, "Whatever you decide, my lord, I'll support you." Jobai couldn't help but smile. She knew that no matter how outrageous her plans, there would always be people who supported her. Having someone behind you felt amazing. "This decision isn't on a whim, I've confirmed something important," Jobai explained. "I'll bring it up at the meeting." At that moment, Jobai's expression grew serious. This was a matter of life and death. Seeing her face, Bear's heart skipped a beat. This must be something big. As soon as the news got out, everyone immediately dropped what they were doing and rushed over. Zhou Zhengping and Ding Qiro were no exception. When they entered the office, they couldn't help but glance at Jobai several times, only relaxing when they saw she was uninjured. But they also understood in their hearts. Something big must have happened for Jobai to call a meeting the moment she returned. It was definitely not a simple matter. Many people, after sitting down, also turned their attention to Jobai. And at this moment, they noticed something different about her. They could sense that Jobai's aura had grown much stronger, not just a little, but by a significant margin. Had Jobai already become an advanced professional? As expected of the Queen of Hustle. While everyone was still pondering, Jobai spoke up. "You all probably know about the incoming special weather, right?" Everyone nodded. Who didn't know about the recent frenzy in Hope Town to stockpile special materials and craft all sorts of weapons and equipment for the special weather? Hope Town's urgent attitude had even spurred other territories to follow suit. As a result, many merchants were traveling long distances to Hope Town to sell these special materials. The price of special materials had now stabilized in Hope Town. Although it was much higher than usual, it was still within most people's acceptable range. Merchants understood well, if prices went any higher and exceeded people's psychological limits, they wouldn't be able to sell, and once the special weather arrived, prices could plummet. Back to the main topic, everyone's attention was now fixed on Jobai's question. Could there be some problem with the upcoming special weather? "I plan to upgrade our territory to a level 3 town before the special weather arrives. We've already met the requirements for level 2, and we should soon meet those for level 3 as well," Jobai said directly. As soon as she finished, the room fell silent for a moment. Why the rush? Zhou Zhengping was the first to ask. He knew his daughter's personality. She was always steady and cautious. Even though Hope Town's population had surged and the requirements were met, under normal circumstances, she wouldn't choose to upgrade at this time. This was a suggestion from Philia's grandfather. He advised me to upgrade the territory as much as possible before the special weather hits, Jobai said, directly bringing up Suyeso. The word of a dragon carried enough weight. Sure enough, everyone's expressions became more serious. What's the reason? Felia's grandfather didn't tell me directly, but based on some information I've gathered, I suspect that the Stan continent is facing an apocalypse-level crisis, and it's getting closer. This special weather might just be the beginning. Besides the weather, there may also be changes among the magical beasts. The restrictions on territory levels might soon be lifted, meaning high-level or even saint-level magical beasts could start appearing near villages at random, Jobai explained succinctly. But every word she spoke hit everyone like a hammer. This was a huge shock for them. Just yesterday, they were still thinking about how to grow their territory, earn more money, and develop better. And now, they were being told that reality wouldn't give them that chance. Crisis was already quietly approaching. They didn't think Jobai was being alarmist. Even Bear's voice grew hoarse. Will things change as soon as the special weather arrives? Everyone perked up their ears. This was really not good news. I think so. But these changes might not even be the worst of it. Sometimes, what we think is the worst case might actually be the best time. Either way, we have to prepare for the worst, Jobai said calmly. Honestly, we're already lucky to have advance warning. All we can do is get ready as soon as possible. This was also a bit of comfort for herself, at least they weren't facing the crisis totally blind. Do many other territories know about this? Zhang Yongnian asked bluntly. There were probably plenty of territories being kept in the dark, just like them. The lower the territory, the less they knew. Probably not many. Some territories found out earlier than us and have been preparing for a while, Jobai shook her head. She really didn't know what those territories were thinking, but since she knew, she still had to let others know as well. Will this crisis eventually pass? Jobai paused. I'm not sure. From what I learned from the Elven Kingdom, this crisis targets all intelligent races on the Stan continent, except for the undead and dragons. The undead are trapped in their kingdom, and the dragons have chosen to stay out of it. The Elven Kingdom? During this last expedition, I visited one of the Elven Kingdom's territories, Jobai explained briefly. Going forward, our territory will also open up to the elves and cooperate with their territories. In any case, I'm telling you all this so you can be mentally prepared. No matter how hard it gets, we have to face it together. Whatever the outcome, we'll stick together, Jobai continued. The room fell silent. Everyone needed time to digest what Jobai had just said. Sigh. Things just kept piling on, there was never a moment's peace. Jobai noticed this and gave them time. She believed everyone present was strong-minded and would eventually accept reality and throw themselves into action. Sure enough, after a while, one by one, everyone's expressions grew more determined. Mayor, what should we do next? The most important thing is to prepare for the territory upgrade, recruit more residents, build more weapons. Maybe we should make the walls higher and thicker, Jobai suggested. Good idea, Bear and the others agreed without hesitation. Strengthening the territory's defenses, no one could argue with that. And spread the word about this crisis. Start with our own territory? Of course not. We have to make sure no one knows the source of the information. That way, even if someone doubts it, they'll still believe it to some extent and prepare. When the crisis really comes, they won't be caught off guard, Jobai said quickly. The main concern was that some powerful territories were deliberately hiding the crisis for unknown reasons. No way could she let Hope Town get targeted. Hope Town was just a little seedling right now, it couldn't withstand a storm. Next, everyone discussed the details, refining and improving their plans bit by bit. By the end, every department had a clear idea of what they needed to do and had silently set their own agendas. Seeing everyone so serious, Jobai paused and then shared some good news. On this trip, I advanced to a saint-level professional and contracted several high-level and saint-level magical beasts. Saint-level professional? Congratulations, Mayor. Amazing! No wonder your aura feels so different now. That's incredible, just a few days. For everyone present, this was indeed great news. Having a saint-level professional in the territory was like having a powerful guardian. Just lucky took a shortcut, Jobai said honestly. But my foundation is solid. If you can, try to level up as well and then work on strengthening your base. What else could they do? The world was tough. They just needed more strong representatives. Everyone nodded. Now that they knew about the crisis, they were all motivated to work harder. Lord, there's one more thing to report, Bear interjected. While you were away, because of the special weather, I hired all 8 undead each time and assigned them to the soldier squads, planning to have them collect more special materials during the weather. You did the right thing. The undead's special constitution is exactly what we need right now, Jobai agreed without hesitation. Speaking of the undead kingdom, Jobai looked at Virgil. Can you help us gather some information from the undead kingdom? I want to know if anyone there knows about the crisis, or why the undead kingdom is cut off from the continent. After all, besides the dragons, only the undead kingdom could stay out of it. She was starting to suspect that the separation of the undead kingdom from the rest of Stan continent might be someone's doing. If people were so wary of the undead kingdom, maybe there was a breakthrough point there? In any case, gathering more information couldn't hurt. Virgil nodded. When the time comes, I'll go back and ask around. I'll stay there for a while. If you need anything, just let me know. If you're in the undead kingdom, find an undead returning here and have them bring a message, Jobai said seriously. Okay, Virgil agreed, stroking his chin. Secrets were his favorite thing. And they were exciting too. Before long, the meeting was over. Afterwards, everyone hurried off to get busy, leaving only a few people behind, clearly wanting to talk to Jobai. What's up? Jobai asked O'Neill and Lucas, who were standing in front of her. A lot of beastmen from the Beastman territories want to join Hopetown. They're already on their way. Mayor, you don't need to hire beastmen from the Beast God Temple anymore. The ones coming will be far more numerous and cheaper, O'Neill said, beaming. Jobai was taken aback, then smiled helplessly. Thanks for saving the territory some money. These two really were men of action. No problem, it's what we should do. Besides, life here is way better than before, and most importantly, we're much happier, O'Neill said, speaking from his own family's experience. He was giving those beastmen a new path. A win-win. How many are coming? Jobai asked. She'd need to prepare accommodations for them. Luckily, she'd already set aside plenty of land near O'Neill's place. A few thousand, I think, O'Neill said. Word spread, and a lot of beastmen mentioned Hopetown when they went home on leave. He looked quite proud. A few thousand beastmen, what a fighting force. Jobai was stunned by the number. How many territories did you poach from? O'Neill blinked. No idea. Anyway, whoever was interested gathered at Lucas's territory. The first group of several thousand set off a while ago. They should be at the border between the Beastman Kingdom and the Human Kingdom by now. I told them to be careful near Darisha City, but they should be fine. They're all warrior-type beastmen, and the people from Darisha City wouldn't dare make a move. The first group. There are more who want to come, but they need time to gather their friends. The more familiar faces, the better, O'Neill said happily. The hole in the wall was getting bigger and bigger. Jobai, are you sure the Beastman Lords won't cause trouble? We're in the Human Kingdom. They can't do anything, O'Neill said confidently. Their families weren't in the Beastman territories anymore, so the Lords had no hold over them. As the rumors about the crisis spread, even more Beastmen might come. Beastman Village and town-level territories aren't great, only city-level ones are okay, Lucas added. If they come to Hopetown, our combat strength goes up, and it's safer for them here than in their old territories. Jobai paused at Lucas's words. Are you scared? About the crisis I mentioned. I guess I am, but there's no point in being scared. If it's coming, it'll come whether I'm scared or not. So why waste time worrying? I'd rather live each day well, Lucas said honestly. He figured most people at the meeting felt the same. Their territory was doing what it needed to do, and so were they. If it still wasn't enough, it wouldn't be their fault. And he was saying this for Jobai's sake. He didn't want her to feel too much pressure as the Lord. In truth, with Hopetown's development, their Lord had already done more than enough. And the fact that she'd discovered information that was being hidden from lower territories showed how much she cared. Yeah, Jobai replied, hearing the comfort in his words. She felt much more at ease. They'd done all they could. Whatever happened, they'd accept it. Go on, get busy, Jobai said. We'll be off then. Lucas and O'Neill said goodbye together. After they left, Jobai turned her attention to Harrison. She hadn't hidden anything from him at this meeting. She believed Harrison was already tied to Hopetown, and besides, they planned to spread the word anyway. If he told the dwarves, that would actually be a good thing. The more people who knew, the more strength they could gather. Is there something you need? Harrison was always a hard worker. He must have stayed for a reason. The territory has taken in goblins and beastmen. Would you be willing to take in dwarves as well? Harrison hesitated, but finally asked. Jobai was surprised. You've contacted your people? Yes, through the weapons from Dashentown. Some of my kin were hired there. That's great, isn't it? Dashentown is a good territory. I know, but my kin aren't just 1 or 2 people, Harrison said. I hadn't thought about it before, but after hearing about the crisis, I think maybe I could invite some of my people to Hopetown. With them, our weapons and equipment would be even better, and they'd have a new path. Aren't dwarf territories supposed to be strong? They are, but they're not used to fighting. They mostly rely on their crafted weapons. That's fine in territory wars, but in a beast tide, if anything goes wrong with the deployment, it's a disaster. For dwarves, beast tides are much scarier than territory wars. If the crisis is related to magical beasts, dwarf territories are in trouble, Harrison said honestly, explaining the dwarves' weakness. If the crisis is about magical beasts, dwarves are in trouble. Though Harrison was no longer part of a dwarf territory, he still cared about his people. Jobai understood what he meant. You don't need to rush. If your territory really has those problems, moving might not solve them. Besides, moving now could be dangerous. No one knows when the special weather or beast changes will hit. In my opinion, your people could open up to Hopetown, see what we can do to help you overcome your weaknesses. We help each other. That's the long-term solution. If you still can't solve the problem in the future, then consider moving when it's safer, Jobai said. Dwarves' skills were beyond question. Beastmen could migrate because they had the strength. Dwarves weren't suited to migration, and they preferred living underground. Harrison's eyes lit up at her words. He had to admit, Jobai's suggestion was exactly what he'd hoped for. I'll try to communicate with my people, Harrison said gratefully. Thank you. Clearly, taking in dwarves would benefit Hopetown, but Jobai still gave a fair suggestion. No need to thank me. If Hopetown can open up to dwarf territories, we could hire dwarves to make weapons in the future. That would be great, Jobai said seriously. She'd learned from the goblins' example. Without their own territory, a race was at the mercy of others. I'll do my best to make weapons for Hopetown, and so will my apprentice, Harrison said. While you were away, the goblins found a lot of new ores. My apprentice put together a team at the Research Institute, and they've made some progress. She said they found the raw materials for gunpowder. Harrison let her in on the secret. Judging by how excited his apprentice was, it had to be something good. Jobai was instantly thrilled. They had the raw materials for gunpowder. That meant actual gunpowder couldn't be far off. I see. After her excitement, Jobai calmed herself. Once they had results, they'd report them. In fact, gunpowder was just the foundation for hot weapons. There was so much more that could be done with it. Originally, she'd planned to take it slow with hot weapons to avoid making Hopetown too much of a target. But now she felt it was time to move it up the agenda. Develop quietly, then amaze everyone. With that, Harrison left in good spirits. Finally, only Zhou Zhengping and Ding Qiro were left. Seeing their serious faces, Jobai instantly understood and quickly said, Dad, Mom, there was no danger this time. Philia was protecting me the whole time. She definitely hadn't done anything reckless. Hearing this, their expressions softened. Ding Qiro looked at Jobai with some heartache. But you must have suffered a lot. It wasn't so bad. The joy of what I gained more than made up for it. I mean, Who else can become a saint-level professional in just a few days? Zhou Bai said proudly. Most people don't get opportunities like mine. Being stronger is good, Zhou Zhenping said after thinking for a moment. He also felt he needed to work harder. They did feel a bit guilty. In this other world, they'd been able to help Zhou Bai very little, sometimes not at all. As long as I have you with me, I feel full of strength, Zhou Bai said. Her motivation was, at its core, to protect herself and her family. And the territory was already inseparable from her. The two looked at Zhou Bai and smiled, though a bit reluctantly. The next moment, Zhou Bai turned to Ding Chiro. Mom, give me all the money from these past few days. How much do we have? Ding Chiro's attention was instantly diverted, and she transferred all the money she'd collected to Zhou Bai's account. Over 200,000 gold coins. Zhou Bai said in surprise when she saw the amount. There's still a lot of money we haven't collected yet, Ding Chiro said. The territory has many profitable projects. Hope Town's earning power was truly impressive. Zhou Bai nodded. Next, the territory was about to enter crazy stockpiling mode. Of course, the most important thing was upgrading. Once the news got out tomorrow, the territory could be upgraded. The next day, Zheng Yongyan and Yun Junkai took a group of people out of the territory and didn't return until close to noon. Not long after they got back, rumors began to circulate throughout Hope Town. Have you heard the news? What news? Is there some new gossip? It's not gossip. It's something serious, life and death. What is it? Hurry up and tell us. Don't keep us in suspense and then say nothing. They say the apocalypse is coming to the Stan continent. Apocalypse? What do you mean by apocalypse? The apocalypse for all intelligent races. It means soon, none of us will exist anymore. That sounds terrifying. How could intelligent races face an apocalypse? I don't know, but the rumor is spreading. They say the day is coming soon. Once the special weather hits, the apocalypse will arrive. Is that for real? Are they talking about the special weather? It's more than that. They also say that after this round of special weather, the magical beasts will start acting up, and there won't be any level restrictions on the beasts around our territory anymore. How's that possible? Without level restrictions, how could ordinary professionals possibly fight them? That's just how it is. The world is heading for doomsday, so of course it's going to be full of danger. This has to be a scare tactic. Whether it's true or not, the rumor must have come from somewhere. Either way, we should make some preparations. What kind of preparations? The territory will definitely have to strengthen its defenses. As for us residents, we should work on improving our own strength, or at least work hard and stockpile some money and food. I think the best thing would be for our territory to level up as soon as possible. That way, even if powerful beasts show up, we'll be able to withstand them. Yeah, the big territories don't have to worry. They already deal with strong beasts. But how are us small territories supposed to survive? Wait, are you all actually believing what I said? Half and half. Even if we're skeptical, it's hard not to take it seriously after hearing all this. We believe it because our original world is facing the same thing. Before we came here, we heard the apocalypse was coming to our world too. We were all thinking about how to survive it. Then we ended up here, went through so many hardships, finally got a bit of peace, and now it turns out this world is the same. The worst part is, in our old world, everyone knew the apocalypse was coming, even if it was sudden, at least we knew. But here, so many people know, and they just keep it a secret. What do you mean, keep it a secret? It's those city-level territories. They've been collecting special materials and preparing their territories for a long time. That's why they ignore the aggressive territories, maybe even support them. But what about us small territories? If we only find out suddenly, what are we supposed to do? What can we do? Those city-level territories have always been heartless. Does that mean city-level territories are safer? Why are you thinking of moving? City-level territories have only accepted high-level professionals for a while now. I always wondered why their requirements suddenly got so high. It turns out they were preparing for this. They used to accept mid-level professionals too. Those city-level territories that knew about this are really despicable. Our Hope Town isn't bad either. True, but I wonder if we have enough time to grow strong. Sigh. Actually, our territory's population has already reached 40,000, which meets the requirements for a level 2 town. Maybe now that we know about this, we'll level up soon. It'd be great to level up early. The special weather hasn't arrived yet, and the beasts we encounter aren't that strong. Right. So when is our territory going to level up? If we're leveling up, I'll definitely help out during the beast tide. Me too. As the rumors spread, similar conversations echoed throughout Hope Town. Most people weren't entirely convinced, but deep down, everyone hoped their territory could become stronger. Isn't that just wishing for your own territory to level up? Of course, there was also plenty of cursing at those heartless territories. As public opinion swirled, Jobai soon caught wind of the news. After learning about it, Jobai immediately opened her control panel, ready to upgrade. Condition 1. Population reaches 20,000, met. Condition 2. Territory buildings reach 36, met. Condition 3. Lord reaches LV.25, met. All upgrade conditions met. Territory can be upgraded. Dear host, would you like to upgrade your level 1 town to level 2 town? Yes. Congratulations, host. Your territory has been upgraded from level 1 town to level 2 town. Territory area increased 5-fold. Reward, 2,000 gold coins. With that notification, Hope Town's area expanded once again, and the city walls pushed outward significantly. This sudden change was immediately noticed by the residents. Many stared in a daze at the newly expanded open space. Did their town just level up just like that? Unbelievable. But soon, excitement took over. The territory could level up because it was strong. Haha, this is great. The territory leveled up. Yeah, our territory is really strong. I can't believe we reached level 2 town so quickly. It's only been a few days. That's because our territory is capable. But now that we've leveled up, there'll be a beast tide, right? After hearing today's rumors, I can't help but feel a little scared. But the special weather hasn't come yet, has it? As long as the special weather isn't here, the beast tide shouldn't change much. Exactly. So it's really good for the territory to level up before the special weather arrives. The sooner, the better. Right. And this upgrade is a good thing. We should work hard to level up during the beast tide. Yeah. Not just the territory, we need to get stronger too. Jobai didn't hear the discussions in the territory. She was focused on building new structures. After the upgrade, the territory's stats had changed. Territory, Hope Town. Level 2 town, upgraded. Population, 68,375/80,000. Area, 100,000 mu. Tax rate, 10%, adjustable. Wealth, 483,453 gold, 35 silver, 32 copper. Buildings, Lord's Mansion, Level 4, Quest Center, Level 4, Mercenary Center, Level 4. Intermediate city walls, intermediate blacksmith, intermediate restaurant, intermediate tailor, intermediate general store, intermediate barracks, intermediate watchtower, intermediate arrow tower, intermediate prison, intermediate warehouse, intermediate textile mill, advanced alchemy workshop, special buildings, Hall of Heroes, Beast God Temple, Hospital, Mage Guild, Vitality Statue, Well, Tavern, Inn, intermediate livestock farm, farmland, Level 4, Commercial Street. Library, roads, pond, marketplace, Level 1 housing, 30 square meters wooden house, Level 2 housing, 30 square meters 2-story wooden house, Level 3 housing, 30 square meters 2-story stone house, refinery, grain storage, extraction plant, research institute, pawn shop, potion workshop, monument, bank. Custom buildings, school, factory, swimming pool, amusement park, stadium, park, resort. Contribution shop, for territory residents only, can only be used with contribution points. Current ranking, Stan Continent, 3088. Regional, 1. Territory wars, 4 out of 4, wins, 4, peace period, 24 days. Note, territory can only be conquered by the Lord. After reviewing the stats, Jobai paused. She was only about 10,000 people away from level 3 town. It shouldn't take long. She wondered how many people would be needed to upgrade to a city. Previously, the requirements for territory upgrades were clear, but city-level upgrades were different. The only difference was the population requirement. It was said that the stronger the territory, the fewer people needed. The weaker the territory, the more people required. But regardless, the minimum was at least 200,000. If Hope Town wanted to become Hope City, it would need more people. The fastest way was to attract people from other territories. As this thought crossed her mind, Joe-bai's expression changed slightly. If the rumors were confirmed, residents from smaller territories would probably start moving to stronger ones. Hope Town might attract quite a few newcomers. But for those smaller territories, like villages, they'd have to face population loss. That's just how things go, survival of the fittest. She actually hoped the population would be more concentrated. That way, if a real crisis came, there'd be more strength to resist, and fewer people would die needlessly. With that in mind, Joe-bai refocused on her control panel. Since they'd leveled up, it was time to prepare the residents for the beast tide. This whole situation also reminded her of something odd. After territory upgrades, beast tides usually took some time to build up, but last time, it happened almost immediately. And it wasn't just her territory. Other places like Great Mountain Town and Green Plains Town had the same experience. They probably hadn't thought much of it before, but looking back, there was a pattern. With that, Joe-bai continued building. She upgraded the Lord's Mansion, Quest Center, Mercenary Center, and Farmland from level 4 to level 5. She also upgraded several special buildings without hesitation. The Beast God Temple and Hall of Heroes could now summon 16 people instead of 8. She worked efficiently, upgrading what needed upgrading and adding new functions where needed. After finishing, Joe-bai looked at the open land. Seeing the territory had expanded fivefold, she sighed. Infrastructure was like this. You finish one project, and there's always more waiting. As long as the territory kept upgrading, this was inevitable. Taking a deep breath, Joe-bai got back to work. She extended and added to the main and branch roads. Spend 50 gold coins and 250,000 units of stone to build roads. Yes. After finishing the roads, she started building various structures. She reduced the number of shops and increased the number of residential buildings and also added more factories. After filling in the new land, Joe-bai turned her attention to the farmland. She had always used large areas of farmland to ensure food supplies during wartime, and now it was finally coming in handy. But it still wasn't enough. Now that the territory was bigger, there was more land to plant crops. This time, she decided not to have the territory itself farm the land, but to let ordinary residents rent and farm it, with the territory collecting rent. Many hands make light work. And with food in hand, people feel secure. This would also help stabilize the residents. Even if they were trapped at home in the future, they wouldn't starve. That's the plan. With a wave of her hand, Joe-bai designated 1/5 of the new land as farmland and upgraded it from level 1 to level 5. This round of upgrades cost her a 6-figure sum in gold coins. But most of the new land was now occupied, leaving only a bit of space for future use. After finishing the buildings, Joe-bai started rearranging them. As usual, factories, barracks, and prisons were placed near the city gates. Once everything was done, Joe-bai set things in motion. As soon as she did, buildings sprang up like mushrooms after the rain, quickly filling the empty land. Then, Joe-bai posted a notice about farmland rentals on the Lord's Mansion bulletin board. After all this, she got up and decided to take a walk around the territory. As soon as she stepped out, she saw many excited residents. After the upgrade, the new buildings filled up right away, and there are a lot more apartment buildings. Really? I need to check it out and try to get a good spot. You're still thinking about buying a house? Wouldn't it be better to buy more food? We have enough money, so of course we want to buy a house. That way, we have our own place and don't have to pay rent. Hope Town is really stable. I trust its strength. If the future gets tough, having your own home will be even more important. And as for food, Didn't you see the new notice? What notice? I was only paying attention to the upgrade. Hopetown residents can now rent farmland. Ordinary residents who aren't professionals can rent, and even low-level professionals without combat ability can apply, though there's a selection process. This rule. What about it? It's great. Ordinary people always have to work harder than professionals, but get less in return. It's rare to see a territory that cares so much about ordinary folks. Exactly. Our territory is reliable and treats residents well. No matter what, I'll never leave Hopetown, because I know as long as it exists, it will never abandon any of us. It won't abandon anyone. That's wonderful. Yes, that's why this territory is worth protecting. I don't care about the apocalypse or whatever. All I know is, Hopetown is my home, and I'll always stand by it. Me too, me too. Haha, everyone feels the same. My mother's getting old, she's an ordinary person. I'll have her rent some land. I'll tell my father too. I'll focus on preparing and do my best to join the fight. Yeah, let's do it together. Lots of teams have already assembled, just waiting for the beast tide. I just saw people at the quest center dropping outside missions and rushing back to join the territory's upgrade battle. I don't think they even need to come back. Hopetown has so many professionals, there's no way we can't handle it. Exactly, and there's the soldiers too. I heard the army just recruited more people. They planned to take 2,000, but ended up training over 3,000. Only a few didn't make the cut, and now they're recruiting another 2,000. The more the better. Things aren't peaceful outside, so boosting our fighting power is key. Absolutely. For a while, the whole territory was buzzing with excitement. More than the territory's prosperity, what mattered most to the residents was how much Hopetown cared for them. Because of this, they were even more dedicated to protecting it. Bai overheard these conversations and couldn't help but smile. Yes, she would do her best to protect Hopetown, to give herself and all the residents a home. And as everyone in Hopetown worked hard to prepare for the coming beast tide, the rumors about the impending apocalypse on Stan Continent spread faster and faster, from villages to towns, from towns to cities, growing more intense by the day. Glasgow Town. Where did this news come from? When Viscount Lancelot received the message, the rumor had already spread throughout his territory. It was too late to stop it now, not that Viscount Lancelot had any intention of doing so. After all, there was a good chance the news was true. Even if some parts were false, there was bound to be some truth mixed in. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he would never be caught unprepared. No one knows exactly where it started. All we know is that by this morning, many territories had already heard about it. Then, through Hopetown as a hub, the news spread even further and wider. Lancelot listened, deep in thought. Any movement from Hopetown? They haven't tried to stop the rumors. In fact, the gossip is spreading even faster there. The Lord's office in Hopetown even called an emergency meeting. Lancelot paused, then asked, "Has Mayor Bai returned?" Bai had been away for days, and no one knew where she'd gone. Lancelot had visited Hopetown several times, but never managed to see her. She came back yesterday. Yesterday? Lancelot raised his eyebrows. What a coincidence. In fact, he had a hunch that this whole affair was closely tied to Hopetown. Bai had probably gone out with that dragon, and after they left, such critical news broke out. It must have been discovered while they were away. Lancelot let out a long breath. He had a feeling this news was real. My lord, should we start preparing? The person asking also felt the rumor was highly credible. After all, the human kingdoms had been changing rapidly in recent years. If you looked closely, some territories might have known about the doomsday crisis for a while. Yes, make as many preparations as possible, Lancelot said decisively. Just as he finished speaking, someone knocked at the door. When the door opened, a man rushed in to report, "My lord, Hopetown has advanced again." That word "again" captured everyone's shock. No wonder, they had just advanced a few days ago. It wasn't like a village, after all. Then again, Hopetown's speed from village to its current level was already astonishing. Lancelot was surprised, but not entirely. He had expected as much. Thanks to its booming economy, Hopetown constantly attracted merchant caravans and mercenary groups from other territories, as well as adventurers, mages, and professionals drawn by its quest center. Once they arrived, they quickly learned Hopetown's rules. With such a promising future, it was only natural that many chose to settle there, even bringing their families. As a result, Hopetown's population had swelled to 60,000. At this point, it was more than qualified for a level 3 town, as long as other criteria were met. But seeing Hopetown rush its advancement like this, it was clearly because of the rumors. After the special weather event, the regional protection against monsters would change. Did that mean that if you advanced after the special weather, the beast tide you'd face would be much fiercer? At that thought, Lancelot's expression shifted. It seemed he not only needed to make more preparations, but also reconsider his own territory's advancement. Benjula Town. My lord, are the rumors about the Doomsday Crisis true? Simmons asked anxiously. The news was so detailed and convincing, it was hard to ignore. His own lord was backed by a powerful family. Maybe he had some inside information. Earl Alcott paused, seeing Simmons' worry. I've received word from my family. They told me to advance before the special weather hits and to prepare as much as possible. He knew there was something fishy about the sudden appearance of aggressive territories, but he never expected this to be the reason. If it was true, this would affect the survival of the entire Stan continent. Yet none of the major families in the capital had said a word, hiding the news while rapidly expanding their own territories over the past 2 years. He understood why. They feared that if word got out, more territories would compete for resources. After all, the resources near each territory were barely enough for their own needs. If everyone started scrambling, the cost of building, equipment, and weapons would skyrocket, not to mention food prices. So the family's intentions were obvious. They wanted to use the crisis as a chance to strengthen themselves. Maybe they believed they'd be the ones to survive. But if it was truly apocalyptic, what good would that do? No, he had to go back and get to the bottom of this crisis, or he'd never feel at ease. He knew his own town's strength. If things developed as the rumors said, his territory would never withstand a siege by high-level monsters. Besides, he'd always been a hedonist, relying on his family's professionals to help him advance. He'd built Benjula Town himself, and he didn't want to see it destroyed one day. He needed more information. And the territory, Simmons asked, seeing Earl Alcott rush off. You handle it. Just follow Hopetown's preparations, do whatever Hopetown does. With that, Earl Alcott left. Watching his lord's retreating figure, Simmons couldn't help but twitch his lips. Since when did their lord trust Hopetown so much? Then again, Hopetown did have the strength to back it up. After leaving the office, Simmons immediately mobilized the territory's officials. From now on, they not only had to prepare for the special weather, but also strengthen the town walls. Better get Hopetown's construction team. Ningxian Town. After advancing, Jin Jingshan had been busy planning his territory. Building up an entire territory was no small feat. Hopetown's model was worth learning from, but couldn't be copied exactly. Their situations were different. He wanted to visit Hopetown and discuss things with Zhou, but she was away, so he focused on infrastructure at home. Just as he finished, this explosive news arrived. And the way it spread felt oddly familiar. No need to guess, Hopetown was definitely behind it. If Hopetown was taking it this seriously, the situation was probably even worse than it seemed. Bro, I really think this news is true. We're all still bound to the Doomsday game system, Jean Jingxia said, seeing her brother deep in thought. While everyone in this world had similar system interfaces, for the locals it was just a part of life. But for those of them who came from Blue Star, they remembered binding to the system back on their home planet and the Doomsday scene when it first appeared. So the possibility of this world facing Doomsday was very real. I know, Jean Jingshan replied. So what do we do? The special weather is coming, and after that, the Doomsday Crisis. Our territory is decent, but we can't withstand attacks from high-level or saint-level monsters. Jean Jingxia was anxious. It felt like when the Doomsday game system first arrived, they were powerless in the face of a changing world. Jin Jingshan, calmer than his sister, said, "The crisis won't start at full force. It'll escalate gradually and will improve as we go. Don't forget, our two territories are joined, our strength is doubled, and we got the news early. We just need to prepare more." His words reassured Jin Jingxia. "So, what should we do next?" "Stockpile more weapons and basic resources," Jin Jingshan said. "And recruit more residents from nearby villages. Lower the entry threshold." They hoped to advance before the special weather, since the monsters would be weaker then. Afterward, things might spiral out of control. As for targeting nearby villages, they had no choice. They needed people. Villages would have an even harder time, and anyone with strength would flock to higher-level territories. If the crisis proved real, the chaos would only get worse. "Okay." Jin Jingxia nodded, then added, "What about Hope Town? We need to strengthen our ties even more. When Doomsday comes, the only ones we can trust are other Blue Star territories in this world," Jin Jingshan said. Hope Town was the top of that list. "Yeah, let's keep a close eye on Hope Town." Dashan Town. "My lord, this is trouble," Liang Tianli said. He'd heard the news from Hope Town. There weren't enough people in their own territory for gossip. "What's wrong?" Fang Zonglong frowned at Liang Tianli's worried face. If Liang Tianli was worried, it must be serious. This world is facing doomsday. After the special weather, monster levels will change. Liang Tianli explained everything he knew. Fang Zonglong was stunned. This was big. "Let's focus on making weapons," Fang Zonglong said. "We'll make more heavy weapons, trade with other territories for food and supplies, and stock up as soon as possible. Also, reinforce our defenses." Most people didn't know the real situation in their territory. They just hid away. Seeing Fang Zonglong so calm, Liang Tianli was surprised. Then, remembering their unique situation, he hesitated. "Should we start recruiting more residents?" Fang Zonglong paused. "We'll see. There are bigger territories in this area to take the brunt. If things get bad, we'll reconsider." For now, he preferred fewer people, easier to manage. All right. They'd deal with the future when it came. For now, stock up on food and weapons, and take it one step at a time. Do your best, leave the rest to fate. Green Prairie Town. "This rumor is definitely orchestrated by Hope Town," Chung Susu said confidently. "It's probably true. Our territory. Things are going to get tough," Shi Qingzhu said, her expression heavy. They weren't a combat-focused territory. This crisis was a huge blow. They had to find a way out. "The elves," Chung Susu started. But their relationship with the elves was just cooperation. When crisis hit, the elves would be busy themselves. How could they help? Besides, relying on others could easily lead to being abandoned. Shi Qingzhu's silence said it all, and Chung Susu fell silent too. Just then, someone announced, "Lady Eurus is here." "Eurus." Shi Qingzhu opened the door and saw Eurus waiting outside. "Lady Eurus." Eurus glanced at them and entered the office. Once the door was closed, she got straight to the point. "You've heard the doomsday rumors. Do you think they're true?" "I think they are," Shi Qingzhu replied without hesitation. "Hope Town is in such a hurry to advance to level 2. We trust Hope Town." As for whether the rumor was Hope Town's doing, Shi Qingzhu decided not to mention it. Eurus looked at her, then asked, "What are your territory's plans?" Shi Qingzhu's eyes grew determined. "We'll do our best to strengthen our territory, especially by improving our weapons and equipment." Now that it had happened, they could only face it head-on. Eurus' eyes flashed with satisfaction. "On behalf of my territory, I propose a formal wartime alliance." Shi Qingzhu's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh my god, are we officially hugging a big thigh now?" Yushi Village. "Aya, my head hurts, my head hurts." After hearing the news, Baeweken was left feeling dazed and flustered. Once he finally regained his composure, all he could feel was a splitting headache. He never expected that before his territory could even get off to a roaring start, he'd run into a situation like this. This is what they call failing before the great cause is achieved. He was just the lord of a small level, 3 village. How was he supposed to survive such a huge crisis? He'd only just managed to get a taste of the spoils by following behind Hope Town. He knew his own strength well. If everything stayed peaceful, he could slowly work his way up, and it would only be a matter of time before he upgraded to a town. But now it was obvious. There was no time left. Lord, actually, we're really close to Hope Town. If Hope Town is willing to help us, we should be able to get through this, right? One of his subordinates suggested, pinning their hopes on Hope Town. But as soon as he said it, Baewakan shot him down. Are you daydreaming? Hope Town is just a small town, too. Even city-level territories don't have much information. Town-level territories are barely able to protect themselves, let alone help others. Even if they had the ability to help, I wouldn't have the face to ask. I was just saying. Hope Town has always been pretty strong, and they've been friendly to us. Hope Town being friendly to other territories doesn't mean we can morally blackmail them. Baewakan shook his head. What's the mood like in the territory right now? A lot of people want to go seek refuge in other territories. Some are still waiting to see if the news is true. If it's confirmed, more will probably run. Of course, there are still many who are willing to stay and defend the territory with us. At first, Baewakan had gotten a bit carried away by his newfound power, but later on, he genuinely cared for the territory and its people. Because of that, there were still plenty of die-hard loyalists willing to stay. They still believed Yushi village would get better and better. Baewakan listened in silence for a moment. With so much trust in me, what am I supposed to do? He knew very well he wasn't particularly gifted in combat. Even though he'd worked hard to level up before the special weather hit, he hadn't managed to improve much. It was too late, time was too tight. So he needed to not only think about himself, but also find a way out for the villagers who trusted him. Lord, Hope Town has just been promoted to a level 2 town. The news just came in. At that moment, someone came to report the latest news. Baewakan had people keeping an eye on Hope Town at all times, hoping to learn from them. Hope Town. At first, Baewakan had wanted to compete with them, but as time passed, Hope Town's strength had completely changed his mind. Now, Baewakan genuinely admired Hope Town and was trying to learn from their philosophy. But now, what do you think about merging our territory into Hope Town? What? His subordinate was stunned, clearly not following. If Hope Town is trying to upgrade, they'll definitely need more people. If we pledge allegiance now, we'll probably be accepted easily. Once Baewakan had this idea, he couldn't suppress it. The more he thought about it, the more he liked it. After all, he already had business in Hope Town. If he could use this chance to secure a position there, life would be pretty good. As for the territory he'd built in Yushi village, maybe he could hand it over to Hope Town too. Otherwise, it would just be destroyed by the beast tide anyway. His subordinates finally caught on, amazed by Baewakan's out-of-the-box thinking. But what if the news turns out to be false? Shouldn't we wait and see? No waiting. Offering help in a crisis is better than adding icing on the cake. Since we've made up our minds, let's not drag it out. Baewakan said firmly. He'd already started making plans in his mind. Guangshui village. Lord, if there really are large magical beasts, our territory probably can't fight them off. One of Xiang Ziqian's subordinates said worriedly. Their whole village was made up of chosen workers who just loved farming. Most of them were intermediate farmers, and some were close to becoming advanced farmers, top-notch in their own right. Thinking about it made them want to curse this damned world. Just when life was starting to get comfortable, one problem after another kept cropping up. If we can't fight, then we won't. Xiang Ziqian said without hesitation. Huh. We'll pledge allegiance to Hope Town. We're already farming for them anyway. I'll just set the territory to only be open to Hope Town, and we'll devote the whole place to farming. During the day, you'll farm in Guangshui village. At night, you'll go back to live in Hope Town. It won't be any different from before. This was the best way Xiang Ziqian could think of to preserve their strength. The only difference was that the villagers would now officially belong to Hope Town. She was determined to hold on to this big backer to the end. With her mind made up, Xiang Ziqian got ready to act. Once Hope Town survived the beast tide and leveled up, she'd go negotiate right away. Luo Visa City. Hey, did you hear about the Doomsday Crisis? Of course, everyone's talking about it everywhere. How could I not know? Is it real or fake? There's a more than 70% chance it's real. No wonder the special weather hasn't shown up for so long. They must be preparing something big. When the special weather first appeared, some people said the Stan continent was about to face a disaster. Something was bound to go wrong. But when the special weather hit later, nothing happened. In fact, a lot of special materials appeared. Well, now the problem's finally here. This is going to be a real headache. Luoviza City is pretty strong, though. No need to worry too much. The world's in chaos. How can any one territory stay out of it? The worst are those big territories. They knew about the news but kept it hidden from us. You think our Lord didn't know? Honestly, I hope our Lord has been preparing for this. At least then we'll have a better chance of surviving. That's what everyone thinks. No wonder the world's in chaos. In the end, you're too pessimistic. Have you forgotten how the last Stan continent war started? It was because our human race wanted to dominate and oppress the other races. Same logic. Too bad no one learns from history. Even now, everyone's still fighting for power. Fighting for power over what? Why do you think those aggressive territories have been so arrogant these past 2 years? At first, I wondered why no one stopped them. Now it seems no one wanted to, and maybe they were even involved. Are you crazy? You dare say that out loud. The next moment, that person was quickly pulled away by a companion. But their words still lingered in many people's minds. It didn't take long for this kind of talk to spread through different mouths. A wave of silent condemnation against the major territories was quietly building among the residents. At least in Luoviza City, it was getting more and more intense. After all, in many people's eyes, Luoviza City was already considered a major territory. Have you found the source of the rumors? Marquis Boyer had naturally heard the rumors outside, his expression darkening. There are too many sources, Carlyle replied helplessly. Basically, every merchant and mercenary group coming to Luoviza City is talking about it. No one's influencing anyone else, everyone knows. That's what made it so difficult. If you really wanted to trace it back, there were just too many people. You could only blame the news for spreading too fast. And, disturbingly, some of it even hinted at things they'd actually done. Is Hopetown involved in this? Marquis Boyer asked sharply. Carlyle was taken aback, then replied, No, there's no sign of Hopetown's people. Are you suspecting Hopetown, my lord? Marquis Boyer pursed his lips. It's just that things involving Hopetown always seem to go wrong. And this wave of rumors is suspicious. Neither side would have leaked the news so early. The only possibility is the new territories. That was Marquis Boyer's intuition. He just felt that Hopetown couldn't be separated from this, even if there was no evidence. The new territories shouldn't have the resources to know about this, Carlyle hesitated, then answered. After all, Hopetown's potential was nothing compared to absolute strength, especially now, with special weather about to arrive and the beast tide about to mutate. Hopetown would be struggling just to survive. You're underestimating these new territories, Marquis Boyer said expressionlessly. From what I've heard, a lot of territories have suffered losses against the new ones, even though they're stronger. Hopetown and the others shouldn't be underestimated. So, what's your plan, my lord? Didn't you already send Surik to deal with Hopetown? Carlyle asked. Surik may not be able to handle Hopetown. Not only do they know the Dragon Clan, but their next territorial war will definitely be after the beast tide mutates. Hopetown is best at turning situations to their advantage, Marquis Boyer said. Should we warn Surik? Carlyle asked instinctively. Marquis Boyer's expression turned colder. No need. If he's useless, then there's no need for him to exist. Hearing the implication, Carlyle fell silent. Just then, a magic scroll suddenly appeared out of thin air before Marquis Boyer. Seeing the scroll, Marquis Boyer's expression changed. He unrolled it. It was an invitation to a meeting. My lord, what is this? A royal noble council, inviting all nobles of Marquis rank and above, Marquis Boyer replied. What's the meeting about? Carlyle couldn't help but ask. Probably about the leak of this news, Marquis Boyer said with a curl of his lip. I'll go. You watch over the territory. Contact me if anything happens. Yes, Carlyle bowed. The next moment, Marquis Boyer tore the magic scroll. As it tore, a beam of light flashed, teleporting Marquis Boyer away. The royal capital, Saint Sebastian. In the meeting room, nobles arrived one after another, each finding a suitable seat. The whole room was silent, no one broke the quiet. But their glances at each other betrayed the undercurrents beneath the calm. Especially as more people arrived, it became clear the room was divided into three distinct factions. When Marquis Boyer arrived, many were already present. When they saw him, quite a few glanced over, their eyes showing a hint of disdain. Marquis Boyer silently took a seat at the very end of one group. As time passed, more and higher-ranking nobles arrived. The previously quiet meeting room gradually became lively. Why are we suddenly having a meeting? Probably because of the recent crisis rumors. Is the news real? Must be. Otherwise, they wouldn't have called us here in such a hurry. These big territories. They don't even take us seriously. Who knows how much they've hidden from us? Do you know anything? No. They say they don't, but who knows the truth? Anyway, today the royal family should give us an explanation. The main problem is the lower territories are making a fuss. They're all saying we deliberately deceived them. If we don't give an explanation, things could get chaotic. Honestly, those small territories shouldn't even exist. Wasn't your territory once a small one? And without the support of small territories, you wouldn't have become a major territory either. True, everyone knows you're so kind, always supporting your subordinate territories. But after this, will they still trust you? Once you're no longer useful, your small territories might betray you. Impossible. Once the silence was broken, the room could no longer quiet down. The opposing sides bickered back and forth. The neutral faction remained silent, quietly gathering information from the discussion. Did anyone here really not know about the crisis? In the midst of the commotion, suddenly, four figures appeared in the meeting room, instantly silencing everyone. The four Grand Dukes had arrived. These four were the lords of Sterling City, Vitali City, Parkhurst City, and Bridge City. In terms of status, they were almost equal to the royal family. After all, it was common knowledge that the royal family was a mere figurehead now. Or maybe not even that, since there were still plenty of royal lackeys at the meeting. Some people snorted coldly in their hearts. After the four Grand Dukes arrived, the atmosphere instantly quieted. They looked around, then took the four seats at the head of the room. Once they were seated, another person entered. It was Saint Seva, the ruler of Saint Sebastian, the royal capital. He was also one of the few legendary class professionals on the Stan continent. His appearance brought a heavy sense of pressure to the room. The only ones unaffected were the four Grand Dukes. They were legendary class too, so who was afraid of whom? In that moment, beneath the calm, powerful forces collided. The name Saint Seva is actually a hereditary title, meaning every king inherits both the name and the territory. Once upon a time, the Stian family, as the ruling dynasty of the human kingdom, was the most powerful family of all. But that glory vanished long ago with the fragmentation of the human kingdom. Now, Saint Sebastian, both the name and the territory, are just one among many in the human kingdom. Being just one of many is something the current Saint Sebastian deeply resents. As he pondered this, Saint Seva cast a subtle glance at the four great dukes seated beside him. The lands the four dukes now ruled once belonged to the Stian family as well. But as time passed and bloodlines shifted, the royal blood in their veins grew thinner and thinner. By now, even their family names have changed countless times. Before Saint Seva ascended the throne, he always remembered his father's dying words. He was the most talented member of the Stian family, and he must bear the family's honor and restore its former glory. For so many years, he had strived to do just that. But how could the territories that had split away ever willingly submit to his rule? His path had been fraught with difficulty, and his goal seemed to grow ever more distant, leaving only a deep sense of frustration. It wasn't until the prophecy of the apocalypse appeared that he saw a glimmer of hope. Indeed, in recent years, leveraging that prophecy, his power had grown rapidly, and he had gradually encroached on the strength of the for great dukes. But the crisis came even faster than he had anticipated. Originally, he thought that once he unified the kingdom, he could rally the nation's strength to face the coming disaster, and that they would surely prevail. But now his goal remained unfulfilled, and the crisis was already upon them. Worse still, the news hadn't even spread from his own hands. He was well aware that the people in the various territories harbored resentment toward the larger domains. With these thoughts, Saint Seva's gaze swept over all the nobles present. Could it be that one of them had orchestrated this wave of public opinion? Although the contents of the prophecy were under their control, over the years, in order to prepare for the crisis, many territories had been allowed to make ample preparations. Given that, it wasn't surprising that more and more territories had gotten wind of the matter. Under Saint Seva's gaze, many of the lords present couldn't help but hold their breath. Even though many of them were saint-level professionals, the gap between a saint and a legendary professional was vast. Just as among powerful races, professionals of the same rank could differ greatly. What do you all think about the news of the apocalypse spreading among the people? Saint Seva looked around, his deep voice echoing through the hall. The room fell silent. They all suspected that someone with inside knowledge had leaked the information. But many of them were insiders themselves. Of course, none of them could admit to it. Since the news has already spread, there's no point in trying to trace it now. We should focus on how to resolve the situation, said Syria of Vitali City without hesitation, tossing her beautiful golden hair in a graceful arc. Isn't that right, Lord Saint Seva? Syria, the lord of Vitali City, had inherited her position from her father, Simone's. She was also the most gifted mage in her family, indeed, the youngest legendary mage to date. In terms of personal achievement, she certainly had the standing to speak her mind. What's more, relations between Vitali City and the capital were hardly warm, so naturally, Syria had no intention of giving Saint Seva any face. Sure enough, as soon as Syria finished speaking, the nobles aligned with her began to chime in one after another. We knew nothing about this, nor had we heard any rumors. If anything, we feel wronged. If the news is true, why were we kept in the dark? Now that the crisis has erupted, what are we supposed to do? And the smaller territories under us are full of resentment as well. We don't even know how to handle it. And the commoners, if we don't give them an explanation soon, there might be unrest. Speaking of which, the capital always claims to be the heart of the human kingdom, but when have they ever stepped up to uphold justice? We only heard about this through back channels. By the time we found out, it was already late. Who knows what price we'll have to pay to survive the monster mutations? Though their words had an edge, they were also describing their real situation. Some of them truly hadn't known about the crisis. What special weather? What monster mutations? What apocalypse? They knew nothing. Even with their wealth, it wasn't the same as being able to prepare in advance. The major territories had never really considered them, especially the capital. Everyone knew that in recent years, the Stian family in the capital had been stirring up strife, fighting for power and making the battles between territories even more brutal. Many old territories had been quietly devoured by new ones, and everyone knew that these new territories were backed by the king himself. In truth, if the Stian family had really been capable of unifying the human kingdom and making life better for everyone, having a single ruler wouldn't have been so bad. But the Stian family simply didn't have what it took. After all these years, they still hadn't subdued the 4 great cities, and even when they had the upper hand, they couldn't decide the outcome. And now, with the apocalypse looming, things could only get worse. Survival itself was now the biggest challenge. Who had time to fight for power anymore? At this moment, many of the nobles present were growing restless. Before coming to the meeting, they'd thought there was an 80% chance the apocalypse was real. Now, it was more like 95%. Many of those convinced by this were itching to leave and return to their territories to take action. After all, time was of the essence. They didn't have time to waste. Some of the saint-level mages in their domains had already sensed the abnormal weather, so the time left to them was truly limited. Saint Seva noticed the shift in their mood, pressed his lips together, and finally looked at Syria. Just like her father, always opposing him. He snorted softly and signaled to someone. Dalco, Lord of Sterling City, received the cue and immediately spoke up. This meeting was called to solve exactly this problem. Isn't that right, Lord Saint Seva? Saint Seva nodded and said, the apocalypse is indeed real. The reason we didn't announce it earlier was to prevent unrest. We had planned to inform the nation at the right time, but the crisis came too suddenly. I swear on the honor of the Stian family that I never intended to hide the truth. It was just a matter of timing. Everyone present was no fool. They all understood the traps in his words. But since he had made his position clear, they couldn't push him any further. Naturally, the first to speak up were the nobles close to him. This matter is so far-reaching, Lord Saint Seva only kept it secret for our sake. It must have been some unforeseen variable that brought the crisis sooner than expected, catching us all off guard. There's no point in arguing now. We should focus on working together to get through this ordeal. This is an issue for all of the Stan continent, not just our human kingdom. It concerns the Elven Kingdom, the Dwarven Kingdom, and the Beastman Kingdom as well. They should all do their part. Taking the opportunity, Marquis Boyer chimed in, steering the conversation in a new direction. Sure enough, as soon as other races were mentioned, the topic shifted. The Elven and Dwarven kingdoms have always looked down on us. Would they really cooperate? The Beastman Kingdom, a bunch of barbarians. Actually, those kingdoms have been making some moves lately. They seem to be getting closer to certain territories. What do you mean? We haven't heard anything about that. That's because we've seen goods from the Elven and Dwarven kingdoms on the market. Their products are always different from ours. They're actually cooperating with human territories? Do we know which ones? Saint Seva asked, curiosity piqued. He also shot Marquis Boyer a look of appreciation. At least, for now, the issue had been defused. In truth, there was little these people could do to him. What was done, and his power was too great for anyone to openly challenge him. Still, a public explanation was necessary. They all seem to come from a place called Hopetown, but the cooperation is probably not with Hopetown itself, but with other new territories like it, Marquis Boyer replied, openly bringing up Hopetown. Many of the nobles present had at least heard of Hopetown, if not tasted its products. The flavor was truly unlike anything they'd had before. And some of Hopetown's goods really were unique. For example, cement. Cement, combined with iron ore and other materials, could greatly strengthen city walls. That was a valuable thing. As soon as Hopetown was mentioned, many eyes turned to two people. Barnes and Avery. They were the fathers of Baron Charlotte and Count Alcott, respectively. Their families had made a lot of money by cooperating with Hopetown. Not just money, but prestige as well. Lord Barnes, you've worked with Hopetown, haven't you? Marquis Boyer asked, looking at Barnes. Barnes paused, then replied, yes. We trade gold coins for shells with the dragons, then exchange the shells for cement with Hopetown. Just making a little profit. What's your impression of Hopetown? It's a territory with a lot of potential and plenty of clever ideas. As for strength, nothing too special. Barnes answered simply, shooting Marquis Boyer a sidelong glance. I suppose having something unique makes you a target, but fortunately, they haven't attracted too much attention yet. Actually, Hopetown does have close ties with other races. Through special buildings, they've summoned many undead and beastmen, who now work loyally for Hopetown. And the dragons we trade with seem to be on good terms with them as well, Avery added, elaborating on Hopetown's situation. Hopetown really is something special. Syria, it's in your region, isn't it? Have you heard of it? Saint Seva asked, following up. It's just a small town. There are plenty in my territory. Why would I pay special attention? But I have noticed their food. Now that I think about it, I should keep a closer eye on them when I get back. At the very least, I'll make sure my territory uses their cement, Syria replied with a bold smile. Of course, she knew about Hopetown. In fact, before coming here, she'd even spoken with someone from there. It was a good place. Hopetown has a lot of beastmen? At this point, Lord Hazamar of Delisa spoke up with interest. After all, One of his most valued subordinates had suffered a major setback at the hands of some beastmen. A large group of beastmen had entered the human kingdom and then vanished without a trace. He'd never been able to find them. Not that he cared much, it was Soul who'd suffered, not him. But now, hearing about Hope Town's ties with the Beastman Kingdom, he couldn't help but make the connection. "Why, are you interested, Lord Hazamar?" Marquis Boyer asked. "No, it's just that one of my men once saw a large group of beastmen enter the human kingdom, then disappear. I'm curious where they ended up," Hazamar explained. "It must have been Hope Town. There are hundreds of beastmen living there," Marquis Boyer replied confidently. "Oh, I see." Hazamar didn't press further, he just wanted to know. As for Marquis Boyer's attitude, there was clearly something going on, but he couldn't be bothered to get involved. For the moment, Hope Town had become the center of attention. But it was just a coincidence. After all, Hope Town happened to have ties with other races. If other races are willing to work with these new territories, then we should be able to connect with them too. Maybe we can even learn more from them. The elves' affinity with nature, the dwarves' weapons and equipment, the beastmen's physical strength, all of these could be vital tools for Stan Continent to survive the crisis. Exactly. So I hope Lord Saint Seva can represent us in inviting the other races to join us in this matter. Actually, besides the other races, I think these new territories are a force to be reckoned with too. Yes, not just Hope Town, but other new territories as well. They seem to develop faster than our traditional domains. What's even more curious is that the residents of these new territories are all mages with magical talent. Given time, they'll become very powerful. Their appearance is a mystery in itself. From what we've seen, they must come from another civilization. But why did they suddenly appear in our world? Could it be related to the apocalypse? What exactly did the original prophecy say? If it foretold destruction, is there a glimmer of hope hidden within? Are these new territories part of the prophecy, perhaps the hope of Stan Continent? As the discussion continued, the topic circled back to the crisis. Now, everyone's focus was not on blame, but on how to survive this disaster. A sense of foreboding weighed on their hearts. This crisis would not be simple. Their very survival was at stake, they couldn't afford to ignore it. One by one, all eyes turned to Saint Seva. Saint Seva paused, realizing it was time for him to speak. There was nothing in the prophecy about these new territories. It only mentioned one sentence: the progress of civilization is accompanied by slaughter and bloodshed. As Saint Seva finished speaking, the room fell silent. Soon after, the hall erupted into noise. That's it? Just one sentence. How does that explain we're facing an apocalypse? Who made this prophecy? Still, hearing that line makes me feel uneasy. It really does sound bloody. No one present had expected the so-called prophecy to be so short. But after their initial surprise, everyone's thoughts began to wander, focusing on that single sentence. One thing was clear: this was not a good omen. Slaughter. Bloodshed. Neither word boded well. What they feared most was the prophecy coming true. If they got caught up in it, in the end, no one would come out a winner. None of them wanted to see the lands they or their ancestors had built destroyed in their own hands. No one in the room looked happy. Even those who already knew about the prophecy felt a heavier weight upon hearing it again. This prophecy came from Lord Aso. He passed away before he could finish it, Saint Seva said bluntly. He had been there in person, witnessed it with his own eyes, and was just as shocked as anyone. Prophecies required magic power, and the greater the prophecy, the more magic it consumed. And Lord Aso was a legendary prophet. For a prophet of his caliber to die after uttering just one line, just how powerful was that sentence? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Lord Aso's reputation was so great that the impact was naturally enormous. Really, just that one sentence? There were two more words, but they were unfinished. Death. No one knows what comes after death, Saint Seva said with certainty. No one tried to continue the prophecy after that, someone pressed. Saint Seva paused, then replied no. Some people had tried to find solutions, even sacrificing their own lives. But as for what they learned, he didn't know. He'd have to check with the elves. The elves had lost someone too, he didn't believe they'd gotten nothing out of it. Saint Seva's thoughts drifted for a moment. He wondered if the appearance of these new territories was connected to those people. After all, the new territories had appeared so suddenly, and the changes they brought to the world were significant. Given a little more time, they could easily become major powers. It was a shame. With crisis looming, these new territories weren't strong enough to stand alone yet. But perhaps he could use this opportunity to win them over? Hope Town looked like a promising territory. Are there any prophets left? Can we get another prophecy about what's to come? We can't just prepare blindly, can we? If the prophecy is so short, then where did the news about the strange weather and mutated beasts come from? That must have come from prophecies too. Most people can't see the big picture, but they can see smaller details. So can we get prophecies about the smaller details? That depends on each family's abilities. Prophets have to be willing to make prophecies, otherwise, who knows if the results are real or not. The room fell into chaos again, everyone talking at once. After all, this concerned their own interests. Their arguments snapped Saint Seva out of his thoughts. He glanced unobtrusively at the four dukes. Most of them looked completely unconcerned. He sneered inwardly, then spoke up. I've already summoned some prophets. When the time is right, they'll make prophecies. Any new information will be shared with the nation. A crisis was also an opportunity. If Saint Seva City could play a key role in this crisis, unifying the country would be within reach. Thank you, Lord Saint Seva. We'll await your news, Lord Saint Seva. Many nobles spoke up to show respect. For now, the capital clearly had the most information. The prophets summoned by the capital were surely extraordinary. Why not say a few nice words and get some news? As for whether to pledge allegiance to the capital in the future, that would depend on what they could offer. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman profits. Many territories had risen by taking advantage of such situations, so naturally, they'd follow the capital's lead. For a moment, Saint Seva became the focus of flattery for many territories. Syria watched the scene and pressed her lips together. Although all four ducal territories were restricted by Saint Seva, her own city, Vitali, was the most tightly constrained. The other three had business dealings with Saint Seva, so whatever their private thoughts, they were much more comfortable than Vitali on the surface. She thought, if a real crisis came and Vitali showed any weakness, the other territories would surely seize the chance to carve it up. She wasn't the only one with such worries. Many nobles present were thinking the same thing. As the crisis approached, competition for resources between territories would only get fiercer. If you couldn't defend your territory, there was only one fate: elimination. At that moment, more and more nobles grew restless. They wanted to start preparing for their territories as soon as possible. No matter what, strengthening their territory was the only real solution. At this point, the meeting was basically over. What remained was just, since we've finished talking, can we leave now? Syria was the first to speak. She was probably the only one with the confidence to say that. She knew one thing very clearly: no matter how she acted, her relationship with Saint Seva wouldn't improve, so why bother being humble? If she was going to be a duke, she'd be the proudest one. Saint Seva looked at Syria and said calmly, "Of course you may leave. This space won't collapse for a while yet. You can leave now or stay and chat as you wish." As soon as he finished speaking, Syria vanished on the spot. Saint Seva paused, then disappeared as well. After Saint Seva left, some nobles began to trickle out. The remaining three dukes stayed, immediately becoming the focus of attention. Duke Darko of Sterling City wore a fox-like smile as he chatted with the nobles who approached him. Duke Greller of Bridge City maintained a cold, aloof demeanor, waiting for others to flatter him. He was rich, very rich. His territory had the most abundant resources, and he had every reason to be proud. As for Duke Bevan of Parkhurst City, he went straight to Barnes and Avery. When he approached, the two were surrounded by nobles, all clearly interested in their cement. A building material that improved physical defenses was highly sought after, even in city-level territories. Some territories had previously relied on powerful magic arrays to protect their walls and didn't care about extra defenses, but after hearing about the apocalypse, they couldn't stay calm. So naturally, everyone was looking for Barnes and Avery. After all, they were the quickest way to get the goods. Barnes and Avery responded to the flattery with smiles, agreeing to most requests. They could promise this because Hopetown had given permission to ramp up production. With that assurance, they could agree to supply the territories, though how fast depended on circumstances. What they didn't expect was for Duke Bevan to approach them as well. "You two Marquises really have a thriving business," Duke Bevan said, half smiling at them. Barnes and Avery stiffened slightly. It was obvious they weren't thrilled to see him. Everyone knew Duke Bevan's territory was famous for snatching things. And it was the open, above-board kind of snatching. He'd poach your professionals, learn your technology, create better products, and sell them at slightly lower prices. And his backers were even stronger than yours. How could anyone withstand that kind of business warfare? Now, seeing Duke Bevan approach, they had a bad feeling. They knew he must have his eye on their cement business. His territory was on the coast, making it easy to get shells. But since the raw materials and technology were in there and Hopetown's hands, they felt a bit more secure. "Your cement business is really booming," Duke Bevan said with a smile. Barnes quickly replied, "Just making a little money, nothing compared to magic arrays." Parkhurst City was famous for its defensive magic arrays. Most city-level territories bought their wall arrays from Parkhurst. Of course, control of the arrays remained with each territory. Everyone knew magic arrays were expensive. Every territory spent a fortune on them. Each of the 4 great cities had its own way of making money. Their strength came not just from themselves, but from their wealth. Duke Bevan smiled at their flattery. "The market for magic arrays is pretty saturated. But yours is a new industry, and I'm always interested in new industries." Barnes and Avery fell silent. "How polite of you. If you're interested, Duke, we'd be happy to send you some samples to try out. What do you think?" Barnes said, forcing himself to offer a little benefit first. Whether the Duke could figure out their cement from the samples was out of their hands. They could only hope Hopetown's cement technology was hard to crack. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Duke Bevan agreed without hesitation. That was exactly what he wanted. After he left, Barnes and Avery exchanged a helpless smile. At least the matter was settled for now. Looking at the bustling scene, Barnes and Avery left together. As soon as they left, they found themselves back at Barnes Manor. They'd arrived together before the meeting, so they were sent to the same place upon leaving. "This is the first time we've gotten such a concrete prophecy, but knowing it doesn't seem to help much," Avery sighed. "Yeah, and I have a bad feeling I have a sense for these things," Avery said quietly. Anyone with a sensing ability could feel the world changing. It was as if the air was thick with blood. And blood always drove the beasts mad. "This apocalypse really does seem dangerous," Barnes said with a sigh. Even though they'd prepared as much as possible, he still felt uneasy. "It's not just natural disasters, there's man-made trouble too." "Saint Seva probably hasn't given up on the Stian family's mission," Avery said. "None of them are easy to deal with. We'd better stay out of it." "I'm just worried they'll be part of the apocalypse themselves," Avery admitted. Barnes fell silent for a while, then asked, "Do you think we can change anything?" When the powers above wanted something, middle-tier forces like them didn't even get a say. If they tried to interfere, they'd be wiped out. Sometimes, when the higher-ups needed something, they'd have to help too. As they were sighing about the future, Baron Charlotte and Count Alcott came in together. They'd met at the door. Count Alcott had learned his father was at Barnes Manor, so he came over. The two families had always gotten along, and after working together, they'd become allies. "You're here for the news outside?" Baron Charlotte asked. "Yes," Count Alcott nodded. "It's probably true," Baron Charlotte sighed. "When I wanted to build up my territory before, my father wouldn't allow it." Count Alcott looked at him. "So you're happy now?" "Not at all. I'm still worried. I don't have my own territory, but my family does," Baron Charlotte said. "They had a meeting today," Count Alcott said. "Let's go ask." Soon, they found Barnes and Avery in the main hall, both looking grim. "Father," they said in unison. Barnes and Avery motioned for them to sit on the sofa. Barnes spoke first. "You're here about the apocalypse news." "Yes, Marquis, father, after you attended the meeting, did you confirm if the news is true?" Count Alcott asked directly. Barnes looked at them, then said, "It's true. We even heard the full prophecy. The progress of civilization is accompanied by slaughter and bloodshed." "That's it? Isn't that too simple?" "That one sentence cost the life of the legendary prophet Lord also." "Then, at least for now, no one knows what it means. Maybe soon, the news will spread, and then we'll need everyone's help to figure it out," Barnes said. "Can we tell others?" Baron Charlotte asked. "You want to tell Hope Town?" Count Alcott asked. "Why not?" "No, I think it's a good idea. Maybe the rumors are connected to Hope Town. Maybe they can interpret the prophecy," Count Alcott said. "Speaking of Hope Town, you should warn them to be careful. A lot of forces are watching them. They might not act directly, but they'll definitely investigate. Tell them to keep their heads down," Barnes said pointedly. "That Marquis Boyle is up to no good," Count Alcott snorted. Avery glanced at his son and reminded him, "I don't mind you being friendly with Hope Town, but don't get involved in the power struggles. Marquis Boyle has even stronger backers." "I know, I'm not involved. I used to think I'd take over Hope Town's assets after they got swallowed up, but they've held out until now." "I don't think they're that easy to deal with," Count Alcott said calmly. "Sometimes, luck was a kind of strength. Hope Town really did seem to have some luck on its side. He'd already given up on his old plans. Now, as a partner, he naturally wanted Hope Town to do well." "The person behind Marquis Boyle, is it?" Baron Charlotte asked cautiously. "Yes," Barnes nodded. "That person learned about the apocalypse early and started preparing long ago. When the aggressive territories started running wild, he deliberately leaked the news to distract everyone. This time, he admitted it not just because the news got out, but because the crisis is here. If not for this, I bet they'd have waited even longer to admit it." Baron Charlotte snorted. "Maybe until the strange weather started, then it'd be easier for them to plunder." Barnes and Avery said nothing. Plundering had quietly become the norm for higher-level territories over lower ones. They were both beneficiaries and victims. But in this environment, how could anyone really stay out of it? "You should go back to your territory. Advance as soon as possible before the strange weather arrives. If you need help, just ask the family," Avery suddenly said to Count Alcott. Count Alcott was surprised. "Doesn't the family territory need resources too? Why spend so much on my little town?" Avery glanced at him. "It's not for you. Hope Town? It was just a small town, wasn't it?" Hope Town and the other new territories appeared after the apocalypse prophecy. "I believe some people must have done something." "Why do you say that?" Avery sighed. "Before these new territories appeared, many legendary professionals disappeared from the world. I never knew why, but now I think maybe they sacrificed themselves for this continent." "How do you know?" "Your grandfather had a good friend who was among those who vanished." To Avery, that man was like an uncle, but then he disappeared. When Avery asked his father, he was told the man had gone to do something great. He thought his father knew the answer, but didn't say anything, probably to avoid trouble. But his father did leave him one message: "Pay attention to changes." He thought the biggest change on the Stan continent was the appearance of these new territories. If these new territories were a source of hope, he had to make sure his family had a way out near the most promising one. Count Alcott didn't know the details, but that one sentence was enough. "All right," Count Alcott agreed immediately. Barnes and Baron Charlotte said nothing, but both looked thoughtful. Avery hadn't said much, but it felt like he'd said everything. Soon after, Count Alcott left. When he got home, he used a teleportation scroll to return to Bangra Town. Seeing that Hope Town was upgrading and had suspended entry and exit, he waited patiently in his own territory. Maybe after Hope Town advanced to a level 2 town, he should consider upgrading to level 3. Hope Village. Just as Jobai had expected, the pattern of the beast tide had quietly changed without anyone noticing. Although the beast tide hadn't officially arrived, magical beasts had already started to appear within the territory of Hope Town. On the edge of the territory map, Jobai saw clusters of small red dots. Among them, there were even some slightly larger dots, which basically represented the boss-level magical beasts of each wave. Their numbers were noticeably higher than usual. Without any hesitation, Jobai immediately sent out a combat mission to all residents. Mission: Beast Tide incoming, defend the territory. Type: temporary mission. Rewards: contribution points, all other spoils belong to the individual. Participants: soldier squad, all residents. As soon as the mission was issued, the well-prepared soldiers and residents sprang into action. After several territorial wars and beast tides, the residents were already quite experienced in battle, and their mobilization was highly organized. By the time Jobai arrived at the scene, the battle formations were nearly set. The teams of professional fighters had already split into squads and were pushing outward. From time to time, the sounds of fighting drifted back, making it clear to everyone just how quickly the beast tide was forming. Gradually, the returning squads came back faster and faster, and the magical beasts were now right in front of them. As the beasts drew closer, many people's eyes shone with excitement. Rumble. Finally, they saw the beast tide coming in droves and charged forward without hesitation. The great battle was about to begin. Charge. Defend our territory. Trample the level 2 town beast tide and challenge the level 3 town beast tide. Everyone shouted their slogans with enthusiasm. They all knew this was a special moment. Showing off their strength now would bring more favorable policies to the territory in the future. In this situation, all they could do was give it their all. In no time, the defenders and the magical beasts were locked in fierce combat, carving out a vacuum zone right in front of the town walls. Many non-combatants inside the walls watched the battle unfold. Among them were merchant caravans from other territories, mercenary teams, individual mercenaries, and even nobles from other lands. When they realized what was happening, they were all a bit stunned. The fact that they dared to stay in Hope Town showed their confidence in its strength, but they hadn't expected Hope Town's fighting power to be this overwhelming. Hope Town is seriously impressive. Every time we think we know Hope Town, it shatters our expectations. Last time, Hope Town fought a territorial war and a beast tide on the same day, and they handled it with ease. No need to worry. At a time like this, the stronger Hope Town is, the better for all of us. I'm actually thinking about moving here. My own town is also level 2, but I don't think we're as strong as Hope Town. Still, it's hard to give up everything I've built. Why not ask your team if they'd be willing to move here with you? My team is up for it, so after this job, I'm bringing them all to Hope Town. I was planning to move to a nearby city, but if I do, it'll be hard to keep up the business I just started here in Hope Town. Might as well just come to Hope Town. I feel like it won't be long before it upgrades to a city. You're really optimistic. It's not even a level 3 town yet. Why not dream big? I have faith in Hope Town. The fact that it's about to become a level 2 town as soon as the news breaks shows it has a solid foundation. Better decide soon. The longer you wait, the harder it'll be to move. Sigh, what kind of world is this? Everything was fine, and now suddenly it's the apocalypse. Honestly, there were signs all along, we just didn't notice. We should be grateful the warning came early, or it would have been too late. Sigh, it's not so bad for town-level residents, but what about those in villages? For villages, there's no point even thinking about Hope Town. If you're nearby, leave as soon as you can. As the beast tide raged, people inside couldn't help but chat. It had to be said, Hope Town was extremely attractive to many outsiders. Naturally, Jobai was aware of these discussions, and it made her even more determined to put on a good show. She wanted everyone to witness Hope Town's strength, boost their confidence, and choose Hope Town as their new home. She didn't know what the future held, but for now, her goal was simple: make her territory as strong as possible. And to make the territory strong, what she needed most was people. The more, the better. Anyone who could work, she wanted. Mayor, are you joining the battle? Bear asked from the side. Normally, their lord would always fight, but now she was a saint-level mage. These magical beasts were child's play for her, so Bear wasn't sure. I won't fight myself, but my magical beasts will, Jobai replied directly. Huh? Bear was momentarily confused. Bai didn't explain further. Instead, she pulled out several beast contract scrolls. With a few incantations, several magical beasts appeared on the battlefield. The most eye-catching was the sky-shading elephant. Its sheer size was impossible to ignore. Combined with its aura as a high-level magical beast, it instantly became the center of attention. Is that a high-level magical beast? No, its aura is even stronger. I've fought high-level beasts before. This is different. A saint-level magical beast? How can there be a saint-level beast at a level 2 town advancement? We're doomed. Can our territory withstand this? Some people on the scene started to panic. Everything had been going well. Why did a saint-level magical beast suddenly appear? Don't worry, it's on our side, someone said, noticing the direction the beasts had appeared from and guessing they belonged to Hope Town. Sure enough, it didn't take long for people to realize the sky-shading elephant was attacking the invading magical beasts, not the defenders. With each attack, it wiped out swathes of enemies. Many of those were mid- and high-level magical beasts, even bosses among the beast tide, but in front of the sky-shading elephant, they didn't dare move, standing still to be slaughtered. And this wasn't happening in just one spot. The other beasts that appeared alongside the sky-shading elephant were all at least high-level, some nearly saint-level themselves, and they rampaged through the beast tide. The residents of Hope Town, watching the scene, were stunned. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Whose magical beasts are those? Who's so powerful to have so many saint-level and high-level beasts? No idea. Maybe? I think they belong to the mayor. The mayor? Is she already a saint-level professional? Last I heard, she was just a mid-level mage. Didn't she leave for a few days? You can become a saint-level professional in just a few days? Do you know who took her away? The Dragon Clan. Every dragon is at least saint-level. If that's true, so jealous. Opportunities like that are rare. But just think, with a saint-level mage in our territory, it feels so safe. Haha, not just one, but several. Don't forget, the sky-shading elephant is also saint-level, and there are so many other powerful beasts. If you round up, we have several saint-level professionals. Damn, our territory is really something. With these saint and high-level beasts helping, this territorial war is as good as won. Charge. Kill, 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 let's advance. With the sky-shading elephant and other beasts leading the way, the soldiers and residents of Hope Town fought with renewed ferocity. The magical beasts were quickly pushed back. The front lines moved steadily forward. Retreating as they fought, the beast tide was broken up and wiped out. In just a few hours, the beast tide was completely eliminated. Within Hope Town's territory, not a single magical beast remained. As for the sky-shading elephant and the others, Bai recalled them as soon as victory was certain. Afterward, Bai faced the astonished gazes of Bayer and the others. It's all thanks to Philia threatening them. That's the only reason they chose me. I'm not that capable on my own, Bai explained to Bayer. Then we really have to thank Lady Philia. With these magical beasts, Hope Town has yet another attraction, Bayer said, his eyes full of joy. Bai nodded in agreement. Just then, she received a system notification. Congratulations, host. Your territory is the first to pass the upgrade trial in this region, ranking first and earning 2 special buildings. Congratulations, host. You have passed the territory upgrade trial and earned 4 buildings. Successfully advanced to level 2 town. Bai let out a long breath. She had taken another big step forward. And as soon as Bai advanced, all the other territories watching the battle noticed instantly. The next moment, they began making preparations to rush to Hope Town. We leveled up. We leveled up. We're a level 2 town now. Our territory is awesome. Suddenly, I feel like I could fight another round. Haha, compared to the last beast tide, this was way easier. Last time, we even fought 2 battles in a row. I think if our territory can upgrade to level 3, we should do it as soon as possible. I bet we can handle the level 3 beast tide. I feel like we're really close to becoming a level 3 town. I just wonder if the territory's coffers can handle it. Every upgrade costs a fortune in infrastructure, right? Haha, you can doubt anything. but never doubt Hope Town's ability to make money. Our finances are rock solid. With such good news, it feels like the shadow of the apocalypse has lifted a lot. Bring it on. Let's fight to our heart's content. If we fail, we'll just be heroes again in 18 years. I just wonder, after we die, will our souls stay in this world or return to our homeland? I don't really get what you're all saying, but I have faith in our territory. Lots of faith. I'll just keep working hard and growing stronger with the territory. I've gotten used to Hope Town. I don't think any other territory could be better, not with my 40-plus years of experience. Exactly, Hup. Hope Town is really great. Let's all work together to make it even stronger and get through the tough times. After the battle, the residents chatted away, one after another. But compared to the pure joy of last time, this victory felt heavier for most of them. They all knew their territory still had a long road ahead. At that moment, everyone instinctively checked their territory's ranking. And when they saw it, they were all stunned. Territory ranking, 1001. Hope Town had only just upgraded to a level 2 town. How did it suddenly jump so many places? Am I seeing things? Our territory's ranking is 1001. You're not seeing things, I see it too. How could this be? How is this possible? Yeah, it's unbelievable. We jumped over 2,000 spots. Right? Just one level and the gap is that huge. There must be a special reason. Could it be related to today's Saint Rank Beast Horde? Very likely. Ordinary level 2 towns don't have Saint Rank professionals. Haha, 1001. That's top 10 among level 2 towns, right? Yep. Once we add some new buildings, the ranking might go up again. Could we break into the top 1,000? Haha, for sure. I suddenly have even more confidence in our territory. With a ranking like this, even if there's another apocalypse, we definitely won't be the first to fall. This proves our strength. Yeah, and it'll only get better. After all, our territory is just getting started. At that moment, the residents couldn't help but feel elated. How could they not be happy? Their territory was on its way to joining the ranks of the great powers. But even more shocked than them was Joe Bai. After checking the post-upgrade stats, she saw her territory's new ranking. Am I seeing things? Joe Bai turned to Bayer beside her. She felt like she was dreaming. Bayer, hearing this, instinctively rubbed his eyes. After confirming he wasn't mistaken, he pretended to pinch his nose and said, "Nope, you're not seeing things. Our territory's ranking really did go up. 1001. Bayer felt like he'd really made it, following such a promising territory. Becoming a top 100 town was just around the corner. Maybe after upgrading to level 3, that dream would come true. But thinking about the looming apocalypse, Bayer's joy was tinged with worry. Still, he was happy overall. After getting confirmation, Joe Bai's lips curled up slightly. All right, go handle the post-battle arrangements. I'll take care of the building upgrades now that we've officially leveled up. Yes, ma'am. As soon as she finished speaking, Joe Bai pulled a magic eagle out of her magic scroll. This was one of the high-level magical beasts she'd contracted. She hopped onto the eagle's back and let it carry her to the top floor of the Lord's manor. The manor had already been renovated, and the top floor was now her private domain. Much more comfortable. Back in her office, she opened the control panel and saw her personal contribution points from the Beast Tide, along with her experience and other info. After confirming everything, Joe Bai started drawing for the 2 special buildings she'd earned. Dear host, congratulations. You have drawn the special building, Hell. Dear host, congratulations. You have drawn the special building, City Defense Cannon. Building, Reincarnation Hell. Level 1. Function, can resurrect people within the territory, consuming experience points, irreversible. Uses 1. Note, hidden building unlocked only if you have the special building Hall of Heroes. Building, City Defense Magic Cannon. Level 1. Function, war weapon powered by compressed mana, pretty mana hungry for mages. Note, can be used repeatedly. Seeing these 2 buildings, Joe Bai was a little dazed. These special buildings were just too good, so good, she felt like she was dreaming. The first one was basically a huge cheat. People only have one life, but this clearly gave them extra chances. Sure, it only had one use for now, but Jobai believed the number would increase after upgrading. As for the experience points, she guessed it probably meant losing a level with each resurrection. It couldn't be undone, but you could always earn more XP. With this special building, wouldn't it attract tons of people? No. Jobai thought, not only would it attract people, but in these troubled times, it might also make them a target. But at this point, what was there to be afraid of? Jobai figured there was no reason to hide it. With this building, their territory's combat power would at least triple. As for the second one, mages? She didn't know about other territories, but hers had plenty. With all the current dangers, these two buildings were exactly what she needed. Dear host, would you like to spend 1,000 gold, 20,000 units of wood, and 40,000 units of stone to build Reincarnation Hell? Dear host, would you like to spend 100 gold, 40,000 units of stone, and 10,000 units of iron or to build the city defense magic cannon? Yes, Jobai agreed without hesitation. After confirming, the blueprints for both special buildings appeared on the map, along with upgrade prompts. Detected, special buildings Reincarnation Hell and city defense magic cannon are underleveled for your territory. Spend 440 gold to upgrade them to level 5. Yes. Special buildings Reincarnation Hell and city defense magic cannon unlocked. Please place them. Jobai didn't place them right away. Instead, she started looking at the regular buildings. This time, she could unlock 8 new buildings as a reward, so she picked them out. Cultural Center, entertainment building that increases residents' happiness. Greenhouse. Protects farmland, ranches, and orchards during special weather. Can be used repeatedly. Logistics station, handles efficient, low-cost movement and storage of goods from production to consumption for visitors. Surveillance center, monitors all activities within the territory. Trading market, anonymous trading market with magical teleportation, no face-to-face needed. No returns. Auction house, platform for rare materials, resources, weapons, and equipment. Highest bidder wins. Arena, friendly battle venue for professionals. Artisan center, hire registered artisans to craft all kinds of weapons and equipment. Jobai quickly unlocked them all. Spend 10 gold, 5,000 wood, and 5,000 stone to unlock the cultural center. Spend 10 gold, 5,000 wood, 1,000 stone, 1,000 iron ore, and 1,000 fabric to unlock the greenhouse. Spend 10 gold, 5,000 wood, and 5,000 stone to unlock the artisan center. Yes. Cultural center, greenhouse, logistics station, surveillance center, trading market, auction house, arena, and artisan center unlocked. Please place them. Detected. These buildings are underleveled. Spend 320 gold to upgrade them to level 5. Yes. Buildings upgraded. Once all the buildings were unlocked and upgraded, they appeared as icons on the edge of the map, waiting to be placed. This time, since she'd prepared well in advance, Jobai had already filled up the territory at the start of the upgrade, so she didn't need to manage empty plots, just upgrade and place the new buildings. Without hesitation, Jobai hit the upgrade button for all the buildings. Upgrade, 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 all upgraded. Soon, system messages started flooding her screen. Spend 40 gold to upgrade the Lord's Manor, Quest Center, and Mercenary Center from level 4 to level 5. Spend 500 gold to upgrade Special Buildings Hall of Heroes, Beast God Hall, Hospital, Mage Guild, and Vitality Statue from level 4 to level 5. Spend. After upgrading everything that needed it, Jobai started placing the new buildings. Luckily, she'd left empty plots near all the communal buildings, so she could arrange everything by function. Reincarnation Hell went next to the Hall of Heroes and Beast God Hall. She copied dozens of city defense magic cannons, installing 4 at each gate, and then placed more at intervals all around the town walls. She had plenty of money now, so she made sure to protect her territory well. The cultural center went near the school and library. The greenhouse was placed near the farmland, just a small plot for now, but it could be expanded as needed. The logistics station, surveillance center, and arena were placed near the barracks, prison, and factory cluster. Bai even built another one at the north gate, just to show off her wealth. The trading market, auction house, and artisan center went in the core public building area. The artisan center was grouped with the quest center, mercenary center, and mage guild, while the trading market and auction house became neighbors with the bank. Once everything was set, Bai hit activate without hesitation. Immediately, the blueprints turned into actual buildings on the map and in the territory itself. As the territory changed, the stats on the territory panel updated as well. Territory, Hope Town. Level 2 town, upgraded. Population, 69,012/80,000. Area, 100,000 mu. Tax rate, 10%, adjustable. Wealth, 596,843 gold, 37 silver, 93 copper. Buildings, Lord's Manor, Level 5, Quest Center, Level 5, Mercenary Center, Level 5, Artisan Center, Level 5. Intermediate walls, intermediate smithy, intermediate restaurant, intermediate tailor, intermediate general store, intermediate barracks, intermediate watchtower, intermediate arrow tower, intermediate prison, intermediate warehouse, intermediate textile mill, advanced alchemy workshop, special buildings, Hall of Heroes, Beast God Hall, Hospital, Mage Guild, Vitality Statue, Reincarnation Hell, City Defense Magic Cannon, Well, Tavern, Inn, Intermediate. Intermediate Ranch, Farmland, Level 4, Commercial Street, Library, Roads, Pond, Market, Level 1 Housing, 30 square meters wooden house, Level 2 Housing, 30 square meters 2-story wooden house, Level 3 Housing, 30 square meters 2-story stone house, Refinery. Grain storage, extraction plant, research institute, pawn shop, magic potion shop, monument, bank, cultural center, greenhouse, logistics station, surveillance center, trading market, auction house, arena. Custom buildings. School, factory, swimming pool, amusement park, sports stadium, park, resort villa. Contribution shop, for residents only, exchangeable with contribution points. Current ranking, Stan Continent ranking, 555, regional ranking, 1. Territory wars, 4/4, wins, 4, peace period, 24 days. Note, territory can only be conquered by the Lord. When Bai saw the new stats, she was shocked all over again. Her territory's ranking had leaped again. Wasn't it supposed to get harder to climb the higher you go? Why did her territory just keep rocketing up? Happy as she was, Bai felt that Hope Town was about to become the center of attention again. She scanned the territory, and finally her gaze landed on Reincarnation Hell. She couldn't help but feel that this building had a lot to do with Hope Town's sudden leap in ranking. While Bai was still reeling from the ranking jump, plenty of others were also deeply affected. The residents of Hope Town were stunned by their new ranking. Other territory lords who came to see Bai were stunned. The major nobles watching Hope Town after the meeting were stunned. In their minds, there was only one thought left about Hope Town. Hope Town, are they about to take off? The residents of Hope Town were overwhelmed by the sheer number of shocks and surprises they had experienced in a single day. First thing in the morning, there was strange weather, mutated magical beasts, an apocalyptic crisis, and wild rumors flying everywhere. Then, out of nowhere, their territory was promoted to a Level 2 town. During the ensuing battle, they discovered that their territory actually had multiple saint-ranked professionals and magical beasts. After the battle, their territory's ranking soared, jumping up by more than 2,000 places. But before they could even catch their breath, their ranking jumped another 400 places. The speed at which their territory was climbing the rankings was simply astonishing. What's going on? We just jumped another 400 places. Pinch me, someone, tell me I'm not dreaming. Ow, that hurts. So this really isn't a dream. Wow, I suddenly feel like our territory is amazing. It gives me such a sense of security. But we already jumped over 2,000 places, and now another 400? How did that happen? We only built 10 new structures, and their effects should be limited, right? What kind of building could boost our ranking by over 400 places, especially at such a high level? We're ranked 555 now. That's in the top 200 for level 3 towns. We're just a hair's breadth away from the top 100. Does this mean if we upgrade to a level 3 town, we'll make it? I think we're almost at the required population. Haha, then let's recruit more people for our territory. But that takes time. Lots of people are already on their way here from other territories, but it'll take them a day or two to arrive, unless they're from nearby. Nearby territories? Bangla Town? Glasgow Town? Yushi Village? Guangshui Village? Djibouti Village? That's not really an option. We already have good relations with those territories. We can't just poach their people. True. I guess we'll just have to take it one step at a time. We're getting sidetracked. What I really want to know is, how did our ranking jump by over 400 places? Let's go take a look. If I don't figure this out, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Let's go, let's go. Let's see what happened in our territory. The residents of Hope Town chattered excitedly as they fanned out to search every corner of their territory. After all, they were intimately familiar with all the public buildings, so it shouldn't take long to find the answer. As the residents sprang into action, the visitors to Hope Town were left a bit dazed after hearing the news. They'd been through quite a shock themselves. Hope Town was already a great place, but now it's even better. I'm tempted. I'm really tempted. I think I'll hurry back and gather my team to move here. I was thinking the same. Our old territory is only 3 days away. If we take a beast-drawn carriage, it'll be even faster. We should be able to get here before the next bout of strange weather. Exactly. A level 2 town ranked 555, and Hope Town treats its residents so well. It's perfect. I'm bringing my team here too. Life in Hope Town will definitely be good. According to the locals, Hope Town is a rising star. You have to invest early or you'll miss your chance. But Hope Town's requirements for residents haven't changed, have they? Nope. Compared to other territories, it's a real bargain. As the visitors discussed among themselves, their numbers began to dwindle. They all understood one thing: if a crisis was coming, it could strike at any moment. The only thing to do was act quickly. In no time, more and more visitors rushed to the Lord's Manor, and before long, many of them had become official residents of Hope Town. When they left the Lord's Manor, they all felt a bit lightheaded. But seeing the territory's ranking 555 on their personal panels, they immediately felt a surge of pride. With a ranking like this, becoming a resident here was definitely the right move. Meanwhile, as more and more visitors joined Hope Town, the local residents finally discovered the true reason for their territory's ranking leap, right next to the Beast God Hall and the Hall of Heroes. When they first saw the new building, their reactions were, "This new special building is called the Cycle of Reincarnation?" That name sounds kind of creepy, and the building itself is even scarier. Yeah, it's even more intimidating than the Hall of Heroes. It doesn't look like a normal building at all. From what I can tell, it's a companion building to the Hall of Heroes. You can only get it if you already have the Hall of Heroes. No wonder I've never heard of it. No one's ever drawn the Hall of Heroes before. Speaking of special buildings, other territories rarely get ones for other races. Even when they do, they hardly use them, since they don't want to spend money hiring non-human professionals. But new territories don't have those taboos, so you see more diversity. I used to think other races were bad, always bullying human territories, but now I don't think that way. Other races are intelligent too, no different from us. If the territory is good, they'll give it their all. Exactly. People always said orcs were savage and bloodthirsty, but here in Hope Town, they're one of our main fighting forces. They patrol the territory diligently and help residents in danger. Even the regular orc workers are incredibly hardworking. And the undead too. People say they're scary, but they were once human. Lord Bear is undead, but look at how devoted he is to the territory. And the goblins, elsewhere they're just mind slaves, but here, they're amazing at building weapons. You see them everywhere in the advanced alchemy workshop, the munitions factory, and the smithy. They even go out to find or for Hope Town. That's why so many slave traders like selling goblins to Hope Town. The town pays way more than other territories. It's not really buying, they're being freed here. Guys, aren't we getting off topic? Oh right, we're supposed to be figuring out why our ranking jumped so much. Could it be this cycle of reincarnation? I think that's very likely. Should we go inside and check it out? But it looks so scary. No, I trust our territory wouldn't build anything dangerous. Let's go in together. So, after some gossiping, everyone entered the cycle of reincarnation. Inside, they saw a massive magic circle with 3 simple words floating above it. Respawn point. Everyone was stunned when they saw those words. Resurrection. This was a building that could bring people back to life. I feel like I'm dreaming. Is this for real? I've heard of potions that can heal you if you're barely alive, but never of something that can actually resurrect you. Does this building really exist? It does. And it hurts. Unbelievable. Our territory is amazing. There's a detailed description over here. The cycle of reincarnation is currently a level 5 building, so residents of Hope Town can use it to resurrect up to 5 times within the territory. As the town's level increases, the number of resurrections will also increase. However, you can't use all 5 at once. Each resurrection costs a huge amount of experience points, and after losing that experience, professionals may drop in level. For low-level professionals, they basically only get one chance. After that, they'll likely become ordinary people. But once they're ordinary, they can earn experience and unlock their profession again. This means the higher your level, the more times you can use it. Wow, this is a total game changer. No, it's the ultimate life-saving tool. Only Hope Town residents can use it. If this news gets out, people will be desperate to move here. This is just too tempting. Now I finally understand why our ranking jumped so much. With a BU. Building like this, how could it not? I'm actually surprised it didn't jump even higher. As more residents came to see the cycle of reincarnation, the buzz only grew. Did you hear? Our new building is insane. How insane? It can resurrect people. The cycle of reincarnation is actually a respawn point. Every resident gets up to 5 resurrections. No way. If you don't believe it, go see for yourself. The news spread like wildfire, and everyone who heard it was beside themselves with excitement. Visitors who had just impulsively joined Hope Town were even more thrilled after hearing this. Joining Hope Town was definitely the right choice. At the Mission Center entrance, a large group of visiting lords were completely stunned by the barrage of news. Hashtag Hope Town jumps to rank 555. Hashtag how did they rise so fast? Hope Town has a special building, the Cycle of Reincarnation. Hashtag Cycle of Reincarnation, a special building that lets you resurrect. Hashtag. They understood every word, but when put together, it all sounded too fantastical. Was this really not just hype? Resurrection. They'd never heard of such a thing. Viscount Lancelot from Glasgow Town and Count Olcott from Bangla Town were both dumbfounded. They didn't believe it. But Bevan Kang and Siang Ziki, who were also present, immediately did. They'd always believed in Hope Town's luck and strength. With so many people swearing it was true, and with Hope Town's real, tangible ranking, how could they not believe? All they could think about now was finding Joe Bai to discuss cooperation. If they waited, it might be too late. They were sure that once this news spread, there would be a flood of people wanting to join Hope Town. Without further ado, the two of them rushed straight to the Lord's manor. Seeing this, Viscount Lancelot and Count Olcott were stunned. What are they doing? Count Olcott asked first. They're here to ally with Hope Town. The cycle of reincarnation is just icing on the cake. They want to secure their spot early, Viscount Lancelot replied, hitting the nail on the head. Count Olcott paused. Do you really think the cycle of reincarnation is real? Nothing like this has ever appeared on the Stan continent. Just because it hasn't before doesn't mean it can't now or in the future, Lancelot said. We never imagined the Stan continent would face an apocalypse, did we? But this is different. Alcott protested instinctively. In essence, it's the same. The Stan continent is undergoing massive change, mostly bad, but who's to say there can't be a little good news, a glimmer of hope? Lancelot actually hoped the news was true. At least then, there would be a chance for survival in the future. Count Alcott recalled a certain prophecy. The progress of civilization is always accompanied by slaughter and bloodshed. If the future is destined to be filled with death, then a resurrection building in Hope Town is a good thing, right? But wouldn't this make them too much of a target? He voiced his concern. Actually, I think Hope Town's resurrection building won't be the last. Even if it's unique, there will definitely be similar buildings in other new territories, Lancelot said suddenly. Alcott was surprised. Why are you so sure? Because these new territories appeared so suddenly, and they're special, Lancelot replied. He also felt that most of the old territories and nobles in this world were too corrupt, never truly caring about people. But the new territories were different. They brought fresh energy and new ideas. Alcott couldn't help but recall something his father had once said, which now seemed to echo Lancelot's words. Let's go, Alcott said suddenly. Huh? Lancelot was still lost in thought, startled by Alcott's sudden shout. Let's go talk to Mayor Jobai. We're neighbors. We should communicate more, Alcott said without hesitation. Lancelot. That was a quick change of heart. But more communication with Hope Town? That he could get behind. The two of them also headed straight for the Lord's manor. Behind them, a steady stream of visitors and nobles came and went. Hope Town's cycle of reincarnation was spreading to other territories at lightning speed. A building like this, once it appears, can never be kept secret. In truth, Jobai had never intended to hide the resurrection function of the Hell of Reincarnation. Although it did attract attention, the Reincarnation Hell was undoubtedly a powerful tool for attracting talent. Of course, more importantly, Jobai was becoming increasingly confident in her own strength and that of her territory. After all, city-level territories couldn't directly deal with Hope Town, and aside from those, only about 200 small towns were even qualified to challenge Hope Town. If Hope Town acted as the challenger, success wasn't guaranteed, but as the defender, there was no way they would lose. Therefore, as long as Hope Town stayed steady, there would be no major problems. Not to mention, in just a short period of time, the population of the territory had soared past 70,000. This meant that with just 10,000 more people, Hope Town could be upgraded from a level 2 to a level 3 town. All she needed to consider was the logistics of population migration. With Hope Town's ranking and the reincarnation hell, wasn't that already enticing enough? Absolutely. So she was confident that the quota of 10,000 residents would be filled very soon. What Jobai hadn't expected was that these 10,000 residents would arrive even faster than she'd imagined. Right now, standing before her were Beiwen Kang and Xiang Ziqian. Hearing that they wanted to move all their residents under their command into Hope Town, Jobai was genuinely shocked. Are you sure? Jobai asked in disbelief. After all, both of their territories were painstakingly built by them. Didn't they feel any regret about giving them up so easily? If our current situation was similar to Hope Town's, we definitely wouldn't give up. But our territories are still far from reaching that scale. Rather than struggling to guard them and ultimately failing, it's better to hand them over to the right person early on, Bei Wenkong said. He and Xiang Ziqian had already reached an agreement on the way here, so he was speaking for both of them. Aren't you worried the news is fake? Jobai hadn't expected them to choose Hope Town because of the apocalypse news. Since the two of them had arrived quite early, Jobai had already received the news, so she was certain they'd made their decision before learning about the reincarnation hell. The hell probably just reinforced their determination. What do you think? Is it real or fake? Bei Wenkong replied slyly. He figured the news must have come from Hope Town itself. Even if they tried to cover their tracks, Hope Town's upgrade speed was too fast. He could guess what was going on. Jobai gave Bei Wenkong a knowing look, then asked, "Do your residents agree?" She had to admit she was tempted. Because the combined population of these two territories was just over 10,000, which would immediately allow Hope Town to upgrade to a level 3 town. Right now, time was the most precious resource for Hope Town, and she was more than willing to absorb these two territories' residents. Of course they're willing. Baewon Kang and Seong Ziqian answered without hesitation. Who would want to stay in a mediocre territory when there's a better one, especially one as promising as Hope Town? It's just that we both feel it's better not to abandon our original territories completely. We'll remain the lords of our own lands, but use them as production bases for Hope Town, Baewon Kang explained. And there are resource points outside our territories. Those are valuable assets. Hope Town can send teams to collect resources and hunt monsters there. Joe Bai listened. You've really thought this through. Of course. Since we're the ones taking the initiative to join you, we had to plan everything out, Baewon Kang said. Do you have any other requests? Joe Bai asked. We hope some of our original staff can be retained, and also our soldiers. Agreed, Joe Bai nodded without hesitation. In that case, we'll go back and arrange for our residents to move into Hope Town right away. Baewon Kang perked up instantly upon hearing Joe Bai's agreement. Once his residents were settled in Hope Town, he would be completely freed from worrying about the survival of his own territory. Seong Ziqian felt the same. She was just a humble farmer after all. Before the apocalypse, she was a lifestyle blogger, living in the countryside, renovating old houses, and growing vegetables. At first, it might have just been to cash in on the influencer trend, but over time she genuinely came to love it. She used her popularity to generate income for her hometown, leasing land from the village and leading the local elderly in growing organic produce. Before coming to this world, her business was thriving. Fortunately, this experience also gave her a safe haven when she entered this game. But she knew her own temperament and abilities. She'd always planned to focus on farming. If not for the damn apocalypse, she believed that even if her territory didn't become exceptional, it would at least be decent. However, compared to Hope Town, her territory was insignificant. So even though she was surrendering, she didn't feel bad about it at all. I'll send someone to receive your people, Joe Bai said directly. She quickly called for Baer and had him organize 2 teams to head to Yushi Village and Guangshui Village to pick up the residents. Baer, upon being summoned, looked at Baewon Kang and Seong Ziqian in surprise. He knew these 2 lords must have important business with the lord, but he hadn't expected them to bring all their residents to join Hope Town. But he also realized something else. With their people coming, wouldn't Hope Town be able to upgrade to a level 3 town immediately? According to the original plan, this would have taken another 2 days. Their arrival had moved the timeline up by a day. Fantastic. After sending them off, Baer brought Earl Orchid and Viscount Lancelot over. The 2 of them had also noticed Baewon Kang and Seong Ziqian leaving happily, and understood that Hope Town had accepted their allegiance. With these 2 territories joining Hope Town, it was clear that Hope Town would become the dominant power in the region. They had already accepted this fact, but now that the day had come, their feelings were still complicated. Of course, those feelings were quickly suppressed, and both men couldn't help but focus their attention on Joe Bai. Lord Mayor, have you advanced to a saint-level profession? Yes, Joe Bai nodded. I had a bit of good fortune. Thanks to Philia. She was able to focus on advancing without worrying about the requirements. Congratulations. Joe Bai smiled. One of the special buildings Hope Town gained upon upgrading is the reincarnation hell. If word gets out, it might attract unwanted attention, Earl Orchid suddenly said. Joe Bai's expression grew serious. I can't avoid growing stronger just because others covet Hope Town, nor can I keep good things hidden away. As long as it benefits Hope Town, that's enough for me. Of course, Joe Bai also believed that Earl Orchid was hinting at something. Earl Orchid continued, the apocalypse crisis is real. My father was summoned by the king in the capital for a meeting, where the existence of the apocalypse was publicly revealed, along with a prophecy. What prophecy? Joe Bai asked curiously. The evolution of civilization is accompanied by slaughter and bloodshed. Earl Orchid stated bluntly. It wouldn't be long before this prophecy spread across the entire Stan continent. Upon hearing this, both Joe Bai and Viscount Lancelot felt their hearts skip a beat. Indeed, that was a rather terrifying statement. Civilization's evolution. Does that mean our world is about to evolve? Viscount Lancelot asked curiously. Jobai replied, civilization is a state of social development. The Stan continent's civilization is magical, while our original world's civilization was technological. And evolution? Earl Orchid hadn't expected such a reliable interpretation from Jobai. Civilization becoming more advanced, reaching a higher level than before, Jobai continued. You could say the magical civilization of Stan continent is being upgraded, but what it will become in the end, no one knows. But in this process, death is inevitable. In fact, Jobai was also wondering if Blue Star was undergoing a similar evolution of civilization. After all, this theory had been circulating on Blue Star for quite some time. Jobai hadn't expected the reason to be so simple and brutal. Perhaps it was precisely because it was so simple and brutal that it felt so overwhelming. Because this was the will of the world itself. The world, in order to further its own development, would push the evolution of civilization. As for whether someone was orchestrating things behind the scenes, she didn't know. In a short time, Jobai had run through all these thoughts in her mind. Didn't expect to get the answer from you, Earl Orchid said, looking at Jobai with some surprise. Anyone from our world could guess it, Jobai said. After all, they came from a world full of wild imagination. Earl Orchid, hearing this, couldn't help but recall what his father and Viscount Lancelot had said. People from Jobai's world really were special. Could their arrival be a glimmer of hope for the Stan continent? Whether it was or not, he would do his best to develop alongside Hope Town. Thinking of this, Earl Orchid continued, my father mentioned that during the meeting, Marquis Boyle of Lovisa City deliberately targeted you, trying to draw everyone's attention to Hope Town. Jobai, he's got his eye on Hope Town. Don't worry. The territories he calls in to deal with us won't be able to touch us. As she spoke, Jobai glanced at the rankings for Zurich Town. Their ranking was still miles behind Hope Town. And Hope Town still had over 20 days to develop before the next territory war. By then, Hope Town would have made another leap forward. Jobai thought that at this rate, Hope Town might even be able to upgrade to Hope City. But before that, Hope Town needed to be fully prepared. She didn't want her territory's achievements to be snatched away by others after upgrading. As long as you know what you're doing, Earl Orchid said. Also, about the cement. Jobai replied directly, I'll be opening up cement sales soon, and it won't require shells for exchange. Of course, this won't affect you, you can still use shells. My selling price will be slightly higher than yours, and I'll be targeting villages and small towns. Given the strong support from Earl Orchid's and Baron Charlotte's families, she had to give something back. Besides, she could tell that Earl Orchid's family valued cement not just for the gold coins, but for the advantages it gave them in trading with other territories. Earl Orchid nodded. I'll mention it to my father. Honestly, his father was more interested in trading with city-level territories. Also, have your family send teams to Hope Town. We can teach them our wall-building techniques, which will speed things up. She wanted to add a few more allies for her territory. For example, the news Earl Orchid had just shared, Hope Town would never have known otherwise. Thank you, Earl Orchid said, feeling Jobai's sincerity. You're welcome, Jobai replied with a smile. The apocalypse crisis was set aside for now. Everyone knew it was real, and aside from working hard for their own territories, there was nothing else they could do. Hope Town is going to absorb the populations of Yushi Village and Guangshui Village? Viscount Lancelot suddenly asked. Yes, but their territories will remain as production bases for Hope Town, Jobai replied. In the future, food production would only become more important, and she planned to stockpile as much as possible. With food in hand, you have peace of mind. Viscount Lancelot hadn't expected Jobai to be so direct and was momentarily stunned. If your territory upgrades, I hope you'll set aside more land for growing food. In the future, food may become very precious, Jobai continued. In chaotic times, food is gold. Even with monster meat, people would get tired of eating only meat. Thank you for the reminder, Viscount Lancelot agreed, but he also noticed Jobai's mention of his territory's upgrade. It seemed she knew he was hiding his territory's true strength. Now it was Earl Orchid's turn to be shocked, staring at Viscount Lancelot. Viscount Lancelot, sensing the gaze, mumbled, "I just didn't want unnecessary disputes before." The previous overlord was Benjala Town, which had powerful backing. If he'd made a move, who knew if he'd have been wiped out? Earl Orchid let out a long breath. I was too self-important. Fortunately, it's not too late. From now on, the three of us should watch out for each other and protect this region together. He wanted to create a solid backup plan for his family. Agreed, Joe Bai and Viscount Lancelot nodded. Conveniently, the three territories formed a triangle, the most stable shape. They weren't afraid of monsters or anything else. At that moment, a small magic teleportation array appeared in front of Earl Orchid. With a flash of light, a letter materialized. Earl Orchid opened it and, after reading, looked at Joe Bai seriously. News about Hope Town's reincarnation hell has already spread. Joe Bai. That fast? Sensing Joe Bai's shock, Count Olcott, standing nearby, spoke up. You're underestimating how attractive this kind of building is to people. It's not just the human kingdoms, even the elves, dwarves, and beast folk don't have anything like this. As for the undead, sure, they can be resurrected, but the price is becoming another race, and one that's shunned by the world. Listening, Joe Bai remained calm. So, a lot of people will choose Hope Town just because of this building? What about high-level professionals? That was what she cared about most. She needed people, lots of people. Seeing how unfazed Joe Bai was, Count Olcott almost felt his warning was unnecessary. If she was worried, she wouldn't have made such a unique building public. Since she did, she must be prepared. So Joe Bai had never been worried from the start. They will. No matter the race, the thing people care about most is their own life. Count Olcott exhaled and continued. Even in my own territory, I expect quite a few people will leave for Hope Town because of this building. He was already used to people from his lands running off to Hope Town from time to time. So as he spoke, Count Olcott looked completely at ease. Water flows downhill, people seek higher ground. It's always been that way. Joe Bai felt a little embarrassed. Even if it was passive, she really was poaching people from neighboring territories. Seeing the looks on their faces, she could only change the subject. I want to know, after winning a territory war, is it easy to get the other side's special buildings? It's very difficult. Usually, you have to meet certain conditions. Count Olcott recalled some information and gave Joe Bai a definite answer. But there's a chance. Many territories will try anyway. Then let them come. Free resources delivered to my door. Joe Bai replied confidently. She'd shown her fangs once already, now it was time to play it safe and stay in her turtle shell. Count Olcott. Viscount Lancelot. She really was confident. Seeing this, the two didn't linger, bidding their farewells. They had to return to their own territories to keep things in order. Hope Town was bound to be busy in the days ahead. After they left, more nobles came hoping to meet Joe Bai, but she sent them all to the External Affairs Department. Hope Town was in the spotlight. It was better to keep a low profile. But even if they acted low-key, the situation was anything but. Hope Town once again posted a slew of recruitment missions for skilled workers at the mission center. On top of that, they released a new mission to recruit residents. Hashtag recruiting residents, no profession or class restrictions, hashtag. As soon as this mission appeared, it spread through all the village and town-level territories. For a while, everyone was abuzz. Hope Town is recruiting a ton of people again. What are they planning? Probably upgrading. Upgrade again? They just became a level 1 town, now level 2. Are they going for level 3 in a few days? What's the rush? Did you forget the rumors of an impending apocalypse spreading through all the territories? Isn't that supposed to be fake? Who can say what'll happen in the future? You said it yourself, no one knows the future. Maybe it really is like the rumors say. Have you seen any territory come out to deny it? No, actually. Exactly. Silence is tacit agreement. The apocalypse might really be coming. I heard lots of territories are suddenly recruiting residents too. Some that used to only take intermediate professionals are now accepting beginners. Even city-level territories are lowering their standards. Intermediate professionals can join. No questions asked. But you still have to be a professional. That's why Hope Town is such a great choice. They accept everyone, even non-professionals. Support roles, life skills, they'll take them all, and the benefits are great. Yeah, even before the apocalypse rumors, they were recruiting life skill people with good pay. If you're going to leave, Hope Town is a good bet. Most importantly, Hope Town has huge potential. With each upgrade, their territory ranking jumped twice, first to 1001, then to 555. That's rare. Did they draw some special building? Aren't special buildings all the same? With so many territories, there can't be much difference. Says who? There's been news lately. Lots of new territories have unique special buildings. Take Hope Town. They drew the Hall of Heroes, which summons undead, and the Beast God Temple, which they won from another new territory. Those new territories have such good luck. That's why I suspect Hope Town just got something else amazing. Anyone know what it is? News hasn't spread yet, but it will soon. Here it comes, someone who went to Hope Town is back. What is it? Reincarnation Hell, a new special building called Reincarnation Hell. What a scary name. Sounds scary, but the function isn't at all. You know what it is? It's a resurrection point. Within Hope Town's territory, if you die, you can be revived there. You lose a level, but the building is currently level 5, so everyone gets 5 revives. For beginners, you get 1. The higher your level, the more revives. Isn't that basically extra lives? Seriously? Isn't that a bit overpowered? It's real. The news is everywhere. People are calling their friends and heading to Hope Town in droves. Lots of people were already considering it, now they're sure. Is it only usable within Hope Town? Yeah, and it's paired with the Hall of Heroes. You need the Hall of Heroes to have this building. Definitely a hidden building. So far, only Hope Town has the Hall of Heroes. So going to Hope Town is totally worth it. Yeah, let's go to Hope Town. Hey, weren't you saying you couldn't bear to leave home before? What changed? With a building like Reincarnation Hell, it's clear things aren't looking good. Maybe this is our lifeline. Better find a good territory and give myself another option. Even if I don't want to, I need to think of my kids. Let's go together. Pack up quick, while it's crowded, it's safer. The longer we wait, the more dangerous it gets. And with so many people heading to Hope Town, I bet they'll raise their standards soon. Yeah, if you're close, leave now. If you're far, I hear you can hire mercenary escorts. Flying beast teams are in high demand now. Scenes like this played out in many village and town-level territories. The smart ones could sense a storm brewing from the rumors and new buildings. That day, more and more territories chose to upgrade. After all, if the rumors were true and monster levels became unlimited, ordinary territories would have a hard time resisting high-level ones. Given that, everyone was rushing to upgrade before the storm hit, no more holding back, time to use every bit of potential. It also meant that, because of territory wars, most places had been quietly developing. Now, faced with crisis, they had to go all out. And another thing, to keep their residents from running away. If you fall behind, people will leave in droves. So, over the next few days, territory rankings fluctuated wildly, with some jumping up at lightning speed. But that's a story for later. For now, Hope Town's Reincarnation Hell was still the center of attention. By nightfall, even city-level territories that rarely had dealings with Hope Town had heard the news. One after another, their leaders gathered in their manors to discuss. St. Sebastian City. Hope Town really does know how to surprise people, Marquis Avery said, his expression complicated after getting confirmation from Count Alcott. Looks like these new territories are the breakthrough point, Marquis Barnes agreed. Hope Town was now firmly on many territories' radar and more eyes would be watching. But it's also put itself in the spotlight, Avery said. No one else has this, sometimes that's a curse. Maybe in normal times, but right now, most people will just watch and wait. If they can't find a weakness, Hope Town will be fine, Barnes replied, seeing things differently. Special times call for special measures. With the prophecy hanging over everyone, who knows what the future holds? Even if you want to steal from others, there's no guarantee you'll succeed. With so many eyes on Hope Town, you have to ask, is it worth it? If you make a move and succeed, Who's to say you won't be the next target? It becomes a vicious cycle. Everyone loses in the end. True. But reincarnation hell is just too tempting. If our territory had it, we'd feel much more secure facing the crisis, Avery sighed, staring longingly at something good, yet unable to have it. We won't be the first, Barnes said bluntly. Just wait, maybe other similar buildings will appear. Really? Avery asked. Barnes glanced at the ever-changing territory rankings. Just my guess. Hopetown was just in the right place at the right time and had good luck. And good karma. Hopetown's reputation for treating its residents well was well known. Is it really so strange that such a territory would get unique buildings? In fact, Barnes had observed that territories with better reputations tended to get better and earlier rewards and unlocks. It might seem like a small thing, but over time, it adds up. That's why he had his eye on Hopetown as a rising star. To stand out and protect itself among so many territories, you need both luck and strength. Let's wait and see, Avery agreed. Then, as if remembering something, he added, Alcott also mentioned that Hopetown will start selling cement. We can still trade for it, but their price will be higher than ours. Barnes nodded. Hopetown really does business fairly. And they spread their business out too. Lots of territories sell Hopetown's products now. All they need are meal kits and spice packs. It's a unique business, but not a monopoly. That's how you build something lasting, Avery said, admiration in his tone. Just watch, Hopetown will be on our level soon, Barnes said confidently. Avery nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the royal estate, Saint Sua had also heard about Hopetown. This reincarnation hell is interesting, Saint Sua mused, his expression a little odd. He'd already thought Hopetown was special, and now it had another unique feature. Are you interested, my lord? Asked his personal knight, Stefan, clearly ready to go acquire it if his lord wished. But Saint Sua shook his head. It's just resurrection within the territory, not a big deal. Plus, it's only a town-level territory. It'll never be mine. He wasn't so easily tempted. For a major territory like his, he had no shortage of people willing to serve. Reincarnation hell was attractive, but not enough to lower himself to seize it. Still, he knew many others would be interested. Should we have our subordinate territories try something? After all, St. Sebastian City didn't need it, but others might. Saint Sua paused, then said, let them handle it themselves. You don't need to interfere. Yes, sir, Stefan replied. Have you contacted the honor squad? Saint Sua continued. They replied, they haven't reached Hopetown yet, but they're close, Stefan answered. The honors squad's trips were always cushy assignments, so they took their time. But if needed, they could arrive quickly. Have them wait. You go yourself, Saint Sua ordered. Me? Stefan was surprised. Wasn't that giving Hopetown too much face? As Saint Sua's personal knight, Stefan held a marquee title himself. Try to win Hopetown over for me, Saint Sua said directly. If Hopetown joins me, it'll be another source of strength. Yes, Stefan nodded. Given the current situation, it was much easier to recruit a promising territory than to build one from scratch. I'll go at once, Stefan said. I'll wait for your news, Saint Sua replied kindly. Stefan bowed slightly and left. He mentally raised Hopetown's status by several notches. For his lord, only city-level territories usually caught his eye. A town-level territory like Hopetown, this was a first. Lavisa City. Hopetown's ranking is already 555, and now they have reincarnation hell. They'll be even harder to deal with. In the next 20 days, their expansion will only accelerate. Zurich Town can't even see their dust anymore, Carlyle said to Marquis Boyle, looking serious. Who could have imagined Hopetown would develop so fast in such a short time? Marquis Boyle's face was grim. Not only that, but Lord Saint Sua is very interested in Hopetown. If Hopetown accepts his offer, they'll be unstoppable. Even though St. Sebastian City had lost its old dominance, its deep foundations still made it the undisputed #1. Otherwise, Boyle wouldn't be so loyal. So Boyle was worried. If Hopetown got support, they'd develop even faster, he'd be left in the dust. Carlyle hesitated. Would that lord really care about a mere town? You said it yourself, Hopetown isn't an ordinary territory, Boyle snapped. Then let's just stay out of it. They won't necessarily know that Faisal Village and Zurich Town are connected to us, Carlyle suggested. Boyle paused. Hope Town is close to Baron Charlotte and Count Alcott, and they work closely together. They'll find out eventually. Then, let's wait and see, Boyle said. Tell Zurich whether to go against Hope Town is his choice. But if Hope Town sides with St. Sebastian City, we can't touch them. You mean Hope Town might not accept the offer? Carlyle was incredulous. It's just my gut feeling, Boyle said coolly. Zurich Town. Hope Town's ranking jumped over 2,000 places to 555, and now they have Reincarnation Hell, a resurrection building. They're not to be messed with. After hearing the news, Adel was restless. Even with backing from above, going against Hope Town now was like throwing eggs at a rock. He knew his lord was proud, but that didn't apply to Hope Town. Hope Town really was an extraordinary territory. Even their enemies had to admit it. Zurich's face darkened. You think our territory can't beat Hope Town? Adel. He hadn't said it outright. We'll see what Marquis Boyle says. I don't think he likes Hope Town, Zurich snorted. Okay. Tomorrow, let's visit Hope Town again, Zurich finally said. Yes, sir, Adel replied quickly. He could tell his lord was unsure, or he wouldn't be acting this way. Why was Hope Town so lucky? Their growth was enough to make anyone jealous. And Adel wasn't the only one thinking that. That night, countless people tossed and turned, thinking about Hope Town. 3 chapters in 1. Another explosive update. I'll try my best. Maybe there'll be more tonight. The day after Hope Town was promoted to a level 2 town was also the 100th day since the arrival of the Doomsday game. Today, Hope Town was livelier than ever. At dawn, countless visitors streamed toward Hope Town through the mission center. The first thing they did upon entering was to check out the new special building, the Reincarnation Hell. After all, this was the first resurrection-type building anyone had heard of on the entire Stan continent. Just seeing it was a novel experience. With so many people around, the whole territory was bustling with activity. Even though Hope Town had been upgraded to level 2 and its territory had expanded 5-fold, to most people, it didn't seem to have changed much. It was still as prosperous as ever. Of course, after the expansion, Jobai had built many new residential areas, each with supporting shops nearby. There was never a shortage of buyers for Hope Town's apartment buildings. Whether you bought one to live in or to rent out, occupancy rates were high. And as long as people moved in, someone would quickly spot the business opportunities in the nearby shops. It was just so convenient to buy food, clothes, and daily necessities right in your own neighborhood without having to join the crowds in the central shopping district. So many of these neighborhood shops were run spontaneously by the residents themselves. You could say the emergence of these shops greatly improved life for the residents. Many got used to shopping close to home, and both sides benefited from this arrangement. That's what made Hope Town so lively everywhere you looked. At this moment, many visitors, after checking out the Reincarnation Hell, began wandering around Hope Town, especially in the residential and farmland areas. You could tell they weren't just here for the spectacle, they were also here to investigate, to see for themselves what Hope Town was really like. Some people already knew about Hope Town and, aware of the benefits of joining, had packed their bags and rushed over at the first opportunity. But others, who only knew of Hope Town through hearsay, naturally wanted to see it with their own eyes before making any decisions. After all, whether a territory is truly livable depends on the lives of its ordinary residents. That's why these people were checking out the residential neighborhoods. Nadav was one of them. Back in his old territory, he'd heard countless people mention Hope Town. At first, he hadn't cared, but after hearing about it so many times, the name stuck with him. He'd always been busy with his team's affairs and never had the time or inclination to visit until now. This time, he finally decided to come, thanks to the recent rumors buzzing everywhere. Many people believed the rumors and were making plans for their future, but just as many were skeptical. Nadav, however, believed them. He spent his days leading his mercenary team, hunting monsters and gathering resources in the wild. Because of this, he was especially sensitive to changes in the monsters. He'd already noticed that the wild monsters had indeed become stronger than before. It wasn't that their levels had increased, but that defeating monsters of the same level now took much more effort than before. Their regeneration speed had increased, and high-level monsters were appearing more frequently near the territories. Given all this, Nadav didn't think the rumors of an impending doomsday crisis were unfounded. So he came. Besides, his current territory wasn't exactly reliable. If a real crisis hit, he doubted it could hold out. He had to find a way out for himself and his family. There had to be a reason why Hopetown was the first choice for so many people, so he came to see for himself. So far, he hadn't been disappointed, especially with the resurrection building. As a high-level professional, this meant he'd have 2 extra lives in Hopetown. For people like him, who lived on the edge, those 2 extra lives were invaluable. Now, he wanted to see how ordinary people lived in Hopetown. Hopetown is so prosperous, it's definitely much better than our old territory. I just confirmed with someone that kids can start elementary school at 6, study for 6 years, then move up to middle school. At that point, they'll see if the kids have magical talent and train them accordingly. There are even adult classes. They call it a university, and a small number of people are already studying there. It's kind of like the academies in city-level territories. For kids under 6, there are some private preschools in Hopetown too, so you can pay a bit more to help your child get used to learning and socializing. Yeah, that's really great. At least our kids will have a better future than we did. And everything else is really fair. Ordinary people live very well in Hopetown. There are lots of jobs here for regular folks. And if nothing else, there's always farming. Hopetown is willing to rent farmland to ordinary people, so you'll never starve just by growing crops. You know, the crops here grow really fast. The more I learn, the more I like it. Captain, I think we should get moving soon. I'm worried if we wait too long, our territory won't let us leave. Our whole team is pretty high level. Nadav's teammates, who had come with him, spoke excitedly. But Nadav was more cautious. Let's check things out for ourselves first. Once we move, we won't be able to relocate again for a long time. True. The others agreed. Honestly, if they wanted to, they could try for a city-level territory. With so many mid- and high-level professionals in their team, they'd probably be accepted. But everyone knew that living in a city-level territory wasn't easy. The cost of living was sky-high. If they brought their families, life would be tough. And if they were away on missions, their families could easily run into trouble. In many city-level territories, even low-level professionals could get into trouble if they crossed the wrong people. Given all that, they felt it was better to choose a top-tier, well-reputed town-level territory. After all, leading town-level territories had a good chance of being promoted to city-level. By then, they'd have established themselves. As they talked, Nadav and his group headed toward a nearby residential area. When they arrived, they saw a lively scene. Compared to the main street, with its variety of food stalls and magic shops, the neighborhood shops had a much more homely feel. They noticed a fresh produce store where a group of elderly ladies were gathered, shopping for vegetables. What's this vegetable? I've never seen it before. This is called chives. I heard it was just discovered in the wild. It looks like a weed and has a strong flavor, but those who like it say it's delicious. How do you cook it? You can stir-fry it with eggs. Just add some salt and MSG or a bit of oyster sauce. That's what the seller told me. Great. Any other ways to cook it? I heard you can use it with meat to make dumplings. Dumplings are so tasty. Who would have thought wrapping a bit of meat and veggies in dough could be so good? There are so many things you'd never expect. I think buns and dumplings use the same ingredients and methods, but they taste different. They have so many new and interesting things here. Yeah, I've seen so many new things since coming to Hopetown. Life is good now. I never thought I'd get to enjoy things in my old age. Thinking back to the old days, life was really tough. I used to think life was too long and too hard. Now I wish it could be longer, so I could enjoy more sweet days. Exactly, every day alive now is a blessing. The longer I live, the more I can cook for my family, and that saves money too. The old ladies chatted away with the shopkeeper and each other, a picture of peace and contentment. Watching this scene, Nadav and his teammates felt a strange sense of emotion welling up inside. In these elderly ladies, they seemed to see their own parents. Their parents were ordinary people, raising a bunch of kids. Wasn't that a hard life? After surviving the toughest years, all they wanted in their old age was a good life. Nadav let out a long breath. He'd made up his mind. Hopetown it is. He thought, there's nowhere that treats ordinary people better than Hopetown. Of course, since they had already come all this way, Nadav had no intention of leaving immediately. He led his team onto a beast-drawn carriage and headed straight for the newly developed farmland on the outskirts of Hopetown. The new batch of farmland covered a whopping 16,000 mu, almost as large as the original area of a level 1 town. So, after just passing one intersection, they were greeted by a vast expanse of fields stretching as far as the eye could see. These fields are actually level 5. And they're being rented out to ordinary residents? How long would it take to make back that kind of investment? And Hopetown is willing to allocate so much land. Maybe it's to take care of regular folks. It's not just about taking care of people, it's also about stockpiling food. True. If there's an apocalypse, food will be crucial. Hopetown is really thinking ahead. If we move here, we'll never have to worry about food or drink. Thanks to their positive impression of Hopetown, everyone started singing its praises. Honestly, everything they'd seen along the way had matched exactly what they'd hoped for. As they chatted, they noticed that quite a few people were already working in the fields. Clearly, when Hopetown was dealing with the beast tide yesterday, the ordinary residents had already rushed to rent farmland. With the town's population increasing, not everyone was needed to fight off beast attacks anymore. Those who needed to fight did so, while others ran shops or worked their jobs. Life continued as normal. So today, those working the fields were all ordinary folks who'd successfully applied to rent land. They busied themselves in the fields, their faces radiating an indescribable joy. Among them were many elderly men and women, some people with disabilities, and others who were simply weak or frail. For various reasons, these people had never had a chance to become professionals. They'd spent their lives relying on family or the charity of others, drifting from one territory to another. It wasn't until fate brought them to Hopetown that they found a new lease on life. Now, not only could they earn money working odd jobs in town, but they could also rent a plot of land to supplement their income and secure a basic standard of living. They were deeply grateful to Hopetown, but even more, they were filled with hope for the future. So, the first thing Nadav and his team noticed was the unfiltered happiness on the faces of these elderly, weak, and disabled folks. "Sir, may I ask how much it costs to rent a plot of farmland?" Nadav approached the nearest old man and asked. The old man seemed quite used to newcomers like Nadav. He smiled, his wrinkled face lighting up. 1 gold coin per mu per year, plus 40% of the harvest. That's so cheap. Nadav's teammates blurted out in disbelief. Level 5 farmland has a huge yield. Even after giving up 40%, you could still make a decent profit every year. Are there any extra requirements? Nadav continued. They do have requirements for what you can plant. It has to be food crops. But there are lots of types, and Hopetown can use them all. Once the crops are harvested, the territory will buy them directly. There's nothing to worry about, the old man replied, still smiling. It was basically a guaranteed, risk-free deal. When did you come to Hopetown, sir? I've been here about 10 days. I was just a lonely old man before, barely surviving by begging in my old village. A kind soul who used to feed me regularly took me along when they left. After I became a resident of Hopetown, I could eat for free at the restaurant, gave me a way to survive. Later, the territory arranged for me to guard the factory gate. Life's been pretty good. Then why start farming now? The old man chuckled. I can't just live off the territory forever. I want to work hard, earn money, and contribute to the community. Nadav and his team. They went on to ask a few others, and their stories were all similar. Life had been tough before, but things got much better after coming to Hopetown. Captain, let's just settle in Hopetown, shall we? I really think it's great here. My parents would love it. My kids would too. Nadav's teammates looked at him expectantly. Nadav had already made up his mind, but now, with everyone in agreement, he nodded without hesitation. All right, let's head back and get ready to move. With that, Nadav and his team hurried out of Hope Town to pack up their old territory and prepare for relocation. There were countless teams just like theirs. In fact, as more and more teams headed for Hope Town, population movement across the human kingdom was becoming increasingly frequent. No one mentioned the apocalypse directly, but the sense of a looming world crisis was everywhere. Meanwhile, things were getting busier at the Hope Town Lord's Manor. They'd originally thought that the coming apocalypse would hurt business at the town's trade center, but to their surprise, business was actually booming. Some territories that hadn't planned to join Hope Town were now scrambling to open shops there. Why is that? Joe Bai asked, a bit puzzled. The scarcer resources become, the more people need a stable place to trade for them, Bear replied. We're lucky that Hope Town is their first choice. He paused, then added, some territories have tried to open up like Hope Town, but with little success. Only city-level territories could really make a splash. For towns and villages, Hope Town is definitely the top pick. Indeed, many territories were trying to copy Hope Town's model, but they didn't realize how difficult it really was. It took the right timing, location, and people. Even if they managed it, they'd never surpass Hope Town. Joe Bai nodded. If everyone's goal is to help each other during the apocalypse, then having more territories like this isn't a bad thing. Unity is strength. That's a timeless truth, no matter where you are. Bear glanced at Joe Bai, then said, aside from territories run by the same family or with close ties, most territories won't really work together. The Lord is a bit too optimistic, he thought. Joe Bai shrugged. Well, even if it's just mutual benefit, that's not bad. Anyway, let's drop this topic. Will the people from Yushi Village and Guangshui Village arrive tonight? They'll be here this afternoon. With beast-drawn carriages, travel time is much shorter now, Bear replied. With all the new communication methods, things were getting more convenient by the day. So, once everyone's here tonight, we'll upgrade the territory right away. Joe Bai asked. Bear was briefly stunned, then remembered that their lord was already a saint-level mage. With all the other requirements met, they could upgrade the territory anytime. Absolutely. Bear replied without hesitation. If they had the strength to upgrade, the sooner the better. The stronger they were, the safer they'd be. Make sure you handle the arrangements, Joe Bai instructed. Yes, sir. Just then, Joe Bai's control panel flashed with a new notification. When he saw it, his eyes flickered with surprise. Dear host, the city of Bilal from the Elven Kingdom requests to open a portal. Approve. The Elven Kingdom had arrived. He hadn't expected a whole city to open up, but for Hope Town, this was a delightful surprise. Yes, Joe Bai answered without hesitation. Just like that, Bilal City immediately appeared at the top of Hope Town's open portal list. What's up? Bear noticed Joe Bai's reaction and asked instinctively. Bilal City just requested to open a portal to us. It's an elven territory, Joe Bai explained simply. Bear was shocked, his voice trembling a bit. Elves? Yeah, didn't I mention before that they wanted to do business with us? Joe Bai said, prepared for this. Though surprised, he managed to stay calm. Bear smiled wryly. Even knowing that, it's still a shock. The Elven Kingdom, Dwarven Kingdom, and Beastman Kingdom haven't opened their territories to the human kingdom in ages. Hope Town might be the first. Maybe the first to open up, but not the first to cooperate, Joe Bai replied. I've seen Hope Town goods in Bilal City before. Maybe, like us, they have a special building that can summon elves, which led to some cooperation, Bear speculated. Like Green Plains Town, which partnered with us before. Oh? Those attribute-boosting fruits and vegetables used to be exclusive to the Elven Kingdom. I thought they just got lucky with seeds, but now it seems they might have close ties to the elves, Bear analyzed. Makes sense. Mountain Town has a great relationship with the Dwarven Kingdom, too, Joe Bai said. They're all new territories, Bear suddenly remarked. It's always the new territories that interact more with other races. People from your world see all races as equals, so the other races are more willing to engage with you, Fire said earnestly. I think you newcomers are actually helping us. Maybe, in the end, the key to overcoming the apocalypse would lie with these new territories like Hope Town. Joe Bai was momentarily stunned, then after a pause said, We don't know why we came to this world, but since we're here, we'll do our best to protect it. After all, everyone wants to survive. They'd been working hard for that all along. Together, Bear said, looking at Joe Bai with determination. Yeah, Joe Bai nodded firmly. With the Elven Kingdom open, have Zheng Yongnian take a team to check it out, see if there's any potential for cooperation, Joe Bai said, returning to the matter at hand. From now on, Hope Town wouldn't pass up any opportunity to help the territory flourish. Understood, Bear replied. In fact, Hope Town was already abuzz. Elves had started arriving at Hope Town via the mission center. The moment they appeared, the visitors in the mission center were stunned. First, by their identity. Second, by their beauty. Am I seeing things? Are those elves in Hope Town? No, you're not. I see them too. What are elves doing in a human territory? Yeah, and they came through the mission center. Does that mean Hope Town is open to the Elven Kingdom now? It can't be one way. The Elven Kingdom must have opened up to Hope Town too, or else they couldn't come. When did Hope Town get connected to the Elven Kingdom? No idea. But honestly, it's not that surprising here. Hope Town has seen all sorts of races, elves were the only ones missing. Now that they're here, every race is represented. Hope Town really is amazing. Shouldn't we say it's incredibly inclusive? Every race can find their place here. Honestly, they're not that different from us humans. Yeah, elves are so beautiful. It's like the creator played favorites. Their looks are beyond words. Not just beautiful, but powerful too. See those bows on their backs? They're magic bows, formed from pure mana. No arrows needed, just conjure them up. Super powerful. So their ammo is basically unlimited? Well, it still uses up mana, but elves have huge reserves. They can fight for ages. The elves are famous for their combat skills. There are tons of legendary archers among them. Amazing! As people chatted, more and more elves appeared from the teleportation array. The first arrivals seemed to notice the curious stares, looking a bit uncomfortable, but they managed to keep their composure. Luckily, most of the gazes were just curious or admiring. Finally, the last group of elves arrived. It was Ulysses, Bettina, and Alan. As soon as they appeared, they saw the mission center packed with people. The three of them were used to it, so Ulysses turned to the other elves and said, Come on, let's go explore. With that, the group of elves left the mission center under everyone's watchful eyes. All along the way, they were the center of attention. When Joe Bai got the news, she came over as well. With elves from the Elven Kingdom visiting, how could she not play host? She still didn't know what kind of cooperation the Elven Kingdom wanted. Following the crowd's gaze, Joe Bai quickly found Ulysses and her group. You're here. Joe Bai greeted them warmly. This place is more prosperous than we imagined, Ulysses said frankly, looking at Joe Bai. They'd only looked around briefly, but were already amazed by Hope Town. At the very least, they'd never seen so many people in one place. It gets lively with lots of visitors. Where would you like to go? I'll show you around myself, Joe Bai offered. Where's your territory's farming area? Ulysses asked. Come on, I'll show you. I just expanded the farmland, Joe Bai replied, her eyes lighting up as she thought of Green Plains Town. Could it be that what they wanted to cooperate on was those special effect fruits and vegetables? If so, that would be fantastic. Ulysses was quickly brought by Joe Bai to the eastern district of the territory. When they saw the stretch of farmland connected together, Ulysses and her two companions were all a bit surprised. They had heard of Hope Town's reputation. It was a famous commercial town, where every inch of land was as valuable as gold. Under such circumstances, to allocate so much land for farming during an upgrade was truly a rare act of generosity. Of course, it also showed great foresight. It seemed there was a good reason why Hope Town had become so well known. At this moment, Ulysses also noticed that there were quite a few people working in the fields. These people, did you hire them to farm? Yuli's looked somewhat incredulous. A bunch of the old, weak, sick, and disabled, could they really handle the farming of these fields? No, they're just ordinary people or low-level professionals without much ability. The farmland is rented out to them, not much, just 1 mu per person. Joe explained simply. As soon as he finished speaking, not only Yuli's, but also Bettina and Alan, who hadn't spoken all this time, looked at Joe with rather odd expressions. This lord really is kind-hearted. Seeing their looks, Joe continued, they have to pay rent, and I also take a share of their harvests. That's already generous enough, Yuli's replied, her tone a little less cold than before. Elves, after all, liked those with kind hearts. The last time Joe appeared with Philia, their impression of him hadn't been particularly good, but now it had already improved a bit. Joe noticed this, smiled, and seized the opportunity. Are you interested in cooperating with Hope Town on agriculture? Yes, the same kind of crops that Green Prairie Town sells here, Yuli said directly. So you've been working with Green Prairie Town? Joe replied with a look of surprise. It seemed that the cooperation between Green Prairie Town and the elves was deeper than he'd thought. Green Prairie Town's high ranking probably had a lot to do with the elves. That's right. Most of Green Prairie Town's land is used to grow special effect vegetables and fruits, Yuli's nodded. In that case, why choose Hope Town as well? Joe asked, a bit surprised. I hope Hope Town can sell these seeds to more territories. Yuli's paused, then stated her purpose outright. Joe you know about the apocalypse crisis. I just want to do my part for the Stan continent. The more races survive, the greater our strength to resist. As she spoke, a deep look appeared in Uly's eyes. Joe had already suspected the Elven Kingdom knew something. Now it seemed that was indeed the case. And clearly, they even knew who the enemy was. What Joe hadn't expected was that there really was someone orchestrating this entire crisis. Piecing together what he'd learned, Joe came to a tentative conclusion. That is, the person behind all this was probably trying to become a god, to evolve magical civilization into a divine one. But the price of this evolution was obviously very high, the extinction of all the continent's races. Because these intelligent races remembered their original cultures and didn't trust gods, they naturally wouldn't help in the creation of a new god. But gods needed intelligent races. If the existing ones wouldn't do, then they'd just create new ones. If her guess was correct, then for the continent, this was an evolution of civilization, but for the intelligent races, it was an extinction. Joe speculation was based on the countless novels, movies, and TV shows she'd seen in her previous life. To see if this was true, she could only confirm it with Yuli's. After a pause, Joe looked at Yuli's and asked, Do you know the prophecy about the apocalypse crisis? Yuli's listened and raised an eyebrow at Joe. Don't tell me you know it? I just heard it from someone else. Joe smiled. The evolution of civilization is always accompanied by slaughter and bloodshed. At these words, Yuli's expression changed. She hadn't expected Joe to really know.